Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's my pleasure and an honor to be your host for today. PW People, a 4+ years old exclusive HR community of PW Business World, is pleased to welcome you all to the third edition of PW CEO CHRO Conclave. August 2022 marked the completion of 75 years of independence from the clutches of colonialism. As a tribute to the courageous long haul of a generation of freedom fighters for making India what it is today, Business World presents PW People CEO CHRO Conclave 2022 to celebrate the history of post-independence corporate evolution. What we see today: India-born MNCs, diversity and inclusion, commercialization, industrialization, advanced infrastructure, cultural evolution, digital uphill, 75,000 plus startups is all thanks to the brave hearts who did not settle for less. On the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, BW People community aims to pay tribute to the evolution of the Indian business world. Through the BW People CEO CHRO Conclave, we bring in the dynamic perspectives of CEOs and CHROs on the evolution, impact, and future of businesses, and also understand how businesses are encouraging the motto of Atmanirbhar Bharat. PW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to the job market and the HR community. May I please request our team to play our community AV to give our audience members a sneak peek into the world of PW People. PW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 70 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 17 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Well, before we begin with today's conclave, may I please request the BW team to now play the BW Legacy AV to give us a glimpse of the journey of PW Business World. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag CEO and CHRO Conclave. Well, may I now request our team to please show us today's event AV. But also, before we move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our presenting partner, Randstad India, our supporting partner, joytravels.com, Fandom, iwmbuzz.com, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, and Exchange for Media. May I please request our team to play the partners AV now.
At Randstad, we are human forward. We believe in the ability of technology to empower human interaction. Through our innovative tools and data-driven insights, we efficiently discover the right fit talent for your diverse requirements. That's how we deliver better quality, better experiences, and better outcomes, offering the right talent solutions to enable business goals. Our staffing solution covers a range of services from payroll, benefits administration, and regulatory compliance, and offers a variety of temporary recruitment models. Randstad has a proven track record of addressing specialist requirements through its sales and trade marketing and technical engineering staffing services. We cater to the mainstream and niche IT skill sets through Randstad Technologies, our IT staffing arm that offers an enhanced value proposition of on-demand and ready-to-deploy technology talent. On the permanent recruitment front, we offer a full stack of recruitment services across the organizational hierarchy, from entry-level professionals to executive search. Our client-driven approach, commitment, and dynamic solutions for diverse talent needs makes us the preferred partner for end-to-end talent requirements. We are located strategically across 20 locations across the country, and our ability to offer our class-leading services is owed in large part to the Randstad Recruitment Center, a world-class talent sourcing center with the expertise to service a variety of requirements from vanilla to specialist, from limited to large-scale volumes. We are pioneers of the recruitment process outsourcing (RPO) concept in India and provide turnkey recruitment services to address the needs of a ready-to-work workforce. In our 25+ years in India, we have forged close relationships with 1,700+ companies, enabled over 500,000 placements, and work with 60,000 professionals daily in providing them a pathway to a better life. We combine the power of digital with warmth and accessibility of a personalized touch. We make technology human. We call it Human Forward.
And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, Projects and Communities, BW People, to please deliver the opening address.
Thank you, Aditya. Thanks for this. Thanks for starting the day at this note. And I'll not take much of time of the audience because we have a huge lineup of esteemed speakers through the day, and we are also being joined by Mr. T.V. Rao, Mr. Tyagarajan, and Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Vishnath P.S., and Sri Raghuvanshi, plus all the esteemed speakers to talk about how the past 75 years have been there post-independence and how the changes have come into the society. We, being HR, have transformed the quality of life of people in the past 75 years. We've been talking about the daily wages employees, and today we are talking about work-life balances. So there has been a lot of transition. We are talking about diversity and inclusion these days, which was a thing of past, which was not assumed in the past. So now, along with that, Government of India has brought in a lot many changes in terms of compliances, giving a better ground to work for the employers as well as employees, and that has given rise to the startups, which we are talking about, around 75,000 startups which have come in. Plus, we are also talking about the size of organizations that have grown in the recent past. So in this evolution, there has been a lot of contribution from each and everyone in the HR fraternity, plus the people who took the HR fraternity, who gave them authority to the HR fraternity, that's the leadership, the CEOs. So the idea of CEO CHRO Conclave is that we talk from the leadership side and the HR side of the organization and come out with the path for future, and look at how Atmanirbhar Bharat, the initiative by Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, has has been here for Azadi Ka Mahotsav, and we wish that all of us come together and take the nation to new heights. Thank you, Aditya. I think we can start off on this note. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opening address, sir. Thank you so much. And as Mr. Rizvi mentioned, that we're now good to go. On that note, it's now time to proceed towards a first keynote address on business leadership, the Indian perspective, then and now 75 years. Please join me in welcoming on screen Mr. Vishwanath P.S., Managing Director and CEO, Randstad, India.
Thank you, BW people, for bringing me to the CEO CHRO Conclave 2022. On the occasion of Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav, it's my pleasure to be with you all here to provide my perspectives on the evolution, impact, and the future of business. So great to be here. Thank you again. Human progress is rather automatic, not inevitable. Every step forward, the goal of justice requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle. The tireless exertions and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. Martin Luther King Jr.'s words are indeed prophetic. Every step forward in India's stellar growth and progress over the last 75 years of independence has been the outcome of tireless and passionate efforts. Today, we are a powerhouse with incredible achievements and even more immense potential and opportunities. We have made significant strides from agriculture to space technology, from manufacturing to services industries, and in education, affordable healthcare, digital technologies, startup ecosystems, and many more. Reforms, globalization, and public partnership models have come together and thrive to usher in an era of excitement, hope, and positive outlook. Coinciding with the Asia Rising phenomenon, India today stands tall as an emerging leader in the new world order. Now let's look at what drives our key leadership attributes. Our Prime Minister's impactful words sum up our transition to leadership. Unless and until you inspire the people, you will not get results. Imposition will never get you the results, but inspiration will. And this is how young corporate India has built its leadership attributes. Leadership by consensus and democratic values. Now, what does this mean? It means belief in self-reliance and self-resilience. This is the true essence of nation building. Clarity of vision and values. Nurturing talent to achieve full potential. Empathy and social skills. Having an inclusive mindset. Change management, situational awareness. It's extremely important today to have a high level of emotional quotient and be aware, self-aware. Building sustainable organizational performance. Now, when you do all this, you need to put people at the heart of progress. Leadership transformation has come through an incredible shift of power, keeping people at the core of the progress. Power has significantly and positively shifted from organizations to people. Today in Randstad, we call this as a talent-led world. Profit to mutual prosperity. And then me to we. Hand in hand, we ask these questions as we forge ahead. What's the purpose of what we do? How can we collaborate and do better? And when it comes to talent, it's about, do I add meaning to the work that I do? Am I being valued at my workplace? Now, all this has led to amazing qualities of reinvention and innovation, and also about energization. It's about edge and energy, and also about energize. Commitment to sustainability, and then also inclusivity. Finally, I think it's all at the foundation of all this is about having the ownership and accountability. Personally, I see immense scope for collective leadership and ultimately titleless leadership. We live in a VUCA world where the pace of change is unprecedented. This also calls for a new leadership style, which is transformational leadership, where our leaders must show tremendous amount of agility and courage and drive change as a movement. Now let's look at, fast forward, what's in store for us in the years to come. Now, in his Independence Day message to the nation, our Prime Minister has drawn an inspiring blueprint for India at 100, founded on 5 promises: only big aspirations, no form of slavery, pride in our heritage, unity, and citizens' duty. This is a great foundation for leadership for tomorrow and the day after. What does it mean to us as leaders? We must reimagine and think in terms of regeneration. We need to recalibrate not only to emerging consumers and market trends, but also the community and the society. Inclusion. When it comes to inclusion, equity, diversity will be a big part of the leadership agenda in all organizations. Workplaces must transform to the legend of the grades and include all employees, irrespective of gender, race, or different needs. Today, the umbrella of diversity includes various impact areas such as gender, persons with disabilities, LGBTQIA+, generations, culture, and origins. In an allied quantitative survey with 201 business leaders by Randstad, when asked if LGBTQ plus inclusion is part of their organization's business leaders' goal, 42% responded saying yes. 60% of those respondents were from multinational companies, pointing to their being more proactive in this area, and also perhaps more impelled by global practices. We must address the economic, demographic, and societal factors with equal importance. Organizations that address these changes will rise high as leaders in Industry 4.0. Leaders must rethink that organizations' operational models need to change. They must be resilient enough to deliver certainty in uncertain times, robust enough to handle every type of future disruption, and flexible enough to evolve as circumstances change. For example, supply chains must be built to function in a world in which international transport may be shut down. Organizational leadership must race to operate in a digital-first world. Digital tools will be the decisive pivot in which companies will have to thrive and rapidly grow in the post-pandemic era. They'll be our greatest assets in maintaining a balance of efficiency, collaboration, and safety. Leaders must proactively drive this change. And one thing is important when you move to a digital-first world, it's also important that we don't miss the human touch. And in Randstad, we call this human forward. Leaders must embed a culture that will elevate organizations above hierarchical fetters. We must empower our people with a high degree of autonomy for them to innovate and make decisions, especially the frontline professionals who are clients and partner facing. It's also important to realize that youth is going to become a very predominant part of our workforce. And when you talk about Gen Zs and millennials, I think they like to be empowered, and they and hence the way the hierarchical structure in organizations is evolving needs to change and be more conducive to the youth. Leaders must lead by example to raise the standards of living in communities they work in. Today, it's in an all-together world without barriers that we live in. So it's important that we recognize the need for communities and how we engage with them. Leaders must bring in positive attitude and mindsets in a day-to-day operation, with emphasis on communication, collaboration, interpersonal relationships. Empathy and compassion again become extremely important aspects that important leadership traits that needs to be demonstrated. From these values and cultures will spring policies, processes, and procedures in different areas such as work-life balance, hybrid work, security, infrastructure, compensation, and benefits. So, what are some simple do's for future leadership? I think it's about think capabilities, not just about a job or a role. Leaders need to become enterprise leaders, a leader for the whole organization, and all people, somebody who is being role modeled. Encourage learning agility beyond just performance excellence. Learning has become such an important skill, irrespective of what level or what stage in your career are. Constantly learning and upgrading and reskilling yourself is the new normal. Hire future promise and potential as much as for skills and expertise needed today. So I think it's also about being proactive about deciding what talent you need for the day after tomorrow and making those decisions right now. Invest in upskilling and reskilling. Reimagine performance management for always on excellence. Actively listen to both your customers and your people. To conclude, I think I would say that India marches with determination towards what the World Bank calls a high-income country. It's an exciting path ahead, and I wish every leader the happiness of aspiring, audaciously achieving inclusive success, and being part of an epochal future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your valuable time, and of course for beginning the morning on beginning this conclave as well. Okay, from our keynote address, it's time to proceed towards a first panel discussion on changing landscape of labor laws in India. Purpose, history, ongoing reforms from independence to modern times. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Mr. Sunil Warrior, Chief People Officer, Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited. Dr. Deepak Deshpande, Senior Director, NDAT Global Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure India. Mr. Ravind Singh, CHRO Tata Advanced Systems Limited. Mr. Kaushik Chakraborty, CPO Savills India. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Ankita Singh, Senior Vice President and Global HR Head, IT, Admin, and Travel Signex. Dr. Ankita, for you to lead from your man.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I think the topic that has been selected is quite diverse, and we all have been struggling even now to understand, how it works and how it is changing. At the same time, when we talk about multi-generational workforce, how well it is accepted by our team members, our employees, and what changes we still feel that the system should inculcate is a big question mark. And when we talk about the reality as in pre and post, a lot has still remained unchanged. If at all I ask people here, they would say, looking at the condition, looking at the current requirement, probably we still need to see a major shift. And that's what we would be discussing today. So the format that we have opted is, initially, at least I would want each one of you, be it Rabin, Sunil, Kaushik, just to give me, a 2 minutes opening remarks, as in, where do you think we stand today? Is it a complete yes and matching the requirement of today's requirement, or we still have a long way to cover? What do you feel where we currently stand? So we can start with anyone who would want to go ahead first.
Okay, I'll take it ahead. Sunil Warrior. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, like Ankita mentioned, I think the last 2-3 years have been quite a revelation in terms of the ambiguity, and it has also challenged us to rediscover ourselves. So quite truly, that has been quite a learning for us. But more importantly, I think services industry has been able to gear up in a substantive way. But I think product and manufacturing may have had challenges much beyond services. And I think the subject matter that we are supposed to be discussing has a lot of bearing on product and manufacturing, of course, as much as services. So there is a lot that we have to do to ensure that human resources are made available with the right skills, with having a pipeline in a regulatory environment. So I think it's a very relevant and there are a lot of initiatives the government and the industry is taking in this direction, but I'm sure there is a lot more that we can do.
Sure. Thank you, Sunil. Deepak, would you want to add? Deepak? Kaushik,
Yeah,
you may want to.
I can.
Yeah.
Well, I think this whole changing landscape and the whole evolution of labor laws in India has seen a very interesting trajectory or journey. And let's remember that it was all and that's the way it all happens in any economy in any country. It is governed by how the how the country changes, the economic landscape changes, the challenges within the nation changes. So obviously, many of the initial decisions, whether it is regarding the Factories Act, I think that was immediately after the independence. The first major, we call it a labor act or whatever it was, the Factories Act. And then, of course, we had the major steel plant we started. Those were the pillars of our economy at that point of time. So many of the laws were governed around how do we ensure this large population of labor forces and how do we ensure their rights and things around it and the governance around it. And of course, Tata's became a benchmark, and many of us, I mean, today as we talk of a CHRO CEO Conclave, I think there's no better example than Lucy Modi. I personally consider to be my hero, and the person who actually defined many of the labor and management unison or whatever collaboration you talk of. I think he was a legend on his own right. So, but many laws got governed around many of this evolution that has taken place. But I think we are at a very interesting junction now. I think that's something which we need to really look at with the pandemic and flexi timing, the service industry, the gig industry. There is whole debate going on around moonlighting. All these elements are bringing in some very interesting phase when it comes to the changes that need to take place. I think the economy, the world is changing around us, and we need to keep pace, with those changing times. I think we'll delve deeper into it. But very interesting, since I said 1948 Factory Act. One of the key way the opposer of the moonlighting has been constantly been talking about the Factories Act, which basically comes on the way. But that's a 1948 Act, right? So we are into interesting time. Yes, we are sitting at a cusp where certain decisions need to get taken, and I think it's important that we, as a country, as a law enforcement, the law enforcement body, the labor laws, everything has to really evolve with time.
Absolutely. I think a lot has already been there. It has to be strengthened, and probably law around it has to be put in a more powerful manner. Rabin, your view?
Thank you, Ankita, and good morning to all the panel members. The history of labor and employment laws, when I was, after I kind of got the topic, I quickly went back to some of my college books and all that, and of course, something that we've been dealing with. Age is almost 100 years. I mean, if you go back to the International Labor Organization meeting, large debate that happened in 1990, after which I think the first act that ever came in India was in 1923, which was Payment of Wages Act. Of course, before that, the industry was all employer driven, and there was nothing that was for employee. So Payment of Wages Act, and Kaushik did mention something about it. So Payment of Wages Act that came in 1923, the Trade Unions Act which came in 1926, the Factories Act which came in 1948, and the Industrial Dispute Act came in 1946. After which 75 years have gone by, and we really don't have. These are the four fundamental acts which regulate the labor and the employment in India. And of course, if you see next 20 years, multiple other acts of, social security, payment of gratuity, provident fund, and so on and so forth. So somewhere across the journey, and I think it was more driven by not necessarily how the acts, so to say, more regulated and created very stringent boundary conditions for industries to operate. And as the word goes, labor law, the laws were primarily for labor. I mean, Indian economy, Indian industry evolved. I mean, it way beyond manufacturing, way beyond labor. It was, knowledge industry, IT, ITES, e-commerce, and so on and so forth. And somewhere in the journey, of course, there has been, much work. I would not say work has not been done, but much work was left for the industry to kind of, do things which were very specific to its, its requirement. Changing from labor, which was, 75 years back, even today, to gig workers that exist today, and we're still kind of catching up. Honestly, there has been a lull in the area of, so to say, employment and labor laws for at least 2 to 3 decades in the country. Much work was left either to the industry or much work was left either to the states. And if I were to do a simple comparison with, ease of doing business and multiple acts and enactments that have come in, in other areas there has been, much more work. Government has been far more proactive, and state governments especially have helped and enabled through various, smaller rules within their own respective states to facilitate this area of employment and this area of labor. Of course, in the last 5 to 7 years, there's been much activity. The labor codes, the IR code, the code on wages, the social security code, the code on occupational health, which bundles those 29 different acts into fundamental codes and kind of helps people and industry and employment laws to become far more industry friendly and move forward is a wonderful step. And of course, there is discussion happening for it to kind of see get its implementation done. But I think from whatever that has been lost in the past is covered very, very quickly in the last 5 to 7 years. And I'm quite hopeful that as we go by, there is going to be much higher industry and government partnership in this area. And the government is definitely forthcoming. So many enactment will come. More empowerment will be given to the industry to regulate its employment conditions, acts, and especially during COVID, we saw that the industry and the government work very closely in partnership. Multiple things like a 12-hour shift for 4 days was implemented in multiple states. I mean, something that normally isn't heard of, and so on and so forth. So there seems to be, a ray of hope, I would say. And there is a lot of activity that is happening. We saw it in the COVID time and even before that. So there is fair amount of partnership, there is fair amount of positivity, and there is fair amount of focus now, because human resources are going to be the most important thing in this entire era of India becoming a 5 trillion economy, and for human resources to do their bit, the enabling enactment, whether it is on moonlighting, gig workers, working hours, social security benefits, all of it will have to be done in close partnership between government and industry, with larger enablement coming to the industry, and government largely providing broad framework, digital support, and ease of industry to operate depending on what sector, what kind of people, what kind of benefits, and so on and so forth. So that will be my take, and that will also help the industry become far more inclusive and far more participative and far more welcoming to multiple kinds of workforces. So it's last decade has seen a good beginning, and I'm sure next 10 years are going to be far more visible in terms of the acts and the enactment and industry's enablement to do things in favor of the labor, employment, and employees in general. Ankita, over to you. She's frozen. Deepak?
I think that's fantastic. I think I really appreciate you have actually enforced on the spirit of the whole labor acts, how the journey started. I think, in my view, the issue is not about who wants what. The labor. I mean, if I look back 40 years ago, I think very, very beautifully you cover the history and how the genesis, how we evolved the labor laws. But I think it's a need of the hour today. The way I see it today is, I think a lot of things I have changed, they are changing. Having said that, the big changes that the government wants today or the ministry wants today, they also are experimenting in a way. While they have brought a lot of changes, they're also experimenting in the way that the changes should happen. And uh, I think the industry is responding, which is kind of little A and B kind of situation. Should I not? Kind of that kind of situation. The entire industry is reacting, and a lot of that goes with the employers rather than the employees. Employees have been more, when it comes to the rules and regulations, I think employees have been the receiving end. But when it comes to employers, I think there is if you look at the four codes of labor change that have been proposed or wanting to do, government wants to do, they have been back and forth. Having said that, I think we are an evolving country in every which way, especially when it comes to labor acts, especially when it comes to production of laborers, employees. So in that way, a lot of good things have happened, but a lot more is expected, and the government is trying to do that. Is my view, but the organization, the industries are today not ready for it. They are responding to new changes that are being proposed in a very uh, what should I say, in a very, very calculated, or I would say calculated, but they're very wait and watch kind of situation. Having said that, I think more than that, I think that today the employee community is much more educated. They are aware of what rights they should have, what's happening around the globe, and technology in a way is trying to propel the changes that the labor law, or for that matter, the industry that needs. I think that it is also propelling the government. Well, the government wants to do, but the employers per se, they are for ABC reasons, they are not so much for it. employees are in their own way, they're trying to adjust to this, the challenges, or should I say. And I think that way the things are moving in the right direction, but it's a very slow pace. I think we need huge reforms, and that is much needed. I think employees are actually propelling. Government doesn't have the determination much, the way they want to push the reforms. I think that still needs a. We are still in a, I mean, we're a little harsh on the uh, organizations and the government bodies to implement certain laws. We have inherited a very, 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 should I say, very different kind of history or legacy. It's not so easy to overcome that barrier. It's very tough. I mean, while the government may have the best intentions and they are doing, but industry bodies or the employers per se, or the families or who run the companies, they have their own. Sorry to use the word vested interest. They want to do, but they want to do only within certain boundaries. Beyond that, they don't want. I think, but end of the day, I think employees are. Now today, the world has changed. Thanks to social media and technology, we have a lot of change. But we are also carrying the burden of old ways of looking at labor, industry, manpower, planning, blah blah blah. I think benefits. I think we are still struggling with that and trying to find peace of some kind of middle way where we can all do that. I think having said that, I think we are still trying to explore, find out that beauty spot where employees and employers and policymakers, they come together in a way where I think everybody is trying to reach some common point. But फिर भी ठीक है, हमने वो दिन भी देखे हैं, आज भी देखेंगे, कल भी देखेंगे. I think things are changing now, which is a positive. So I leave it at. I think you have beautifully covered the journey, how things have evolved. But a lot more can be done by a vigilant employee community rather than employees community or government. Government will do for popularity, they may do ABCD. But more important that how committed are the employers? That will really drive the whole thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak, for adding in. I think Deepak, Rabin, you both pointed out that there is a huge gap. I mean, whatever has been put already by the government and the acceptance level by the employers, it is, I mean, it's evident that they'll take much longer time to address or accept the same. Like Rabin also said, with the diversified workforce, when we are talking about gig economy or we are talking about moonlighting, there are laws which were there, but at the same time, the boundaries are still not defined. You cannot just go against it or go for it and say that this is what is, and because of this the organizations are going through a rough phase. So in relation to this, I would ask Sunil that what changes according to you are required in labor laws for modern times? Maybe just 2 points you can pick up, which are the pain areas at this point in time and it needs immediate attention.
Uh, I heard views from the panel. More importantly, I personally, with my experience of 30 plus, I've been in the factory, I've been in the head office, I've been in services. My understanding is corporates, the large corporates, is by far is forward looking, and I think there are a lot of corporates have started doing things well before the government asked them to do. like I think uh, payment of contract at the minimum wages. In fact, my interaction with the big vendors, manpower vendors is that most corporates pay much more than the minimum wages. So I think the issue is not so much regarding the large corporates and who are the people who are going to make high impact of this economy, of taking it to 5 trillion, and also the various initiatives the government has brought up. I think the large corporates are going to take a major share of responsibility to take it ahead. I think the basic issue is regarding the SMEs, the smaller companies, the smaller corporates who have a lot of issues yet to be resolved, which is related to the scale of operations, regarding the logistics connected, regarding the availability of manpower. So I think there's a lot of support and a lot of regulation that is required to cater to those kind of people. And these SMEs are going to be the future. In case this company has to take the 3 trillion route, and labor laws that has to happen in these areas specifically. I won't mention it as relevant to the larger industry, larger companies, but the smaller companies is with reference to their ability to work long hours. I know of corporates in that sector who are willing to pay overtime, willing to pay extra wages, but the environment created by the regulation is such that they don't feel free to do some of those initiatives, because ultimately most of these companies don't have the manufacturing schedule or the requirements phased out equally through the year. They have peaks. They have a lot of demand that happens at spaces of time. That is when they have to have maximum number of people. So they should be allowed to work around the boundaries, which should be in terms of being fair, in terms of avoiding exploitation, bringing in equity, bringing in diversity. In fact, I heard the Prime Minister Modi talking about the inclusion of women force is a way to increase the GDP of the country, because that is one area where still across the industry we are in the region of 20% participation. So there is a lot that needs to be done in those areas. I think with reference to what to pay, what is the minimum today, Manrega wages and the wages paid by the government is well above the minimum wages. So I don't think the industry should worry about what is the minimum that should be paid. In road building, I don't think they follow 8 hours. They get people to work as required. Shifts are not followed as in followed in the industry. It is based on the requirements and the projectized nature of work. So I think the focus of the legislation should be more in terms of enabling, but to ensure that the broad principles of fairness, transparency, equity, and making things apparent to the community that we have to be at it together regarding achieving productivity, regarding getting the organization to the green side, making it profitable, paying wages in time, paying share of profit. I think those are the aspects. And I think most of the legislation that we have is not built on trust. I think the legislation should be more regarding broader contours, and while these rules should exist, can exist, but then it should be implemented with the principle of trust and transparency.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil. Kaushik, taking ahead from there, as Sunil mentioned, that it's about trust, and most of the requirements, be it shift or the working hours, is defined as per the requirement of the organization or project. when we are building such a system, and when we talk about POSH, which says that it is building a safe place to work for females, but a lot of organizations have gone beyond that. They have already come up with a safe place to work for all. What are those basic changes where we define our legal boundaries, we do not cross our statutory compliances, and at the same time, few modifications that the organizations can decide on their own to make the place well accepted by the employees? Any views on that, or maybe a couple of points?
Doc, you want to ask any specific, somebody want to speak, or you want to name out any?
I said Kaushik, I wanted him to add on that.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks.
Kaushik, you're on mute.
I'm saying that, look, I think essentially what, if I'm not wrong, what Sunil tried pointing out is that, we have, the acts are there. There are, for example, Equal Remuneration Act, which is more modern, which is more not as dated as many of the other acts. You spoke about POSH and how, it has also organizationally evolving, but whether it is equal remuneration or, for that matter, the Maternity Benefit Act, there has been further involvement, in that particular act as well. But to what extent in spirit and in action? For example, most of us who are sitting here represent a much more evolved organization. In the sense, either you're an MNC or a Tata Group, IT, these are the industries where a lot of things are probably in place. Even in, for example, for the basic of POSH, ICC, the certain structure which need to be there, that's not there in place in vast number of organizations. At this point of time.
Yeah.
I think, what is really need to be understood to a very large extent is there's a lot which need to happen from an implementation point of view. One is you come out with act, but to what extent are you trying to, the governance has to be brought in, in terms of some of the progressive element of the act, to what extent is it getting implemented at a much larger scale? I think, that is where the challenges lies. And I would like to add something, which I personally feel, I don't know whether it is really that or not, and maybe others in the panel might not agree with that. To a very large extent, the objective of a labor law is to create a large, remove the imbalance between employers and employees. Primarily, that's where the objective lies. Now, it has also a lot to do with somewhere it also get attached with the social security system of that country. Now, if you see, because of our past of being, many of these acts were done by the Britishers. So you have a lot of element of the European element of social security system in some of our, the laws which initially came in. But right now, I think as an economy, as a country, we are more tilted towards the American way of doing things. Okay, I think there is a constant battle in that direction. If you have a social security system and even the labor laws, there are too many of them. There is a state, certain things comes under the state act, under the state government, certain things come under the central government, and there's a complete seesaw battle. There are states which are going for what the social security system, whenever something is being tried, it's called freebies these days. All kinds of battles of very different kind. So what is happening is somewhere organizations, HR, the implementer are entrapped in this whole process. And to a very large extent, I think it is also making the whole modernization of the labor laws suffer. And I think we need to take a call, as a country, do you want to follow the social security system, which is a little tilted towards the socialist world of the European countries, or we want to be seen as more of a American economy is where we want to the path that we want to follow, because many of this implementation will happen accordingly. That's my way of
Sure. Thank you, Kaushik. Yeah, I think, and we've been talking about personalization and pick what fits your organization well, but there is evident gap and which can be seen by the organization. All the implementers within the organization are equally facing, challenges to fill in the gap. Rabin, when you were mentioning your opening remarks, you mentioned or you picked up the point where you said, for diverse workforce, when you're talking about gig economy or like I think Sunil added that if at all we add more female workers to the workforce, how do you think, what modification at this point in time, government has laid down the system already, what modifications can help organizations to become more inclusive for a diverse workforce? What are your views on that?
Sure, Ankita. Ankita, I'll just step back a little and I'll capture points that Sunil, Kaushik, and Deepak mentioned, and from there I'll take this forward on specifics of diversity. I think all of us collectively said that there are three players in this entire ecosystem: the employee, the employer, and the government. You know, and within government, of course, you have people who enact the laws, and then there are enforcement agencies, and then of course, people at like tribunals and all that who make sure that the enforcement and there are disputes and they are handled. Now, there are, and all the panel members actually said this, that the way forward, and that links to diversity as well, the way forward on the Social Security Act, the Employment Tax, and the labor laws are around three things. One, I think, one is customization, and Sunil extensively mentioned about this. That the labor laws will have to be customized. Whether it is SME, large industry, e-commerce, etc., it can't remain. It can't be so uniform. So there has to be that element of customization that has to come in. The second is there is a need for a lot of digital to come. Today there is so much of paper that you really, and it leads to a lot of slowness and so on and so forth. And of course, the third is that all the players, whether it is employer, government, or to the extent employee, from an adoption perspective, there has to be nimbleness. So customization, digital, and nimbleness are the three mantras that employer and government will have to follow. And all of us, in our own ways, are trying to kind of bring this forward in this panel discussion. This goes for diversity as well. So there have been multiple acts, and I'm extremely happy that government is, working. And Sunil mentioned about Prime Minister saying that if we have to achieve hydrogen economy, we have to bring women in the workforce. So the Maternity Act, the change in Maternity Act, and of course multiple other legislations that came into force, whether it was about working hours, benefits, POSH, and so on and so forth, is a clear indication that both employer and government are extremely keen to expand the workforce and bring in fair amount of diversity. The need of the hour is to take this forward, customize it for different industries. We have to have the women working in a factory versus women working in IT space versus women working in a BPO versus women working in e-commerce. The requirements are slightly different, both from an individual perspective, skill perspective, and very specific to that industry. So if you have to enable industry and you have to enable inclusion of diversity, we have to create for diversity customization. And of course, there has to be that nimbleness, because as women kind of come in, there will be large number of women who will be straight out of college. There will be a lot of women who would like to kind of join the workforce post, say, maternity break and so on and so forth. And then of course there will be ones who have longer careers. So our acts have to be nimble enough. Our employers have to be nimble enough to create methodologies, because only when employers create good methodologies, the government gets confidence that this is doable. If large number of employers say that a 4-hour working day is good enough for women coming back from their mid-career break, of course, the government would kind of, create enabling acts now. So, I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand. So, fair amount of work done by individual states. I know Telangana, I know Karnataka, Delhi. Of course, there are many states who have individually come out with legislation specifically favoring women employees and enabling them to be at work. We must continue this, amalgamate this at a national level, and customize it for the kind of industry, so that there is welcoming across industry. There is a bit of a framework that is available so that industry can revolve around that framework. And then, of course, in the process, create their own individual enablement so that it reciprocates back to the government in terms of better laws and better this thing. But all said and done, both the industry, employer, and the government are fairly welcoming to diversity, and that is how we are seeing large number of women at the workforce. And my sense is that in the next 5 years, it is going to be at least, if not triple, double for sure. And as an employer, we also are pretty much diversity friendly, and we are working on a good target of 20 to 25% women workforce. So that is my take on the subject.
Thanks, Raman. I think you're right. A lot of personalization and categorization is already happening. But earlier, like as Deepak mentioned, that a lot is done by the government already, but there's a gap from the organization's end as well. The acceptance level, the implementation level, in understanding and accepting, there's a history. So Deepak, when I know it's a vast topic and it would take ages to probably cover or conclude, but in your view, what are those two steps, primary or priority wise, those two steps that the companies can think over, and at least to start with, they can
Wonderful.
later to
Uh,
align
Doc,
well
Doc,
with the norms?
Dr. Ankita, I think so. You have, I'm so glad you asked that question. I think uh, the viewpoint that I heard from co-panelists, I think amazing points. Fundamentally, I think we have to look at when whether as an employer or a policymaker, as a government. So employees, they are always on the receiving end, So I don't want to hold them as they are important part of the whole triangle. But I think two the other corners and the pivots are the employers and the policymakers. Sometime, I mean, largely, as we have seen, the resolution, the commitment or the determination of the policymakers to implement certain changes. My intent is good, but execution, the way those, that's where I think we are struggling with that. Second is the employers always want to, end of the day, it's all business, all about the business. So while they may accept, while they appreciate certain things about certain laws, somewhere I find we are still to figure out the beauty spot where the employers and the policymakers are able to find a common ground where ये कर सकते हैं ये time में. I think a lot of that is we have seen. Look at this. I mean, the new labor code. While it might look very good and great and everything, but is it practical? Is it realistic? It might look very great on the paper, but when you go to the road and implement and see how it impact the organization or the employee or the employers, that is where I think we have to find. So my last take there would be, that is where I said it's a wonderful question. I think as an organization, government or machinery can do only that much. End of the day, they want, if they have to win power, they have to do ABCD in certain ways, certain things. End of the day, I think as an organization, I think we need to be very appreciative and say, within these boundaries, what can we do? The minimum thing that we can do. So I think the call is more from the employer's perspective. Employees, they will fall in line. They will do whatever is to be done. Diversity below, you have fairness, there are transparency. They will fall in line. They will do it. Look at our own family system. our own parenting, the way we have been brought out. So the rules and regulations, very strict things that were imposed on us from family side, we have accepted that as a child. Same is true of employers all as well. How resolute, how fair, how transparent, how genuine and committed you are to that, how, what the walk the talk kind of thing. When they see employers are really, they mean what they're saying, वो करेंगे. Policymakers will, it one side it work internally, externally it works from government side. Government also, or in the end of the day, you have to run the country or run the system. They also need, employers are very important. So employers, I would put large blame or onus or responsibility on the employers rather than the government policymakers. There is a saying, Shakespeare, I think somebody said, you get the government you deserve. उन्होंने कहा था. So I will leave it at that. So I think I will put the entire onus on the employer. End of the day, वो तो सोचेंगे भाई profit margin क्या करना है? What is the money in the bank that matters? Yeah, I will not go beyond this. So I think we need to be really.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deepak. I think, we are all still in the experimentation and exploration mode. It'll take a longer time to reach there where everything is sorted. I think we've already reached 11:20, which is the end time of our session. But Sunil, Kaushik, Rabin, Deepak, thank you so much for all the wonderful insights. But before we conclude, I have a rapid fire.
Oh
I
my God.
want everybody to just tell me, if at all you get a free hand today to change one law for your organization which is troubling you the most, the pain area, what that would, be it moonlighting or anything that you feel that looking at the modern time or looking at the current time, this is one law which should be immediately changed or modified. So I'll start in the same order, starting with Sunil.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think I would look for a law which supports hybrid working, and which means time is something that should be left to the organization and the employee to decide and align it to the requirements of the company.
Perfect. I think the most, I'm getting messages from Riti that you need to conclude quickly. So Kaushik, moving to you. So Sunil has given hybrid work first law. Kaushik?
So I just put it in, 4 words, not really as an organization, but I think we need to see more laws around the gig economy, which is completely missing at this point.
The gig economy, hybrid gig economy. Rabin?
Yeah, so amongst the four new labor codes, I think not just for my organization, but I think across the industry, the social security code. Absolutely. I think it's an extremely important thing required for a country like India, and it will really kind of push the industry, economy, and the employee faith in the employers that Deepak has been talking about. So I feel the social security code, which has already been kind of created under discussion, we should take forward, the government should take forward and implement it.
Sure. So SSC is the third one. Deepak?
Oh, what do I say? And Doc, it's such a wonderful opportunity to hear the views of co-panelists, amazing insights. So I think I wouldn't add more because there's nothing left to add. But I would only say one thing. Fairness, transparency, and consistency ये होना चाहिए. मुझे कहीं ना कहीं लगता है people productivity and with the profits, somewhere I think that the profit takes the rest of things big date पे ले जाते हैं. So that's I think I still the entire blame on the employers. They will find a way to dodge. Government will find a way to dodge because it's not populatic message. We don't want to do that. The employees suffer. So I think we need to be realistic. You want a great society, you want a great country. I think we all have equal stake in the whole thing. वो करना चाहिए. So I think I'll put all my responsibility basket. I'll put on the employers.
I'm sure a lot of us are watching already, and they'll make a note of it. But thank you so much. I think moonlighting somebody will cover, but looks like that's not major concern. Sunil, somewhere hybrid probably it may get covered, but nobody pinpointed. So I think
No,
as
I
of
think
now,
the economy is somewhere, moonlighting is very closely related with the economy.
होना ही चाहिए. And they should be allowed. I mean, what the hell? You have tight. I think Dr. Mohandas actually talked very, very absolutely. We need
Okay,
let.
I'll just add to that. I know that this time is running out. I think we need to really understand, one of the reasons why Apple is a big success are the apps. And who are the ones who create those apps? It's the open source. There are
said.
people, who are working on high-end technology. They work for
Absolutely.
3 months, go for a hike, and then come back and again work. I mean, that's the model which is mostly followed. I mean, if you really want that world to happen, you need to support it with certain kind of structure.
True. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Aditya has shown his face, which is a clear indication that you people should just stop. So thank you.
Thank you.
To the entire panel, amazing insight.
Thanks to you on behalf of all of us.
Absolutely, yeah.
It was a wonderful session. Thanks to each one of you. Thanks, Aditya, for giving us this opportunity. And over to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to all our panelists and Dr. Singh for moderating it. Thank you. Usually this timekeeping is not my job, but because it's on my camera and like camera people don't understand. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists.
Thank you. Wonderful. Doctor, wonderful.
Take care, bye-bye.
Okay, I guess you couldn't have asked for a better panel discussion to begin this conclave, or at least today. Now, before we move forward to the next panel discussion, I would request my team to please play our partners. It's very important to thank them as well. Can you please have that? And then we'll move forward to the next panel discussion.
Imagine a day when we are able to fully live out our purpose of supporting people and organizations in realizing their true potential, transforming countless lives around the world through personal interaction, enabled by the latest technology. A day when clients are fully understood, candidates are fully connected, consultants are fully supported. We're on a journey to live up to our brand promise, to truly become human forward. A human forward experience will help our clients navigate the increasingly complex world of work, using data to better understand dynamic markets and anticipate talent demands. It will employ advanced matching technology to generate talent solutions tailored.
Okay, and with that, it's now time for our second panel discussion for today, which is on the road travel since independence and the reforms needed at this juncture in the journey of HR and the road ahead in Amrit Kaal. How the corporate world can take the lead in transforming Indian society. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Mr. Prem, President, HR JK Organization. Mr. Paneet Rao, Advisor, Sustainability, Mindtree Limited. Ms. Bhavya Mishra, Director and Head of HR Lenovo India. Mr. Ganesh S, Global CHRO Emeritus. Mr. Santanu Ghoshal, Vice President, Human Resources, Schaeffler India Limited. And the session will be chaired by Mr. Sunandan Banja Chaudhary, Client Partner, Pedersen and Partners. A warm welcome to all our panelists.
Victor, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay, I somehow could not switch on my video. It says that the host.
I will just, our team will just do that for you, sir. Our team will just do that. There you are, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaudhary, I believe, has not joined in yet.
I thought he was there.
I also believe so. That's usually when we start a session and we know he's here, sir's here. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute, sir. I guess this is the phrase for the
Hello. I seem to have logged in both from my mobile and laptop.
Yes, sir. You will need to mute one of them.
I would, 1 minute.
Rename karo.
Hi, can you hear me now?
No, but again, it's actually you'll have to mute one of your devices.
I think
You can put one of your things on mute.
used in the same location. Just mute one of them and everything will be fine.
No,
I know I've been trying. Somehow the webinar. No, I can see that.
This is fine.
I can see that. I could see that, but I had no control because it was coming on my laptop and as well as the mobile, and one was not working. The laptop wasn't working. But let me not waste time. Thank you so much and appreciate it. I wanted to welcome the panel today. I think we have a very exciting panel and you've already introduced. So I don't want to, we have very little time. We have about half an hour. I thought would be best to get into the discussion. And I thought the first question I want to really ask everyone, and thank you for making it, of course, to this fantastic session of CU and CHRO, is in terms of, given the fact, the topic that is there, and I want to take on with each one of you separately, that how can the corporate world take a lead in Indian society? If that's the thought, I'd like to start with Bhavya. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, my internet is giving me some trouble. Can we just start and I'll come back on next? I'm just changing my network.
Sure. What about anyone who wants to? What about Shantanu? Why don't you be the first, really?
Okay, so I think I hope you can hear me, right?
No, we can now. Yeah.
No problem. No, I think probably I can only set the context. If I look at today, we are really in a very exciting time, and I would say that Amritkal is basically a metaphor, and I see it that now we have started in 1950. I am just taking a reference of the interview which Ruchi Sharma gave in NDTV. And he has shown a very interesting graph at 1950, when we just after independence, we are at 6th largest economy. And then we started going to a downward trend, and it reached almost like 15th or 16th of the whole GDP ranking. And then we turned around, and I think probably 1990 onwards, we have on an upward trend, and now we are at 5th ranked GDP in terms of the size. And if I combine that in terms of the demographic advantage what we have, the changes of the reforms, although it may not be very fast, but it is still happening in the last few years, we are really in a sweet spot to take the center stage. Now, having said that, also we need to look at that. Okay, now the government is really giving us that on the it's not exactly on the platter, but gives us that opportunity by giving us a lot of policy changes in terms of extending FAME, extending the PLI scheme, etc. What does corporates need to do, possibly other than the investment bit of it, which is almost like given that, okay, we need to really. Hello. Yeah. Investment bit, I would say that probably there are multiple other areas where as a corporations, we should really do well. And some of this bit comes to my mind. One, of course, is in terms of our productivity improvement. And if that has to be looked into, because that's one of the bottleneck in the Indian, especially in the manufacturing industries, where our productivity is not at the best. Although our cost of labor is low, but we get offset by the low productivity range. And there I see that corporates can really look at improving the automations, and wherever there's a possibility of upskilling the workforce. The other area, which is little soft in nature, is more of the cultural transformations, which where the corporates can really invest in terms of improving the accountability of the people, allowing the leadership development, how to manage the workforce better. Also, I would say that on a outside of the corporation bit, if we look at, there are opportunities of working on the upskilling on the industry academia partnership. So these are some of the first level of thoughts in terms of the involvement of the corporate, government, and people in general to reach from where we are to even in terms of the growth wise and the development wise much better scenario going forward.
Great, thanks, Shantanu. Bhavya, are you back?
Yes, I just changed my network.
With us, and I think we want you to come in first. And just to repeat my question, it's all about how do corporates, for that matter, able to impact society and transform Indian society. And this is all taking on from Amrit Kaal, what I think the PM talked about on Independence Day. So that's the context.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. Firstly, thank you for having me here. And I think very interesting topic for all of us to debate on. Just to start out, right, when I was reading about this, when the PM had talked about it, right, if we just go to the basics of what it means, Amrit Kaal, right, it basically means time to start a new venture, or when you put in a certain amount of effort, the output is really high. And I think what he meant was that over the next 25 years or so, the amount of efforts that we put in will really lead us to much larger results, lead us to much higher positions of leadership across the globe. If I take that from a corporate perspective, right, and let me focus on technology. I think Mr. Ghoshal spoke about some of the aspects. If I just look at technology and look at how India is at the center stage, right, one of the most important aspects of technology, which becomes people. If I look at talent, right, in the technology space, we are probably the hub of talent for the global economy from a tech standpoint. If you look at traditionally, right, over the years, organizations looked at only India as, say, a sort of a back-end hub, right, where you had certain repetitive, etc., those kind of tasks that were performed. Whereas increasingly, you see more and more global organizations coming to India from, for the enabling infrastructure that we have started to increasingly provide for the talent that we now also have, not just for back-end repetitive kind of work or coding, but for true innovative kind of design or analytical or inciting kind of work. So it's not just about being a backend for certain other developed countries. It is about being what is center plate to business and business delivery, not just for Indian organizations, but for the global organizations as well. And I myself represent one such. Prior to this, I worked with PepsiCo, also a similar global large organization. So I think that's a very critical aspect for us. And I think in that, as corporates, what can we do? I think if I go on the softer side in terms of what does India provide, the cultural dexterity that we have and the ability that we've shown to be able to work with multiple types of people, cultures, the kind of flexibility that we have, the learning agility that our people show, not just to talk about, what they already know, but to learn different kinds of things. And just the whole jugaad mindset that we have, right? With minimal resources, how do we produce the maximum output? And, come up with things which are more innovative, more creative in many ways. So I think that really puts us at the center stage from a technology standpoint. And if you look at it, I mean, all the changes that we've seen in the past decade and everything that we're going to see in the future as well, a lot of that banks on technology itself, right? How is it that technology will make us leapfrog into a completely different type of society, and the role that organizations can play? Take examples, right? Take an example of a Paytm, an Indian organization, right? Completely changed the way that you're making payments today. Obviously, you have a global organization like a Google Pay, you have many other platforms as well, but we have very solid Indian organizations as well who have built up solid systems there. So that's one part of it. The other, if I look at the whole sustainability part of the environment and society, again, I think organizations can play a huge role. Even if you look at organizations like an Amazon, right, like a Flipkart, like Myntra, so a mix of global as well as local organizations, look at the way they've transformed their packaging. within a matter of 1 to 2 years, right? The whole focus on trying to at least use EV vehicles for delivery. All of this makes a huge difference from a sustainability perspective. Closer home, if I look at Lenovo, right? Some of the practices that we have in terms of helping organizations become more sustainable from an e-waste perspective, looking at our systems and what do we do from a recovery standpoint later, all of that I think is very, very critical, right? And organizations can play a huge role even from a sustainability perspective. So that would be my initial view. Thank you so much for that, and I hand it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Bhavya. I think you hit upon a very important point, which I was thinking about yesterday when I saw this topic, and and that is about, there is so much of convergence of what we are discussing with the whole aspect of ESG, environment, social, and governance. I think, what corporates can possibly do to transform society and from an individual capacity as well as collectively. I'll now move on to Prem. Prem, tell us your views, the first thoughts.
Sure. Firstly, good morning, everyone, and my compliments to Business World for organizing this wonderful show. Great to connect with all the co-panelists. Sunandan, my view is slightly contrarian. And let me just share why. You see, although the topic is that we are discussing the reforms, the actions taken since the 1947, but if we look back, fact is that a lot of these fundamentals and principles have been there in existence way back since 300 BC. It was the first book in 300 BC that India produced called Arthashastra. And this book, Arthashastra, which was created in 300 BC, it talked about the public policy, the economics, the utilization of people. Well, the people at that point in time, they did not use all these jargons, all these buzzwords like human resource, mobility, talent acquisition, talent management, and what have you. But the fact is, fundamentally, I think the journey really started since then. After that, it has been a continuum and the journey continues. Yes, I do acknowledge that post 1947, the focus has been in a much more structured manner, which is much more aligned to the sectoral focus of the industries. But the key fundamentals have not changed and also changed. So certain things have not changed, few things have changed. And let me just elaborate on what and why. There is a saying, and it's very famous quote by Simon Sinek. When people are financially invested, they want a return. And when they are emotionally invested, they wish to contribute. So that's the difference. So that's a spectrum. So today, from the fundamentals of basic putting the legislations in place around the working conditions, about the welfare of labor, about the safety of people, from that, today we have come to a situation where we are talking about meaningful engagement of people, making sure that there is an emotional connect. People can see between what they do and what the workforce requires them to do. So this alignment of people's capacity, people's capability versus what the workplace can offer and how you can reach an alignment, I think this needs a significant focus, and that's where the leadership comes in. In fact, I just get reminded, and this is one of the things that we need to take care. If we have to really meaningfully make a mark during the Amrit Kal, about 3-4 years ago, I conducted a study on the school children, the children which were in 9th class, 10th class, 11th class, 12th class, right? And the reason was very simple, that these kids who are in the schools now, in the next few years, they are likely to be the employers employees in the corporate world. So let us look at from their window as to what they look for. And the questions that we asked them were, well, in your worldview, what is the kind of dream organization you would like to work for? What are you looking for from a career? And Sunandan, I was pleasantly surprised when majority of them said something very contrary to what we had thought they would say. You know, we had thought that they would say that a lot of money, good career, good car, etc., etc. Nothing of the sort. In fact, many of them said, I still remember, one of the girls said, I would want to work for a company where there is a respect for differently abled people, because I have a brother who is differently abled. One of the students said, I would like to work for a company which is focused on care for environment, care for animals. Somebody said, I'm a musician, I play music, I'm fond of singing. I would like to work for a company which takes a note of my talent and which gives me time so that I can nurture my talent, and so on and so forth. And I was just wondering, none of these kids are exposed to things like SDG, ESG, and those kind of, buzzwords, but they are already thinking. So my submission to the panel and to all those who are listening is, how are we readying ourselves to appreciate this change which is happening in the society? The workforce which is likely to come and join us. By the way, a significant portion of the organizational workforce is already millennials. And there is an estimate by 2028, 75% of the workforce will be millennials. So I think we got to think on those lines. One last point which I want to make, Sunandan. We should also, and I make this statement with a lot of responsibility, without being judgmental. Many of the future employees that we will have will be those kids, many of whom would have grown as a single young child growing in a family, probably a nuclear family. Many of them may not have had a lot of no from their parents, sort of, if I can use the word pampered, which is slightly a stronger word, but for the want of a better word, sort of pampered. Third, not necessarily that they would be equally savvy with respect to being able to appreciate a different viewpoint. Therefore, working as a team. So these, while the young workforce brings a lot of pluses, for example, high aspirations, ambitions, high-tech savviness, but I think on the softer side, we need to be cognizant of these facts, these realities, and accordingly, we need to make sure that we mold them properly, therefore, so that we are able to utilize them fully. Otherwise, my apprehension is, if not handled with care, we may get only a very suboptimal outcome. That's my last message.
Yeah, thank you, Prem. I think that was very interesting. And I think maybe we should have a separate session on that as well. But
absolutely,
having said that, I think very fundamental points really, because if you look at it, we are rediscovering yoga once again. And we are bringing across a lot of connection between Mahabharata and leadership, etc. When you go, today's world is all about going back and taking some of the lessons from yesteryears and maybe hundreds of years back. I won't take more time. We have just got about 15 minutes. I'd like Panish to give his views, and if we have a quick view, then maybe I'll have a chance to ask a few more questions.
So thank you. Greetings to all. Yeah. My pleasure. So I'll get down to a little more grassroots level. I think the need of the country is unlimited as far as the corporate's responsibility towards the society is concerned. Skill development, education, healthcare, restoration of natural resources, and controlling the irresponsible waste disposal. I think these are the biggest concerns of the country today. And I think the need here is the equal distribution of the corporates across the country. The first biggest problem is some states are flourishing, some states are not flourishing. And within those states, some cities are doing very well, some cities are not doing very well. And infrastructure is just fractured in those cities where, corporates have concentrated. That's not the number one need. The number two need is, I think we got to combine our efforts, because individually we can do very little, and together I think we can do a lot. I don't think any corporate in India has discussed saying, let's get together to do something. So that is the second need. The third need, I think, is not do all, but just be focused on what one should be doing, because doing small things or making little impacts is not going to impact the country in any which way. The fourth is, in everything that we do, honesty, sincerity, I think is very, very important. Many of them do it just because it's obligatory. Some of them do it with sincerity, and there is some of them, this is missing. The last but not the least, I think governance and impact audit should be made mandatory. Governance to some extent is made mandatory. There's declaration, but impact audit, I think also should be made mandatory, so that we know what we are doing is actually impacting people or not, and should be asked to produce the reports of the impact audit. So those are my points. Thank you so much. Back to you, Sunandan.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. I think fantastic. I mean, great points. And I love the fact that you're talking about impact as an audit, because in our business as headhunters and, as executive search professionals, what we look for are two things: longevity and impact. And both are equally important, right? So having said that, we will leave that for another discussion, but I want to go across to Ganesh, who's been waiting patiently, I'm sure. And Ganesh, all to you.
Thank you, Sunandan, and pleasure to be a part of this eminent panel. I represent an EdTech organization. I represent a very new gen organization that is there into education. So I just want to cover a few points, which I thought most points got covered about the whole topic itself. But, we have, on an average in India, till last year, we had about 2 million students being graduated every year, 2 million students. Corporate India produces about 3 lakh job openings or job opportunities every year. And that includes both for freshers and also for, people who are experienced as well. So, there's a huge gap in terms of people, forget employable population. There's a huge gap in terms of people who would get employed after coming out from really good colleges. We've got great colleges in India, so coming out from great colleges. So I think it's a great opportunity for corporates, for organizations like us to partner with these students to make them employable, to bring them up to speed with global standards that are there. And that's, I think, all of us play a great part in probably creating finishing schools on that line, right? So in India, there are at the moment about 13 million people who are working in corporate organizations. And, at some point of time, 2 million, 3 million of these people will move out, because, we're now completing about 20, 30 years of employment for many people who had, the great Amrit Kal, which started off a while back. So, you will have these opportunities coming in. And if we do not have a workforce which is ready to take up either outsourced jobs or world-class opportunities that are there, then we're going to miss a chance. So I think it's a great opportunity for organizations like us and many of the others who are there in these panels to, look at some of these finishing schools, upskilling and reskilling of the workforce that is there in India. So just want to leave with those thoughts. Happy to elaborate if you have further questions.
Yep. Thanks, Ganesh. That was fantastic, because, this huge gap which is there between employment availability and the number of people passing out, kids passing out, is fantastic. The gap is huge. And I think we can spend some time discussing that. But before that, I wanted to touch base about the fact today is Mental Health Day, by the way. And that's what I found out. And I thought it'd be good to kind of chat about that bit as well, for that matter, because if you look at what we do to our people has a trickle-down effect on society. And today we are talking about 4-day week across the world. And of course, we are talking about diversity and inclusion. Can we talk about this a bit in terms of how this impacts society and how does the trickle-down effect work, or does it work from your point of view? I'll start with you, Bhavya.
Thanks, sir, for bringing up this very critical point. I think mental health is very critical for everyone, for corporations, for society, and obviously then at an individual level, of course. Now, unfortunately, I think, and I can see all of us are Indians on this panel. So unfortunately in India, right, whether at a family level, at an individual level, or even then at a corporation level by just extension of that, I don't think in the past we took it that seriously. We never considered it to be like a serious thing which needed time investment, which needed, us to pay attention to. And I think for very, very good reasons in the past few years, we've become far more serious about it. We started talking about it. And we have people who are famous people also coming out in the open and saying it's okay to not be okay. And, all sorts of policies around that. Now, I think for sure as corporates, while we all know it's important, while we all know, and we've probably always known that these are things we should pay attention to. But I think as corporates, some of the things that really help, and it has, in my mind, it has a rub-off effect on society. The first one, as soon as you start talking more and more about these things, right, they do become normal language. So if even in the organization you say, okay, it's okay to consult a person, if you're not feeling fine. So here is a helpline, which is obviously completely anonymous. If you want, you can talk to this person at work. If you encourage people, to also connect more informally, build buddies, build colleagues who are a little bit more like your friends, and have an environment which is more inclusive. I think that's the biggest and most important thing, right? Yeah. That you have to kind of focus it on saying that, am I welcoming you as a whole person and not just one part of you? If I'm a female, I don't have to act like a male at the workplace. Or if I'm a male, then I don't have to act in an alpha male aggressive way at the workplace. You welcome me as I am. And I think that itself lets go of a little bit of pressure. And as in corporates, we start talking about some of these topics more and more, people do get more informed, and they do take that knowledge and information and understanding to their homes as well. Obviously, there is another way which can start from home, and it would be great. But obviously, that's a long haul. But as corporates, if we take that responsibility, I do feel that it has a rub-on effect on families as well, at least to the ones that we are touching.
Thanks, Bhavya. I will have to rush a bit. We've got, I think, 7 minutes or 6 minutes to go, and I can't extend beyond that because we'll intrude into the next section. But I certainly want to get the point of view of the others, and starting with Prem, of course. You did mention about engagement, and I think we talked about respect, care, and engagement. I think all of them go hand in hand together. And given the fact, the changes that's happening across the world with the 4-day week, etc., and we talked about diversity and inclusion. Give me your point of view very quickly.
Thank you. Very important point, Surendan. So very quickly, I can share a couple of things that we are trying to do at our end. For example, inclusion. We have taken a view that even on the shop floor, we will try and encourage women to take leadership roles. And I'm so happy to share with the forum that in one of the plants in next few years, we will have a plant leader who is a woman who is currently being groomed in one of our plants as the future leader. And we are encouraging many more to take various positions.
Just to come in for a second over here, Prem, I just wanted to also tell the panel about a friend of mine, and he's there in the corporate world, and I admire him for his driving diversity and inclusion, and what he did to the liquor world is unbelievable. And I'm talking about Anand Kripalu in Diageo. Can you imagine, out of their factories, they've got at least 4 or 5 women factory managers, which is perhaps unheard of maybe even 10 years back. Anyway,
Sure.
So I had
and
to
especially in the liquor industry.
Fantastic.
Especially in the liquor industry. But
yes. In fact, Diageo is headed by a lady.
Now it is, but Anand Kripalu, since 2014, I think tremendous inputs in terms of the whole aspect of ESG, and especially diversity. And he was driving that piece very effectively, not just in India, but across the world.
But diversity, when you talk about, I think nobody can beat KV Kamath, I guess. he is the front runner in terms of giving the opportunity to all the ladies in ICICI Bank, and probably that has ruled the whole banking industry today.
Well, we have, you're right, absolutely right, Shantanu. So we have a lot of examples, particularly banking industry has done a great job. But in the manufacturing environment, the difficulties are of a different level. So we are trying to break that stereotype that yes, it is possible, even in the manufacturing sector also. And to our pleasant surprise, these women are doing a fabulous job. So that's one point I wanted to share, Sunandan. Second, you touched upon SDG and sustainability.
But why were you surprised? You should not be surprised. They will have the job.
Absolutely.
Well, Bhavya, that's a typical bias you carry.
You know, he's spearheading that bit at JK. So I guess you're not surprised, but you're pleasantly surprised.
Pleasant, yes. Yeah. Second point, you spoke about sustainability, Sunandan. So in our group, JK Tyre is our one of the flagship companies. We have already been publishing sustainability report for last 5 years. And it is being taken so positively by all our stakeholders. With respect to the energy needs of our plants, ranging between 48 to 70% of the total energy needs, we are fulfilling through the non-conventional resources. So that we don't leave any carbon footprint.
We'll have to give the others a few minutes. We've got a few minutes, but I must say that I'm sure you are more than happy that what you've done for the women leaders in your organization has vindicated your faith in them. And let me go to Ganesh to get his point of view.
A slightly different point of view. We are a global organization with 51% women and 48% men and 1% non-binary. So we were, before the pandemic, we were about 30% women. Education as an industry has been extremely I'm pushing this a bit, but extremely misogynistic, right? So we've kind of shattered the ceiling there, and we didn't hire one role saying that we'll hire this person because she's a woman or she's a non-binary gender. We've been creating policies which are meritocratic, which will enable people to move into successful roles regardless of gender, regardless of orientation they are. So I think I hold a very different view in that line.
Yep.
So I think, and it's been very successful for us. In fact, we are a fully virtual organization. Some of that has helped countless mothers, not just in India, but in Latin America and US, to actually come back, single working parents to come back. I think the importance, and just on this point quickly, I think the importance is for the organizations to actually have policies which will both enable entry, enable growth, and also encourage or support people, regardless genders, to take up roles that they like or they feel it's their choice. So I think that's the subtle thing which I have in terms of a difference here.
Thank you. Yeah. Fantastic. Shantanu, and like they say on television, you've got 30 seconds now.
Well, I think probably then I would not say anything additional, but I really like the idea what Manish has said, that probably all of us in our different domain and different forums are doing a lot of good work. Yeah. But I think really it's a time to create some kind of a forum where we can combine our efforts and create a more impactful, more impact in terms of a certain focused area. So that would be my wish list. And also, I just wanted to also add one more point. See, many of the companies are really focusing too much in terms of increasing the numbers on the gender diversity. But it's time for the leaders to really look at how can we make an inclusive and empathic climate in the organization so that we can get the best out of those people who are coming on board and also retain them. So these are the two takes from my side.
No, I think this is fantastic. And I think collaboration is the key word today. And as an organization, as in Pedersen and Partners as well, we focus on collaboration across the world with all the partners. And I think perhaps this is a cue for business world to maybe have another session on collaboration and a few other things that came up. But I must tell you that this is one of the most fascinating discussions I've had. I do quite a few moderations for business world, but this was really engrossing. Unfortunately, we have a shortage of time, but thank you so much. It's been wonderful and I really enjoyed it. Thank you for being there. And I hope somebody's made these points, noted these points rather, and we'll catch up again, hopefully outside collectively. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Thanks. Take care. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Mr. Chaudhary as well for moderating. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you all. Pleasure meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, after this panel discussion and before we proceed with the next keynote address, I would request my team to once again play the partners AV, of course, just as a gesture to thank them for the support that they have been putting in or giving into us for this one. Please.
Imagine a day when we are able to fully live out our purpose of supporting people and organizations in realizing their true potential, transforming countless lives around the world through personal interaction, enabled by the latest technology. A day when clients are fully understood, candidates are fully connected, consultants are fully supported. We're on a journey to live up to our brand promise, to truly become human forward. A human forward experience will help our clients navigate the increasingly complex world of work, using data to better understand dynamic markets and anticipate talent demands. It will employ advanced matching technology to generate talent solutions tailored to their specific business needs. It will lead to more valuable and strategic interactions, leaving them feeling supported, prepared, and always moving forward. Our human forward approach will give candidates the support and guidance to be and do what they want in the world now, and to reach their full potential in the future. It will put them in control of their search and allow them to interact with us, how, when, and where they prefer, using tools for video interviewing, digital assessments, and connecting with us on the go. They will know exactly where they stand throughout the process so they feel respected, understood, and empowered. For our employees, the human forward experience will lead to greater performance on the job and more potential to transform the lives of all the people they touch. Technology for workforce scheduling will free consultants from time-consuming administrative tasks. Data solutions will allow them to find new clients and candidates faster, giving them more control over their day, and it will deliver more insights and opportunities so the work they do feels rewarding and highly effective, making work meaningful. Randstad is bringing the human forward experience to life, and it starts with you. It's time to accelerate tech for touch and personalized relationships, to put our words into action, to propel how we work, so we can move our clients and candidates forward. Randstad, human forward.
Moving on, up next is a keynote address on evaluation of Indian HR in 75 years and future ahead. Please join me in welcoming our speaker for the same, the chairman of T.V. Rao Learning Systems Private Limited, Dr. T.V. Rao. Well, with over 40 years of extensive work in the field of HRD, Dr. T.V. Rao is often referred to as the father of HRD in India. Dr. Rao and Dr. Uday Parekh introduced the concept of human resources development in India by starting the first HRD in L&D. Professor Rao also served as a professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad from 1973 to 1994, and thereafter as an adjunct professor. Doctor's been a professor. He's had some major academic accomplishments. Sir has also worked on overseas assignment. And along with that, he has also authored, co-authored edited over 60 books dealing with organizational behavior, HRD, education management, health and population management, entrepreneurship development, etc. His introduction is super long, so I assume all the time that we have with Sir would probably be taken away by the introduction of it, but of course we've cut it short. Everybody, once again, let's welcome the father of Indian HR, Dr. T.V. Rao.
Thank you very much for inviting me to give this keynote talk. I think it's a great conference you're organizing for CHROs and CXOs. I think business world has been doing a great job in the last several years. In fact, I still remember business world sending its representative to meet me at XLRI Jamshedpur in the year 1983. When Sujay Gupta visited us and spent a whole day talking about why are we setting up a center for HRD at XLRI. I am beginning with this because I think 1983 forms a very important kind of step in the entire history of human resources. Actually, if you look at human resources from about 1950s till now, the last 70 years, it goes back to the period when TIS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and XLRI, Xavier Labor Relations Institute, started. The term personal manager was not there. HR, of course, much long way to go. Largely, if you look at the designations of people who were looking at people, was either called as welfare officer or labor welfare officer. And that explains why an institute like XLRI was called Xavier Labor Relations Institute. And even much before that, the Tata Institute of Social Work with funding from Dorabji Tata Trust started teaching, I think sometime in the year 1936 or so. So if I had to trace last 70 years of human resources in India, I would begin with the 50s, 1960s as the decade. The focus was on labor welfare, and taking good care of the labor who are the backbone of all companies. And you will find industrialization was just beginning. Largely textile mills were there. So that is how you find in many of the textile mills, there is a welfare officer, labor welfare officer. The focus was on making sure that employees have a good living, good environment, good health insurance, so that I think they are able to give their best. So productivity always has been the concern, but the focus was on welfare, basic amenities, what we call as hygienes and things like that. Come 60s, you will find a significant change. That is where I think the government establishments started picking up, and then they instituted a job called as establishment officer, who is supported to look after all the establishment matters. Largely, it included recruitment and included placement of the individual, managing their compensation, salaries, disciplinary action if anyone violates, because from beginning, many of these organizations were concerned about discipline, because without discipline, people don't do their best, and that is what. So mid 60s and late 60s is the entry of the term and popularization of the term personal manager, which included, I think, a large number of functions which I think earlier welfare officers were doing. They included employee welfare, worker affairs, legal aspects of managing employees, which I call as IR. So the personal manager dealt with IR and largely personal administration, which was looked after the establishment, which includes, I think, recruitment, placement, monitoring, performance appraisals, disciplinary action, and making sure the hygienes are available and all those kind of things. By about late 60s, I think a large number of people from, early 60s is the professional entry of professional management. Ahmedabad Management Association is one of those started by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai much before the All India Management Association began. And it has its root, if where you would, some of you will find some of the recent movies also. The emphasis was on again on labor management. Of course, AMA was set up to lift up management to a much higher level, Ahmedabad Management Association. And later on, I think entry of the Indian Institute of Management. It may be surprising for many of you to know that AMA chairman, president used to be a member of the board of IIM Ahmedabad. I mean, that is the kind of relationships that they have had. Why I'm bringing in management is because this was a time when IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Calcutta, and in Delhi there was an institution called National Institute of Health Administration, and in Hyderabad there was an institute called SIET Institute, Small Industry Extension Training Institute. All these institutions had 4 foundation support, and they had collaboration with IMA from Harvard Business School, IMC with MIT, SIET Institute with, I think they didn't have any specific institution, but they had a lot of USAID people coming there. Dr. Rolf Linton came there, David McClelland came there. Why I'm saying all of this resulted in a lot of emphasis on training and development. So in fact, the first book on training and development, it will be surprising for many of you to know, was written by Linton and Parikh, Rolf Linton, who came to SIET Institute, and Uday Parikh, who was the Director of Behavioral Sciences at SIET Institute in Hyderabad. Their book, which was published in 1967, is older than the American Society for Training and Development published Handbook for Training and Development, which came much later. Again, I'm saying all this to say that training and development, late 60s, got focused. A large number of our people from IIMA, IIM and SIET Institute, they all went to National Training Laboratories, Bethel, and started by Kurt Lewin, who is supposed to be, in a way, the person who introduced a lot of knowledge about managing change and things like that. Around the same time in US, Robert Blake and Moulton, they started task-centered leadership and people-centered leadership. These and McGregor's Theory X and Theory Y and McClelland's Achievement Motivation, all these things led to impacting training in India. At the school level, the training focused on achievement motivation training. At enterprise level, the training focused on sensitivity training, laboratories, T group, etc. So by between 1965 and 75, you find the training and development function took charge. It grew independently. I don't want to say it was a part of HR. It grew independently, but most often these were handled by personnel people as a separate entity. For example, Larsen and Toubro is a good example of, we had somebody by name, KK Anand. Professor KK Anand was also a professor at IIM Ahmedabad. He joined as the, if I recollect, as the vice president personnel in Larsen and Toubro. And one Denison Pereira used to report to him. And Denison got all the techniques that are available for training supervisors, managers, and workmen across the world, and started conducting a lot of training. And that's symbolic of a large part of training that was happening in the country. So I would say between 1965 and 75, the focus was simultaneously on personal management, and training and development was a part of the personal management discipline, a program, or the function. In some cases where they felt that training and development deserved a specialized kind of a attention, they had separate training and development departments. It will be very interesting to look at the growth of our professional bodies. They are very reflective and representative of what is happening in the development of HR. Two of the bodies that were set up in early 50s, one on labor management and personal management, both of them got merged by about 1980. I think already thinking was on, and formed this National Institute of Personnel Management. This was actually the christening of this by merging these bodies took place by about 1980. But if you look at between 1965 and 80, they were largely active on industrial relations matters, personal management matters. Their conferences were filled with some of these kind of things. And about the same time in 1969, I still remember attending 1969, impacted by, with the support of Ford Foundation, impacted by the American Society for Training and Development. The Indian Society for Training and Development was conceptualized in Bombay. And the two people, Sharu Rangnekar and N.S. Ramaswamy, both of them from Bombay, flew to Delhi and wanted to sow the seeds for the Delhi chapter of America, the Indian Society for Training and Development, which is known as ISTD. So from 1970, if we look at ISTD's history, from 1980, NIPM's history, and 1986-87 when we started National HRD Network, the history of all these bodies are very fairly reflective on the growth and development of HR in India. But I'll not talk of the bodies, I will talk of the function. By about 1975, personal function or was very well established. In fact, Uday Parikh and I were invited from IIM Ahmedabad by Larsen & Toubro to examine the performance appraisal system. And when we interviewed people and examined the performance appraisal system, we felt that people are wanting something different. I think the question asked was that if we are spending a large part of our waking life for the organization, I repeat, if we are spending a large part of our waking life for the organization, both workmen and managers, though we interviewed managers, I think it is as much applicable for the workmen, in fact, much more applicable for them. So if we are spending a large part of our waking life for the organization, what is it the organization is doing to make feel happy at work? This was the question. So performance appraisal, how do you make this as a tool to make people happy? That's where we came up with a conceptualization. Appraisal itself cannot make people happy unless you help people to plan performance, make them understand. So we conceptualize human resource development as developing individual as an individual. I think it's very important, going beyond the role. Developing individual in relation to his role or her role, and developing the role itself, and developing teams, developing interpersonal competence, and developing and aligning individuals with organization development. So we identified 6 subsystems, which includes performance appraisal. Later, I think we practically started amending the term appraisal much later, only in 90s and 2000, and started calling performance management. But the philosophy wise, there is not too much of a change. Second, feedback and coaching. The coaching is a term which was used a little later. We use the term counseling, career planning and development, and potential assessment and development, organizational development, and training and development. These were the 6 systems. We conceptualized human resource development to consist of all of it, and examined the personnel and came up with the term human resource function. That was the beginning. Our first report was in 1975, 74, 75. Second report was 1977. So there was no company in India by 1976 or 77 using the term human resource department or human resource development. So we're proud to say that we articulated a philosophy of human resources development, articulated human resource function as consisting of what we called as worker affairs, which means we can broadly call it as industrial relations plus. Why I say plus is industrial relations are, many things are statutory. There are negotiations, there is the basic minimum welfare measures that the company is supposed to, so statutory. Plus, we said evaluate the role of workman, and that is where that was the time a lot of things were happening across the world on the meaning of work, even in those days, and how to reduce alienation at workplace and things of that kind. So we conceptualize human resource function as consisting of HRD, human resource development, plus HR administration. We didn't use the term HR administration, we said personal administration. So it consists of personal administration and worker affair, which you can call as IR. Worker affairs includes IR plus. So HR in 1977, human resource function conceptualized as three things: human resource development and personnel administration, which later called as human resource management. And then the third one is worker affairs, which was industrial relations. I've always maintained human resource management is a broad umbrella. Human resource management is much larger, which is a new name for personal function. You call it human resource function, which consists of three focal umbrellas. Most important part of this is, of course, industrial relations. Because IR, without making sure that workmen are happy, without making sure there is constant discussions going on, there is participative kind of a life, happiness at workplace for large part of the workmen. If you don't ensure, the company cannot progress. So I call IR as the base of all HR. Then comes in the Maslow's hierarchy. Most of you know Maslow's hierarchy, basic needs first, and we treated therefore IR as the basic needs, worker management as the basic needs. Hygienes are involved. Once you achieve the basic needs, then you go to the next level. That next level is the personal administration or human resource administration, which ensures some sense of equity, good salary structure is available, roles are well defined, performance appraisals are well managed. So it provides stability. And HRD at the higher level, like in the Maslow's case, higher level social needs and self-actualization. HRD is growth, while IR deals with peace. Personal administration or HR administration deals with stability. HRD deals with growth or development. And HRD is highly business focused, futuristic, and largely it focuses maybe unfortunately or fortunately on the supervisory and managerial class, because they are closer to setting the targets, looking at the organizational goals and all these kind of things. This is what happened by about the late 80s. So in the decade that follows 80s, I call 80 to 90 as a decade of understanding HRD and popularizing HRD and also misusing HRD. I think what happened between 1980 and 1990, as people started finding HR as, some of them started finding HR as fashionable, and therefore they renamed the personal function as HR function and did nothing new than whatever they were doing earlier. Some other people called training and development as HRD, and actually later the HRD meant department rather than development. So while it is training and development which got converted into HRD, it became human resource department rather than human resource development. So there was a lot of misconception in some of the companies between 1980 and 90. In fact, that is one of the reasons why we started the Center for HRD at XLRI. And when I was, of course, I went on a 2-year assignment as Larsen Tobro professor at XLRI, and I was very closely working with Professor Ravi Mathai, who was the first full-time director of IIM Ahmedabad. When he died in the year 1984, I decided to come back to Ahmedabad to continue some of the work we were doing in rural areas and in the education systems. So that was the time we had a national symposium as a part of the L&T chair professor and Center for HRD. And we felt that this mission that we started of popularizing human resource development as a philosophy should not stop with the Center for HRD. And we conceptualized this body called National HRD Network. And later National HRD Network started to popularize HRD again, the Academy of HRD and so on. So it's altogether is a separate field. But 80 to 90 is the field of experimentation. And we had some excellent companies who adopted this very well. I myself joined Bharat Movers in 1978 at their request to set up the HRD department. I just spent, unfortunately, only a year because I had to keep coming back to Ahmedabad to complete certain things. I went only on kind of a leave from IIM Ahmedabad. And State Bank of India and its associates in 1976 itself, following the L&T model, decided to have a new department called Human Resource Development Department, influenced by Uday Parikh, who was working very closely at that time with Mr. Talwar. And by about 1980, 81, I think a lot of companies were experimenting. I wrote an article, which I still remember, a very important article, picked up 14 different companies and talked of human resource development practices in these companies, which included Sundaram Fasteners, EID Parry. I think that I'm taking this to say that HRD philosophy existed even in the family-owned business companies, where some of the founders and owners of these companies were highly HR driven. In the beginning, knowing each workman by name, but later uh, giving this kind of a philosophy across the company also for managers. Like I think Sundaram Fasteners was a good example where Suresh Krishna used to interact and even invite workmen to his house on their birthdays, sending his own car or something like that. And these were all stories that were available at that time. So, which indicates that their family-owned businesses were quite professional in their thinking in terms of HRD. Crompton Reeves, Larsen and Toubro itself, we included there. And in the public sector, organizations like Steel Authority of India, Bharat Heavy Electricals, which started without using the term HRD, started the under Dr. Krishnamurthy's leadership, MACOM, Managerial Communications, has a organization development experience and so on. So there are these 14 companies, and these 14 companies, I mean, I don't want to say only these 14 companies, there were many other companies, but between 80 and 90, the objective was to disseminate human resource development as a philosophy, as a kind of good practice, and so on and so forth. Come 1990, I think 1990 to 2000 is a very interesting period. If you look at 90 to 95, there were, we opened up our economy. Multinationals who were not till then practically discouraged, not allowed, I think, started coming here. We opened up oil industry, we opened up insurance. And the moment I think the multinationals came here, they came with benchmarkable practices. These benchmarkable practices, I don't want to say are HR practices, they were more practices of enhancing productivity. This resulted in people comparing that how come some of these companies are able to achieve targets with let us say 300 people, which we are achieving with 3,000 people. What is the, so this put to question productivity of, therefore the focus was on, I think those of you who have followed what was happening, particularly 94, 95, 96, 97, private sector discovered that they are nowhere near the multinationals. Public sector discovered that they were nowhere near the. So there was a lot of turmoil. But interesting thing was most people discovered that if the company does not grow, we have no future. So terminations, VRS, and downsizing, right sizing, I think these were the terms that were used. I think this posed a big challenge for HR people. You're on one hand talking of development, which is, I think, focused on profits. On the other hand, you're retrenching people. But I must say that I think our HR people have managed this very well. Maybe partly situational, partly their own kind of a work. I think this is what we discovered in our book, very recently written by Arvind Agarwal and me, which was just out early this month. Leaders in the Making, the crucible experiences of HR leaders. And to our surprise, we found out of the 30 leaders, a large number of them said they had to handle issues like VRS, terminating people. I think this was a kind of a period in the way they handled the turmoil they went through, all these things are. But I think our HR fraternity had withstood the challenges of that particular time and managed it very well, focusing quite a bit on productivity and simultaneously taking care of employee welfare. To their aid, what came was increases in salaries. 90 to 2000, if you look at, there was big salary hikes that happened because we were competing again with multinationals and private sector. Of course, the only sector that did not substantially change maybe the public sector and so on. So HR's focus between 90 to 2000 was, besides on right sizing and downsizing, introducing productivity enhancing measures like quality circles, total quality management, manufacturing management. So it is largely focused on quality, customer driven, profits, and things like that. That is where I think business mindset entered into the mind of HR people. HR people started getting business driven. And that is where, if you look at people like Dave Ulrich and others, many people started talking about strategic human resource management. That means you should plan your human resource strategies in such a way it flows from corporate strategies and it leads to productivity enhancements, high competition, and things of that kind. So that is the period of 90 to 2000. But 2000, I think this whole thing got stabilized. I would say the focus shifted to a little more on HR systems, performance appraisal. How do we make performance appraisals drive performance? That is when I think we started coming up with the term performance management. Compensation, of course, has always been an issue. Industrial relations took a little bit of a backseat during that period because everyone realized if the company doesn't do well, I can't go on strikes and things of that nature. And now the economic crisis that followed towards 2008 and other kind of things also impacted people in this. So 2000 to 2008, 9, 10, you can call it as HR systems, which included evolution of 360-degree feedback, concept of performance management, and also I think a push of the bell curve. Bell curve happened both between 1995 to 2010, almost for about 15 years, to compare people, to create a sense of competitiveness, to say that, look, in a group of 100, there can only be a 20 to 30% outstanding performers, all the rest have to be pushed. Everyone has to be made an outstanding performer and things of that kind. So you will find this period focusing upon 360-degree feedback and to find the right man in the right job, centers, and also bring in the question of employee engagement surveys. And it's quite common during this period. Great place to work kind of a movement to find out. People started competing with each other. Consulting companies started their own kind of ranking of the organizations, and this hooked many of the CEOs. A HR person would hook the CEO by saying, look, we are not figuring out in the top 100, or we are figuring out only in the top 50 in terms of great place to work or employee engagement and things of that nature. So they participated in these surveys to look at their HR systems, process, and so on. I believe that this has certainly improved the quality of HR in our corporations, irrespective of whether line managers agree it or not. I must mention here something which I have done once, I think, when the IT sector is booming, sometime in around 2002-3, we had a meeting of all HR people in Bangalore, along with the line managers, IT, largely IT people called. And then when I talked with them, publicly, nobody acknowledged the HR department. HR department thought they're, but privately, most of the line managers said that they don't really understand HR department. HR department continues to create pain for them in terms of they only know how to say no and things of that kind. Now, this is an important point I want to mention, that HR is such a profession where no matter what you do, the people who are affected negatively speak loudly and create an impression as though HR is not doing any great job. This is not unfortunately true, but this is an occupational hazard for all HR people. This is something which they have to learn to live with it. But having said that, learn to live doesn't mean that you forget about it. You should be sensitive. And I keep quoting Lord Rama when he sent out his Godacharis, the spies, and they reported many good things, but they also said what the Dhobi told. One person said this. Now, on one person's view, Lord Ram decided to send Sita away. Now, that is a great king. We can't be like Ram, but I think if you can be, it is wonderful. But this teaches one lesson. You have to be, even if you don't accept criticism, you have to be in touch with these people. Now, I'm not sure how many companies are able to do that. I think, in fact, there are many HR managers who don't even want to tell the CEOs what is right, what is not right, because that is where I started saying HR people, instead of becoming employee champions, sometimes they become employer champions. They represent employer a lot more. Now, why I'm saying this is what happened in the last 10 to 12 years. Pre-pandemic, I think the employer championship was a little more than employee championship. Target orientation was more, KPIs were more. So HR as a strategic business partner meant that you are there to serve only the business interests, not people interests. At least in some of the companies, this started happening. This brought in a total change post-pandemic, because pandemic taught us all are equal. Even the daily wage laborers are migratory labor are important. If you don't take care of them at a time when you need for business, they will not be available. Not only that, I think the stakeholders today for HR have phenomenally gone up. HR can't anymore say that I'm here as an employee champion. Immediately people will say, first of all, you have never been an employee champion, you are employer champion. Now, please remember that if you don't work for employees, you cannot help the employer. So please put employee at the center of your focus. But I think we have gone one step ahead post-pandemic. We are saying to be an employee champion, you should number one be customer champion. If you don't even know the users of your products and services, how can you even champion your employees? If you are going to be customer champion and employee champion, what happens to the employer? What happens to the stakeholder? Not only that, I think today, post-pandemic, the community comes into picture. No matter what you do, the community is watching you. You are not anymore private, irrespective of the business in which you are. People, the world has opened up. Technology has made it easier for many people, uh, to keep watching you. Nature of work has changed. You can work from home. So recent controversy, if you look at moonlighting, when people say that you are doing two jobs, it is not allowed by some other companies. How come it attracts the attention of media? It attracts the attention of HR people, because the world has opened wider and challenges faced are different. The community has expectations, the CEO has expectations, the stakeholder has expectations, the shareholder has expectations, employee have expectations. So HR is a complex kind of a job. Having said that, I want to conclude with a very, very significant point. Whatever changes are taking place today, there can be no business without people. All businesses are meant for people. And if you don't take care of people, all kinds of people, the business cannot prosper. Therefore, people and business are two sides of the same coin. So if you have to understand this, you have to be far better than the CEO. This is the message I want to give to all HR people. HR people are performing. It's a great opportunity for a HR person to be even higher, to think at a higher level than the CEO, to think ahead of the CEO, to absorb technology, because HR people are in touch with people across the world. Many of the companies, Indian companies are going global, global companies are coming to India. So you need to keep in touch with whatever is happening across the world. Sometimes become a HRD minister for your own CEO, a spiritual guide for your own kind of a CEO. So on one hand, for HR people, the challenges are phenomenal. On the other hand, the opportunities are great. In fact, I would want to conclude by saying HR helps people to earn their living and livelihood, and helps people to remain safe, alert, and contribute to development of not only the company, not only, I mean, the department is one of the least kind of a thing, the company, the country, and the society at large. So my appeal to CHROs is that recognize the wonderful opportunity post-pandemic the world has created for you. That it's a complex kind of a thing, and don't worry if you have not had the professional preparation. I think all preparation starts with what you do. This is what our book also demonstrates. If you take everything as a challenge and then start living the life like some of the leaders whom we have mentioned in our book, Leadership Making, I think you will be able to make a lot of difference. It is my wish that all CHROs make a difference in the lives of other people by being great HR professionals. And also my appeal to all CXOs and CEOs, I think you cannot succeed as a CXO or a CHRO if you don't focus and if you don't know how to use your CHROs. I think this is the biggest message I like to give. I want to thank Business World for giving me this opportunity. I hope my thoughts are of some use. You have a lot of these things of maybe shared in my YouTube channel. You're most welcome to visit and write to me with the help of Business World. Thank you very much for this opportunity and all the best for a great conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Of course, your words, your wisdom, your experience, your anecdotes are all of value to us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a keynote address on evaluation of Indian HR in 75 years and the future ahead by the father of HRD, or let's say Indian HRD, Dr. T.V. Rao. Moving on towards our next panel discussion, it's on shifting dynamics of women's inclusion in Indian organizations, safety, sensitization, and evolution of workforce regulations. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Ms. Divya Karani, South Asia Chief Executive Officer, Media Dentsu. Mr. Siddharth Ryan Malhotra, Founder and CEO, Sleepy. Ms. Divya Lal, Founder and CEO, FlipLearn Education Private Limited. Mr. Siddharth Sogani, Founder and CEO, Kribako Global Private Limited. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Noor Fatima Varsia, Group Editorial Director, PW Business World.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everybody who will join us. As usual, Aditya has, done half my job. He's introduced everyone. I will take it from here for now. Let him go with my deepest gratitude, as in he will tell us when we are going above time, of course. Thank you, Aditya. If my fellow co-panelists are here, it's a good idea to switch on your cameras now. In the meanwhile, I do have Divya. Divya and I are doing this again. How about you, Divya? Last time we were playing EdTech, of course, and this time it is women, and very important topic. But it's just interesting that Divya's company is new, and we have two Divyas today. We have a Siddharth and a Siddhant. So I'm going to have an interesting time. Hi, Siddharth.
Hi, Noor. Hi, everyone.
Siddharth here represents a company called, am I pronouncing this right? Kribako. I mean, I know that the company is very clever. They decided that they'll just go short form on a whole host of things. So this is credit rating for exchanges, blockchains, and coin offerings. And there you have Kribako. That was very clever. We've got everything in there, and it's not even a long name.
Yes.
Again, a new age company. So, the topic about women inclusion becomes different sometimes for companies, especially given legacy. I'm waiting for Divya Karani to join in. When Ms. Karani joins in, she represents an industry where legacy and women inclusion has been tabled for the longest time and has been a concern for the longest time. So it'll be interesting to have her perspective as well. And Sleepy, of course, is similar to these two young entrepreneurs, wherein they are also a young company and their challenges should ideally be different. We will be taking a look at this much more closely as soon as we have the rest of our panelists. But I can see that Ms. Karani has already almost joined. So we'll just wait up a bit, and Siddhant is yet to come. How did this happen? I have gotten, now I have to be very careful with the names. Who is who? Thankfully, the other gentleman is Siddhant and not Siddharth, and we just be playing another game right now.
You can call me Sid if you want to get away from the confusion.
But you do realize Siddhant, somebody in this world must be calling him also Sid. And
yeah, true that. You can call me Sogani, maybe, with my last name.
Yeah, I can say, I wanted to say that too. You can call me Lal, so that's okay. That'll help you sort it.
That should be interesting as well. For our audience, it should be very interesting. Those who are joining in late, they will just think she's so rude. She's just going with it. Ms. Divya Karani is also joined us now. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you guys?
We are all kind of fine. We are adjusting to all the names that are there, and they very politely told me you can go with the surnames on this one.
We have two Divyas.
And then we have
two Divyas and two Siddharths. No, one is Siddhant.
One Siddharth, one
Siddharth.
I'm the other Siddhant.
Very magnanimously, Siddharth very magnanimously offered, you can call me Sid. And I was like, Siddhant ko bhi to koi Sid bulata hoga kahin. So it's an interesting matter for me.
This is what I
Don't tell me you're called Ryan Siddhant.
I was a YouTuber at one point of time, so the name Ryan stuck with that. So the full name is Siddhant Ryan Malhotra. You can call the other one same. Sorry?
It's just that I'm going to call you Ryan. That works.
Yeah, works.
So Ms. Divya Karani, of course, I've had the pleasure to know her for the longest time. And back then, she would keep telling me, don't call me ma'am. We're all individuals as equals in the industry. I was an absolute rookie. She was already on top of the game, commanding a team of people who were on top of their game. Very difficult for me at that time to call her just Divya. Then over a period of time, I have naturally grown up, become dignified. She looks the same. So now it's just really weird if I call her ma'am. So I'm going to just go Divya, Lal, and Miss Karani, I guess. I'll call Divya and Miss Karani. And we have Ryan and we have Siddharth. So there we have the entire panel. Grateful to our audience for listening to all our jibes so far. But we are bang on time. It was a 12:50 panel. We have begun. The topic of discussion today is extremely important. It's about women inclusion. It has been an important topic for a really long period of time, of course. By that, I mean like the better half of the last decade. But it's a very important topic because we were seeing that the movement on this was probably not as fast enough as the voice around it was. Now, among the companies, as I was mentioning earlier, now SlayPay calls itself the coolest payment app, very young company. So it's Krabaco. Fliplan, of course, is like, on top of their value chain right now with its, I'm guessing they're one of the companies that the pandemic really helped push forward, and they have only grown ever since. Ms. Karani, on the other hand, represents a legacy business wherein this has been a problem for a really long time, advertising. And now it's not fair to just call it advertising, but the creative fraternity at large, wherein media and advertising both play very important roles. Now, the women issue or inclusion of women issue, in my sense, is not going to be the same from all of your perspectives. So I want to actually kick off with Ms. Divya Karani. Just give me a sense, ma'am. We saw Me Too. I was shocked when I saw some of the names in Me Too. There were people we were dealing with very closely. Then I was shocked again when we found that some of the names were not fair to have been included in that list. But it happens when change happens. But after all that noise and volume and women presentation in media, do you think today we're in a place where we would say that we have moved forward and women inclusion is in a good place in the advertising and media industry in India?
Yes and no.
That's a fair answer.
Let me elaborate.
Yes.
Like you very nicely put it. Hi, everybody. I've already been introduced, so it's just a good afternoon to everybody. Yes and no. The fact is, and I'll recount it with something that is personal. Every year, Clockwork Women's Day, I was asked to address our own company, sometimes our clients' companies as well. And I would stand there and I would say, look, everybody is equal, depending on what they bring to the table, regardless of gender. And where else but in the communication industry, because we live in a dramatically different world as compared to our marketing colleagues. So it's a far more free-flowing organization, and so on and so forth. Till a couple of years ago, on one such occasion, I don't know what happened, penny dropped. And that's a year when I stood in my boardroom and I said, is there bias in our industry? Yes. Is there bias in our organization? Yes. When I did that, I could see our HR not being comfortable with it, but I guess it begins with an acknowledgement and brutal honesty with each one of us. It's not about just this organization versus that. And in a way, that has then, it's not only equality, it's equity as well. And so on and so forth. So the first, when you asked me this question, I'm confessing that I thought we were completely without our biases. And then I have raised our hand. And it is not just one Divya, it's not just one organization, it's the industry at large. That in itself, I would imagine, is a step forward.
Right enough. Yes, I agree with you. Fair enough. That's a valid point. The only thing is that that acknowledgement should have ideally happened about 6-7 years ago in a very fierce way. Like everybody was talking about it. And I'm not sure if this is the best way to explain this, but we as journalists would be told, don't do stories where you don't have enough women leader comments, or don't do events where you don't have enough women leaders on the stage. And we were also advised that it's okay if in the case of a women leader on the stage, you don't get a CEO name, you get a CEO also, but go for it. Now, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure it's a fair way to talk about this, but we were told this. Now, in this much time, now today, if you had to look at Dentsu, let's take the example of the media unit of Dentsu, or Dentsu at large, up to you. Would you say that in a country like India, we are comparable to what we're probably seeing in some of the other countries? Are we doing better in comparison to, say, United States? That's a big market, it's all over the place. Or in comparison to some of the other Asian markets, Dentsu is a traditionally Japanese brand, but they work very separately, but you'll have information. Are we comparable to that now in the last 6-7 years? Have we progressed that much?
Yes, we have. And clearly, which is why I spoke about that bit as well. So just because it has been years in the making, and the bias is, personal as well as in our larger ecosystem, right? That acknowledgement in itself is a big step. And then we are a global company. And what we've done is we've set ourselves a clearly articulated mission. We've set ourselves articulated metrics, and how do we make it happen? So there is I in my mind call it mission, metric, and method. And when I say about articulation, it's not just on paper. Because there is a metric now and accountability, we as an organization and individual, all of us are committed to that. It's actually woven into our performance evaluation as well at all levels. So Noor, yes and yes. India has taken decisive steps forward as compared to other markets. In some ways, we are not right there where they are, and they are on their own journey. And in some markets, we are ahead of the curve. So it is, and we are addressing it together.
Perfect. Great answer. And, also lays the context. I'd like to come to Divya Lal now. Now, as I pointed out earlier, Divya's company is a really young company born in the digital age where literally all things were equal. But women talent in tech continues to be slight bit of a question and concern, while, of course, again, a topic spoken about significantly, but the problem was grassroots level, enough girls converting into, tech students, converting into the job. So Divya, just want to quickly give us a sense, if you had to evaluate right now that women inclusion in the tech workforce or workforce from a larger organization perspective, what is missing? Maybe you can focus more on that.
Noor, I think the problem is more at a grassroots level. You don't get that kind of, even if we tell HR to balance it, and we are absolutely skewed, honestly, in a team that works in tech and product, and I have about 45 people there. I barely have one woman that works in the tech and product. Obviously, the content aspect is totally dominated by the women, etc., in the academic space.
Yes.
So yes. I work in an industry being in education, which is very women forward. You see in principals being women, you see so many leaders in education being women. So it's not tough from that point of view. But when you look at creating, especially in the tech space, yes, it's a challenge. When you come to training spaces, marketing, sales even, there is a great balance. Okay. There is an absolute balance that one can drive, and one can easily maintain that, right? But I think from a tech point of view, yes, it is limited because, like you said, there are not enough girls who are really picking up maybe tech right at the grassroots level and coming up so far. However hard we are trying to, get into selection. However, going beyond a little tech point of view, if I may say, I think what is critical, and this is like my second initiative, I've already done, exited my first initiative. And one of the key things that I feel being a woman entrepreneur is also about understanding, I operate in India, so in Indian social context, the kind of environment that you will include and also enable all business leaders across board to build as a part of fabric is a very key component in enabling women to grow professionally. Okay, because socially, the kind of expectation a woman comes with in India is something you have to keep as a conscious regard. Okay, versus that comes, and once you start putting it out there, something like what Ms. Krani said, like you put it out there, you speak that there is a genuine thing. Okay, we may not always be able to do it, but we have to be conscious that there are things that are expected of her which on a level playing field may not be expected of the other part. Okay, and you have to factor that in so that it's a level playing field.
Hopefully there have been so many conversations around this that both our obvious and subconscious, conscious and subconscious biases have been factored in, right? But actually converting it in the workplace sometimes is a concern. I'm going to come to Siddharth right now, the clever people with a long name that has become short. Siddharth, again, born in a new age kind of a company. When you started off, did you people have to actually go with this is how we have to ensure women, there's enough inclusion of women in our departments and in our offices? How did you really structure it, considering it's a new company and these were already very important points by then?
Well, hi everyone. Thanks, Noor. That's a great question. Well, when we started, it was early 2018, 2019, when people didn't know what blockchain and crypto is all about, right? Like I believe still till today, a lot of people don't get to find value behind NFTs. What is a metaverse? They say like it's just an image, how is it being sold for millions of dollars? So what we had to do is, even though when we were trying to look for talent, we had to train them, make them forget what they've learned, and then start from scratch. So it was the same thing for me to hire somebody who has a 10-year experience and hiring an intern, because I had to train them from scratch. Nobody knew what crypto is, right? So at that point of time, it was like how Divya Lal just mentioned, there has to be it was definitely an equal opportunity for women and men, because experience did not matter. This space is so nascent and unprecedented till today, that women have equal opportunity as men. However, when it came to coding and we have got techie people, we were finding it very difficult to find talent who could evolve with new programming languages. So in crypto, there are like what you've learned today probably would be obsolete next week, right? So you have to evolve very fast, and things are open source because you are not specific to a country. You're not just doing work with India. All the Ethereum, all the developers, all the contributors to that source code are from across the globe, maybe from Ukraine, from Russia, from China, from US, right? So that's a very good opportunity. At the same time, I believe that whoever I came across, they were unable to catch up with that. So you have to be very, very patient and very open-minded. You have to approach things with an holistic view to be more receptive towards evolving tech. I was reading the statistics today early morning, because since this was about women, about 26% women are in the in tech companies. Okay, 26%. 11% approximately are in the top level, maybe CXO or decision making places, but in the blockchain space, it's less than 3%. So it is an evolving technology, equal grounds, equal opportunity for men and women. Still, in spite of this, there's just 3% women in this space. And out of those 3%, I think less than 0.005% people, women, are entrepreneurs heading their own projects, because we get a lot of deal flows every day, right? We help investors make better investment decisions. We do a lot of deal flow analysis. I myself, I'm an investor. We have a fund also, a small fund, $25 million worth of fund size. Now, I get a lot of pitch decks every day. No women are there in the top management. So that's a huge gap. And I think there's equal opportunity to fill that up. In the blockchain space, like I said, less than 3 to 5%. However, when I was reading the statistics again, about 15% women are the users of Coinbase in America. In India, about 50% women who have accounts less than 1 lakh. I mean, out of the accounts less than 1 lakh, there are 50% women. So even though they are trying to invest, they are not trying to run their own businesses, or they are not trying to run or learn the technology, right? So there is, I find there is a huge gap. So far, that's the scene.
Understood. Not very happy numbers, obviously, but I think somewhere we are getting to the picture where we're saying it's happening, change is happening. Like, unfortunately, it's not very different from what we would have said at this time last year, which is change is happening, but there is so much more to do. The headroom for change is mammoth, and probably because the grassroots level changes are not fast enough, entry level changes are not fast enough, the conversion at the top pyramid is not faster either. Now we'll come to Ryan right now, again representing a new company. Ryan, you've kind of heard what Divya has said, that while it might be the legacy departments like education flooded with women at the moment, thankfully so. And if you look at sales and those divisions, once upon a time, not very women heavy, but it became over a period of time and it's well balanced. But the moment we say tech, there is a problem. So now I want to draw this conversation with you towards workplace regulations when it comes to this. Could it be that our workplace regulations or our changes are not strong enough right now to justify some of the numbers that Siddharth pointed, that the starting point is the same? Even the boys have to learn what coding or, even this new forms of crypto, et cetera, is about. So for a second, it's not so much about students converting to women at entry level, or entrepreneurs. Women are not taking up technology as their first preference, or using that even to say a handicraft tech, for example, not doing it. So just give me a sense over here that, do you think that kind of a change is playing any kind of a role in lowering back or limiting these numbers, that we are not sensitizing, or safety rules and all have not become strong enough for people to try some of these new age things?
No, in fact, if Siddharth's numbers appall you, there are worse numbers available. I think in the last World Economic Forum report, if we see, India ranked about, in women gender gap, India was about 140 out of 156 countries. It was the third worst performer in Southeast Asia, beating apart from Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, they all did better than us. And the contribution of, so there are about, I think, 48% women, total population according to last census. And their contribution to Indian GDP is about 17%. And if you look at China, that number is about 40%. So if you want to become a $5 trillion economy, you can't just have half of the population working, other one not contributing. And it's not, I'll come to the sensitization problem, but there are certain other facts which interplay in terms of social as well as cultural facts. And we all know, how many women do quit their jobs after getting married. Then a bigger portion of them actually quit their jobs after their first child or the second child. There are all those factors at play as well. Having said all that, even in terms of, and startups have been quite better at kind of, at least very early, getting early women to join, etc., because there is less politics, there is more merit-based rewards, etc. But even there, you have the same issues. When you talk about sensitization, before that, even what Devi said about tech people, I see a lot of women in marketing, sales, and everywhere. I can't even name one single company where the CTO is a woman. So there definitely is a gap when it comes to women in. So of course, for an HR, you would always go for a woman. For PR event, to take a woman face. Why is that there? Why is there that mindset that you can't get a woman into tech? And I'll tell you that there is. In terms of sensitization, one thing I actually see HRs and employers do a lot. If they have to select two people, let's say there's a male of 25 years of age and a woman of the same age, There are 3-4 questions which go through the mind, which I've seen a lot. One is that I can make this guy work longer than 8 hours. With a girl, there will be an issue. I can, this guy will. There may be some extra holidays that are needed for a woman on a month-on-month basis. If she's married, then she may be expecting a baby. There goes 9 months. If she is not married, there will come that time. So, given all those questions, there at the back of the mind, if all those things are running, there will always be a bias between hiring for the same role and the same competence a guy and a girl. And I think the only way it can be cured is if you consciously take that call of ignoring that bias and actually including women. Coming to sensitization, I do believe that at least if there are not many women available, it is very difficult to with nurturing and sensitizing, add them to the workforce. Look at IITs. I mean, for every 6 guys, there is 1 girl, even in IITs or any of the engineering institution. And most businesses these days are tech-driven businesses. You either are a tech business or you are not, right? You're not a business anymore. So when it comes to when we say, AI will take over the world or ML will take over the world or, crypto, as Siddharth might agree, will take over the world, whatever. You need people to develop those things, and and it's not just a guy problem. I believe it's also women need to take that initiative, wherein they need to get out of the stereotypical roles of marketing and sales and content. And as a founder, if you ask me today, when I make my hiring choice, do I actually see if it's a guy or a girl? I don't. But even then, if I've got 50 male applications and 5 female applications, and all of them are competent, I'll go for the most competent one. By the odds itself, women, unless I'm straight away looking to hire and I'll tell you how most startups, and I've worked a lot with startups. I have my own startups. I invest in a few startups as well. The mindset there is that you need to create diversity because everyone wants to flaunt it. And you take, women for receptionist and HR and marketing and all those roles. But when it comes to tech, because there is lack of it, no one is going to go out of their way to hire a woman, right? So I think that inclusion needs to come from the other side, where we need to educate people, especially women need to take up the tech roles so that we can fill those shoes in.
All right, fair enough. For a second, like just to get a little deeper into this conversation, for a second, let's remove the tech filter completely. Now, for a second, let's just imagine that we're talking about everything else but tech. Show of hands, do we then agree that there is enough women in the workforce if we remove some of these sections, not just tech, but any of the new age companies that fit into that? Do we then agree that, women are well represented? Just show of hands on everybody who agrees that if you remove some of these sectors like tech and you focus on some of the sectors that, Divya said, education, Siddhant mentioned, sales also, Divya said, Siddhant kind of build on it. If we just look at that, are they well represented? So that's my point exactly. We are still not well represented, even if we take out the specialists.
But Noor, I think if you see 10 years before this and 10 years today, there is a definitely far better equation on what we're not there yet at all. Okay. But I feel, for example, the pandemic helped so many women start taking up entrepreneurial roles, etc., or start having opportunities which were non-existent before. Okay. Work from home culture was introduced to India for the first time in some kind of a way and all, while many organizations are trying to figure out a balance and all that. But I may say still 10 years before, when I've been in the corporate world, and 10 years today, there is at least some level of more aggression, more women, than what you see or what you use.
Look at it from the number Ryan quoted right now, which is about the World Economic Forum numbers. Now, actually, the numbers that were quoted for us last year were worse than the year before. India as a country had gone down on that metric. Now, how did we achieve that when we are showing? Yes, Ms. Karani.
So Rome wasn't built in one day.
Yeah, fair enough. But how are we going?
And no. And hear me. Yeah, just let me complete. And I completely buy your point, Noor. Let us not get go down the sector alley just yet, because the problem exists across all. I mean, if it can exist in the communication sector, and we've put ourselves out there, I would imagine it exists across all. So this is an all-inclusive issue. And therefore, then, when you are stridently calling this out, I also applaud that bit, because unless and until you continue to put the spotlight on it, that accountability across all sectors will not happen. Third, I'd like to suggest to Ryan a call out. What you just said, Ryan, that if you have two candidates, you take it as a complete gender equality. You have two people with the same caliber, one female, one male. You choose whichever one is right. What we have done is we've chosen to be, taking decisions by design. We consciously choose a female. And that, to my mind, is practicing equity and not equality. Unapologetically, we have, so I said at Dentsu, we've set ourselves a clear mission. We measure ourselves, and which is why I'm optimistic. Because despite it, Divya called it out very well, despite it not, we haven't reached the mountaintop. We are far away from that. But the very fact that if you set yourselves clear, articulated KPIs, and then you measure yourself, and let me share with you, with the team here, what we have done at Dentsu is, we believe that, you need to empower everyone to reach their full potential. Great. Right. Achieving gender balance, therefore, is a core to doing so. And it sits at the heart of our social impact, 2030. So we haven't said we will do it tomorrow. So if that is the goalpost, then the metric, then there's another metric, which I think Siddhant called out. He spoke about not just inclusion, but inclusion at all levels, right? So our goal of gender balance leadership by 2025 has been articulated. And let me tell you, we as Dentsu Group, we said we aim to have 50% of our senior executives being females by 2025. Now see how unequivocal the statement is. This includes 50% of executive board representation within Dentsu International. So having put out the metric for ourselves, you would understand, everyone here, that it is not something that you just switch on next minute. So what we have then done is to achieve that goal. How do we work backwards year on year on year? And that is what there is accountability with our leadership to achieve that goal. So there is a mission, there is a metric, and then there is a method. And that method is multi-layered, right from our hiring to our our support systems, to the flexi hours that Divya mentioned, or one of my panelists did, to enabling development and career opportunities, perhaps lending a hand or two. We have a program called Path of Tabe. It is actually a flagship development program for those females who are identified as game changers. And then there is more. So all I am saying and calling it out is all of us need to practice conscious equity.
Perfect.
Can I just respond to one thing, because it came off as I actually make sexist-based hirings. My whole point was that most organized, I represent, I say, the startup side, and most startups are not multinational corporations that like Dentsu or others. Yes. They are basically employing 5 to 50 people. They are working out of an office. Even though I have that I made that conscious effort to include women in my workforce. My whole point was that most startups and their HRs and their CEOs would go for resource value maximization, and equality will be the thing, not equity. So it's not, I think at a broader scale, it can only come, as you rightly also mentioned, when the KPIs are set. But the question is, are people setting up those KPIs? Because an HR's KPI is to get the best tech resource. It is generally not to get the female tech resource. Because most, as I said, most startups don't have the budget or the time to invest in to get the right female lead for that role.
Actually, it is industry-wide differentiation, by industry. Ms. Karani represents an industry where such a KPI is badly also needed because that skew is very different. But startups are so young right now that the point that Ryan is making is what they're all actually facing. And because of the lack of availability of the kind of talent, filling in that role itself has become a problem. So even if you wear that filter, that let's get that equal number, how to get that equal number becomes a real challenge. A lot of legacy industries also have this problem, but somewhere they're so mature, they're already first choices, second choices, or third choices for a lot of companies, for a lot of new joinees and people who are looking in. So somewhere the challenge level is different. But I have to agree that unless and until it is not unless and until a target is not put to it, like a very specific goalpost is not put to it, this conversation that we are having will be exactly the same next year as well. Hopefully our WEF numbers wouldn't be showing like a continued downward slide. That was like shocking for me, because I was like, we are all changing. We're all talking about this every day. Our government is forcing us to change. Where did the problem come in? I have never got a correct answer, or, like a proper answers to that, because it's a bit vague as well on how these numbers happen and what follows. But let's, we're on the last 10 minutes, amazingly. Let's leave the audience here something that they can actually take back to their workplace. And let's focus more on workplace regulations right now, so that in case if there are practices that need to be changed, can be deliberated and tabled at the moment. Now, I loved that Divya ma'am talked about, how do you allow them for career development and opportunities? How do you actually point that out? Young companies, it's very difficult for them to point this out for any of their people, let alone their female employees. Now, how can workplace regulations help for L&D to become learning and development to become all-inclusive, but at the same time recognize the subconscious biases that women will face and hence allow them a slightly better opportunity? Now, what can be changed? Who wants to go first on this one? Anybody is fine. The boys, shall we go with the boys? Siddharth, I think it's really, everybody's looking at you right now. You're up.
Can you come back with the question once? Sorry.
Workplace regulation. What do you think in the current workplace regulation should change so that L&D becomes a real opportunity, a real thing, but allows for a little bit of that extra space for women, given the subconscious and the other kinds of bias that can happen while hiring and growing, etc.?
Well, I can talk about my organization. So, we are very lenient when it comes to women. When they want to take an off, we usually don't give them 2 or 3 days off a month. Work from homes, we understand they have families, they have other things to do, so these things are there. But at the same time, I think they lose out on opportunity. It's not that opportunity doesn't exist. I'm a father of 2 daughters, right? So in the last 7 to 8 years, I've seen that people are not biased when it comes to hiring, or there is no restriction on joining an institute. But of course, like, I would agree with Ryan here, because we are startups, we are funded, we are answerable to our investors, we are answerable to our clients. So ours is something like a big 4 of the crypto space, right? So we need to be on time, and we cannot. So when I be lenient to my my staff who are women, I have to somehow figure out ways, delegate that job to somebody else, to make sure that our KPIs to our clients and to our investors are delivered on time. So I just think that there needs to be more effort. It's not that the ground is not that there is not enough opportunity, but more effort and more talent needs to be there. If it is there, then nobody has a problem. So I don't think so there is any changes required in the workplace regulations, but more effort required and more availability of talent required at all places, so that I don't think that there is any bias anymore.
May I jump in?
Yeah, you can. And then, yeah, actually, I wanted Divya Lal to kind of go for it. But let's hear from Ryan before we go to, all right, fair enough. Then I'm going to Divya Lal. Simply because, she has kind of done this as well. And I just, Siddharth used the word leniency. And I'm trying to understand that, is that what we need? Right. So Divya, go for
So I think that, I don't think so. I'll choose the word leniency. I feel providing support and providing growth are two separate aspects that, as the people who are driving or the CEOs, I think we have to set it. For me, I would put it like, Noor, it has to be the culture. Okay. So as a CEO, when you set the culture of the organization, and like Ms. Karani said, you put, if we are small organizations, so maybe putting a full driver and building women may not be some of the first things we have to do at this point of time, because I understand where Siddharth is coming from. You have to drive, you have to develop, you have to deliver some pieces. But I think one aspect is support women. Okay, her son is sick, her daughter is sick, her mother-in-law, some operation. That is support. Okay, you can provide support, and that could happen to anybody. And I find it very gender neutral to say. I think the bigger piece is, how do you enable women to grow aggressively and see a vision of being very empowered and, not second guess themselves when they are actually in a decision-making space and everything. So I think that's about a culture setting of, I don't think so leniency is the point, because being fair and just is something what comes with our tags. Okay. So I don't think so I can be lenient to somebody who fucked up something, for a want of a better word, in any situation. But the point is, what you learn, what you grow. And if you give people, keep giving equal opportunities to people to do their thing. Okay. And give them that support. I think I would put it like that. So support and growth, both are the two continuums that we have to build.
Perfect. Totally understood. I think Siddharth was also leaning towards the support side when he said it. His choice of word got through to us.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when you are talking about women, The choice of words, oh my God.
I know, मैंने आपको बचा लिया, मैंने आपको
Thank you.
Coming to Ryan right now.
This is one of the things, when you're speaking to women, even at my office, you have to think so carefully, you cannot say anything wrong, otherwise it can.
But that is where subconscious bias comes in, Siddharth, for the longest time that.
Out of this context, it's like, if somebody is not doing the right thing, I will be like, kya kar raha hai yaar? Matlab, thoda theek se kar, right? You cannot say the same thing to a girl. You have to be very calculated when you are choosing words, because it's out of respect. It's totally out of respect.
That word did up. That is there, but point being, I think when it comes to regulations, into the work, I think one thing that we're all missing is communication. Whereas guys don't have this problem of just, let's call spade. Guys don't have this problem of harassment. But if you look at the UN report, I think 1/3 of all working women have at some point of time faced harassment. Now, I think that also needs to be taken, and that is where we talk about safety in a workplace, etc. It's not the roof falling on your head. It is you being touched or talked to in a way that is not deemed appropriate. And in that case, and what if it's your boss doing it, whom do you report it to? So I think the right kind of communication channel needs to be set up, which has to be empathetic towards the woman, and the HRs need to play that role. That it's the confidence is maintained and the empathy is shown, etc. Plus, at the same time, there should be methods of researching on it. Just because some woman said something does not mean it's true, because you don't want to use that as a then that's a tool. It's a weapon. So point being, the communication channel needs to be set up in the workplace area also. The fact that when we talk about there are a lot of other startups, Zomato, Flipkart, what they have done is they've come up with the Ping Day holidays or something like that, where they give 2-3 days off and all that. That is all fine, but I just feel that with those things you're again creating that bias that okay, they need more days off and they don't. Of course, if it's If some woman or a man needs a day off or some kind of thing, it should be given without it being a special holiday for a woman just because it's a woman, is what I personally feel. So having said that, communication is one thing. Growth, I think Divya stole one point from me, but she articulated it very well. Growth should be there. That women. We're saying there is no tech in women and all that. If you can get whatever tech you have and grow them to learn the new technologies that, let's say, people like Siddharth need in their organization, and he also said that they train their staff. I think that is what will be required going forward.
All right, perfect. We are on the last minute. I would like Ms. Kirani to have the last word with us right now. Quickly, just a recap over here. All of us are pretty much on the same page. We have progressed, more to do. All of us, again, some things that the audience would like to take away, what Ms. Kirani said earlier, the mission metrics and the method, how to do it. Now, that mindset needs to come when we are also talking about workplace regulation, for example, because unless and until you don't shine the spotlight on the problem, we might still be looking at the WEF numbers where we continue to fall down. Our startup industry is young, it's fragile. Every startup industry is fragile. It cannot look at these three in that order. They will always be looking at final measurable outcomes, and there the problems can happen where this girl versus boy problem is played up in different ways. So all industry is different and every industry is growing in its own way. Ms. Kirani, just final words right now. Anything that you would like to leave our, I was going through the delegate list. We have actually a lot of startups who have kind of joined in. We also have a lot of HR heads who are actually listening to us right now. Any advice that you have for them specifically on this topic of safety and sensitizing workforce towards inclusion of women?
Stay the course. Stay the course. And I love the fact that Divya called out Siddharth on being lenient. So stay the course. And to my mind, Siddharth, I have not an iota of doubt that your intent, and you said you were a father of two, was all good and great. What did I do at the start of the meeting? I said, mea culpa. Despite me being in the industry for over 3 decades and more, I found a decade back that there were biases in me. And it takes a lot for me to acknowledge, because I've never, ever, treated anybody otherwise. But there are biases within us. Therefore, to all the startups in our ecosystem, I lay down the challenge. Talk to your VCs. I would hold the VCs accountable. So of course, I know the pressure is that much more acknowledged versus when you have an organization which perhaps has gone through the incubation and the earlier stage, and now you are perhaps a running smooth, larger global organization. But we all know you are only as good as what you delivered yesterday, right? So the pressure exists everywhere. And despite that, to be very, very mindful of where we are and where we want to go is needed. And in that, we can't do it alone. We spoke about talent, on-ground talent not being available. Give it time, they will sprout. Acknowledge it, and you will see the response. So startups or mature organization, all of us need to actually put ourselves out there and measure ourselves. These metrics that I shared with the team earlier, we've gone and announced it, and we are listed on the stock exchanges. So we are holding ourselves accountable. So we've not hidden that metric and our mission under some rock. It is not within Dentsu. It is there stated publicly. And that's when you find that things happen. And therefore, to all the startups, I would begin the whole spiel with the VCs, with this as a criteria. Let me see how many of them try to brush it aside. So I understand the valuation game, I do. But I am saying that we need to be mindful, and in that, media also plays a huge role. Not only having this conversation here and now, Noor, but I also find that, when we have a couple of leaders breaking that glass ceiling, we of course applaud it. But should they stumble, and all leaders do, media goes after it with equal ferociousness. So I would say that there are enough leaders, and I have found board members and all, We all walk the path. We all sometimes may stumble. That treatment, equal treatment is needed from media as well. So it's a call to arm across everyone.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. You know, I had a great time as usual. The topic also brings out the best. I'm not wearing pink, by the way. It just looks pink because of this. It's peach. It's gender neutral. Otherwise, everybody was, you know, Siddharth is blue, but everybody else was very gender neutral. So I just thought I'll clarify that. That said, love the conversation. Obviously, everybody was candid. They brought out what they really had been practicing. I appreciated the honesty of the conversation, and we have left something behind for people to, you know, take away. Ms. Kirani, I think summarized it for all of us. And the concern versus on ground, what goes on, it really does need that extra effort. We have to do it. Otherwise, it's just conversation, isn't it? We're all just having a conversation. Aditya, if you're there, we did finish in time. We are very cool.
Yes, I was just taking note of that. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Noor as well for moderating it. Thank you. Your time.
Thank you, everybody. All the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, so that was a panel discussion on shifting dynamics of women's inclusion in Indian organizations. A lot of concrete discussions happened there. Of course, a lot of it was gender neutral as well. But yes, why men, why female, who should be doing what, all discussed in that. Moving on from that to our next panel discussion on 75 years journey of HR functions from manual to digital, effective, efficient, and dependable solutions using HR tech. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Ashish Mittal Group, CHRO Srinidhi Educational Group, Mr. Shrivastava, CHRO GE Healthcare South Asia, GE Healthcare, Mr. Asit Kumar, CHRO Lending Card, Mr. Abhishek Mehrotra, CHRO UB, and the session will be chaired by Ms. Sugandha Bhel, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Sugandha, over to you. All the very best.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all towards this very enthralling discussion. First of all, thanks a ton, Divya. I know you're not feeling well, but then still you've managed to join and keep the boat afloat. So thank you so much. Rest, I welcome everybody. First of all, you know, just to give a brief of what we'll be discussing today. Well, I feel technology has caused us sweeping transformations across industries in last couple of decades, disrupting industries like travel, hospitality, while rapidly transforming functions like finance and marketing. Technology has been the foundation for many big changes. Until recently, the HR department was late to the party. After recruiting went online through job portals in 90s, the HR department didn't really witness any of the sweeping changes that other than finance and marketing went through. And I also feel that, you know, in last few years, things have changed. Emerging technologies like AI, robotic process automation, ML, they've transformed the HR processes to the point that everyone is now talking about a new wave of HR that's called HR 3.0. Divya, I put on my first question to you, and in the name of getting an opening remark, in your view, what transformations have been witnessed in HR functions ever since independence, if we talk about like a journey?
Thanks, Sugandha. I hope I'm audible.
Indeed.
And hello, fellow panelists. Very privileged to be here, and thank you for inviting us to this platform. I think, you know, you call this word rightly in terms of transformation. And I think we've all, as HR professionals ourselves, have read through evolution of the function. Not just from an India perspective, but also how the origin of the word HR came into being back in the 1800s. And from that era onwards to how humankind has evolved, I think obviously HR has also evolved. Specifically in the India context, I think with the advent of industrialization, the labor policies, the IR heavy domains coming into perspective, that kind of started the foray into the industrial relations aspect of HR. And I think over the last few decades, we've seen that transform into multiple things. And I think the word HR also keeps changing. True to many courses, and especially a course I've been through, and the name of that course also has changed in the last 2 decades, of starting from personal management to what we called human resource management, what we called human resource development, to human capital management, to strategic HR management, right? So different elements itself through the last few decades have brought about change, not just in the nomenclature of the function, but in terms of what's the focus and attention of HR professionals, depending on the context of the industry, depending on what at that time were the labor reforms, depending on aspects of helping and equipping people leaders and managers to execute their roles with the help of their teams, and then finally developing talent in the organization. So I think through the spectrum, we've seen like multi-fold changes in the ecosystem from an India perspective. So that would be something I'd like to share, and would love to hear what my other fellow panelists think about this.
Of course, Divya, very, beautifully you've elucidated this journey. And of course, there'll be other people from the same industry dignitaries who will have a different view to it. Abhishek, can we have your view onto this? How do you think, this journey has been encapsulated, and, from manual, now we have the tech intervention in HR?
Yeah. So thank you for having me here, and good afternoon to everyone on the panel here, and people who are listening to us. So I think what Divya kind of articulated is the way. So from IR to HR to people enabling function to strategy. So you see all these terminologies. I think, but the way I have observed that over years is within India itself, the HR has evolved in different pace in respect to different industries or the domains. So I, coming from the more tech world per se, if I were to call it, I've seen transition from the early education industry to BPOs, to telecom, to R&D, and of course with the startup world. So I guess what has also happened is a lot of evolution has happened at a different pace in different industries. So tech has largely been like a flag bearer on a lot of innovative things that have happened with the use of technology as well as practices. I think some of the early days, what we read when we were studying was a lot of practices got institutionalized, which were like best in class then with the Tatas and the early erstwhile group. Tata has been one of the pioneers in my knowledge. A lot of things, a lot of practices came in through companies like IBM and Deloitte and KPMG, who ventured into India many years back, and then we established a lot of things. But I guess, some of the key things, if I want to just kind of encapsulate some of the key changes that we've seen is, so from hiring and exit and firing to employee experience, from managing payroll and compensation to how people get use of the benefits, right? From attendance and payroll and some of those things to moving more around employee wellness and welfare. And HR from being a cost center to a profit enabling center. I think that's the shift. That's the mindset shift that has happened, that is happening as we speak. And then we still, and HR, like you said in your opening comments, Sugandha, that sometimes it's like catching up games, but I think we have really kind of caught up. And in the last few years with the COVID, I think all of a sudden everything has been on a booster shot. So all of a sudden we see leaps and bounds of technology coming in, and we kind of realizing ourselves, oh, we never knew we could do so much. So I guess, a lot of changes happened, and I think largely, and I can relate more with the startup and the tech world where I belong. What I've seen is from a long-term, multi-year pronged gestation projects to a more fast design implementation and iterative improvement is what HR has moved. So we can no longer plan 3-year projects. Okay, if we have to improvise a performance management program, it's going to take next, say, 1 year to make it. We are kind of running more short cycle and sprints. So kind of running a marathon in a sprint form to kind of do those iterative improvements. So a lot of this is enabled through tech.
While I clearly understand, and people will also understand that, technology has been an enabler in itself, Asit, my question is to you. Do you think that the output designed is into a smooth flow that you have expected, in terms of how it was during the manual intervention? So do you think technology has smoothened the process since the transition has happened?
Hi, good afternoon all. Yes, Sugandha. Sugandh, sorry. So I really believe that this is smoothen the entire process of with the tech enablement. And I also coming with almost 23 years of experience in tech world. Even within tech world, I have seen that transition from a manual attendance system, a manual resource planning system to a system where everything is online. And if I talk about the employer benefit and the employee benefit, both sides I have seen a great change in terms of this transition from employer side, where you have a click of a button, you have everything data driven decision. So you are initial days when you had Excel sheet and you're still struggling to decide some of the things where you have objective as well as few data, you decide as a basically the feeling based, you take a decision. Today a lot of things are, it helps in a decision making ability, right? Click of a button, you have all the information available with you. You're cutting down all the time to spend time from HR to strategic to now you're talking about talent management more and more, where you are enabling a business to run we're enabling the business to run the function appropriately the way HR want to do it. So HR enabling the business a lot more today than it was happening previous days. From the employee side, if you look at the employee side, you move from a very manual approach to a employee experience kind of thing. What employee experience talks about the less of repetitive process. You're talking about, if I'm looking at today, a lot of people are working towards the gig workers. And for them, what tech enabled them are, whether they are feet on street and working anywhere, they have attendance system. They can just reimburse their bills by click of a button, just click on a mobile and do that. So tech has enabled a lot, not only to the employer as well as employee, to run the functions smoothly. And this is it progressing day by day. So I completely agree. This has smoothened the way my tech for all the employer and employee both.
Very, very elaboratively, you've explained how you feel that, of course, the intervention of tech has been an enabler as well as smoothened the process. Ashish, what are your views on this? Is there anything that you would want to add to it and you would want to beautify it better, that, how has it been an enabler to you as well as to your organization?
Sure. Thanks, Sugandh, and very thanks, Divya, Abhishek, and Asit for their points as well. So I come from the education sector. I earlier worked with Infosys. So I've seen technology in a corporate, IT, ITS, and in education sector. So slightly, I'll probably
myriad of experiences you have.
Absolutely, Sugandh. So I would say, see, HR tech is playing a very, very key role. And I think today we are talking about EX as the employee experience. Today, people want everything at a jiffy. If, for example, they do not want to have a performance management system after 6 months or 1 year. They want it fortnightly, monthly, or maximum quarterly. So my point is, my HR interventions, my HR policies have to be actually meeting the current trends and making the life of my employee as simple as possible. Today, while we have chatbots, my point is, how are we actually trying to create a positive work culture? We're talking about diverse DEI taking the top lead in 2022. Today, it's employees who are asking actually what kind of experience I am and what kind of culture is happening, what is taking place in an organization, what kind of growth opportunities I can get. So people want all answers to their questions 24/7 at the press of a button, simple. And I think as HR leaders, if we are not able to address these questions for XYZ reason, then we have kind of, we are running behind, we are running far behind. So HR tech is going to play a major role by actually reducing the redundant, repetitive work which is being done by HR line managers. So I think so that it gives them time to focus on more on strategic areas, so focusing on strategic decision making, as well as analyzing data and giving the right interpretation inputs to the top management. So HR tech is definitely going to play a huge role, and especially now we are talking about moonlighting, sunlighting, right? Different policies. There's a lot of debates going around. And then we're talking about 2 days, 3 days, 3 days work, 4 days, so different kind of concept, because there's no blueprint for HR leaders. yes, I know, okay, this is the way ahead, or the next 5 years, 10 years. Every day is a different day for us. I was talking to another leadership group actually saying the kind of business, the pressures faced by HR leaders is far, far high today because my expectations from top management are very high. And half the time, sometimes there could be situations where they're not aligned to what my employees need at the ground level. Similarly, talking about my employees, they expect the sun and the moon and the stars from the management and from HR leaders. So we are kind of crunch between the top management and the employees. So I think the HR tech is going to play a huge role, and we should look at the right investment of technology from an organization point of view if we need to survive in this race. So at the end of the day, if it's your employee experience which will either make or break your.
Is it that you're saying that, it is actually the need of the hour, and the survival of the fittest can be one of the situations wherein organizations are not adept at using HR tech also until now. They need to boost up their games.
Absolutely. I mean, completely. We're talking about AI, ML, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, I mean, metaverse. So we're talking about so many technological changes which are going to happen every 3 months, 6 months. So today companies have to invest in these technologies and make the lives of employee very quick. At the same time, trying to give a very personal experience as much as possible. Because my employees are going to operate all over the world, globally in different time zones. So how do I ensure they're kind of committed to me, at the same time they're connected to my organization culture and the business alignment?
And you also need to keep in check the aspect of moonlighting as well. Now that's, a topic of debate. We'll not get into nitty-gritties, but Divya, my next set of questions would be, do you think that, HR tech has served as a desired solution for organizations? Or do you think, it will serve as a purpose in times to come for organizations?
Hi, Sugandha. Absolutely. I think, both Asit and Abhishek, as well as, the other panelists talked about employee experience, right? And how we look at employee experience and how we contextualize the need of the organization and the evolution of the organization is where we can deploy the technology. Not every technology works for every company. There is a ton out there. There is a lot of information available. There are a lot of listening tools, there are a lot of AI smart tools that you can integrate with your systems or HR databases. But at the end of the day, I think two things really matter. One, what does your organization need, and where is that context coming from, and how evolved or mature is your audience? And different employees of different industries may be on a different maturity cycle. So as an HR leader, I think one of the biggest imperatives for us to think about is, does it really fit into my culture? Is this a force feed? Right? Just for the purpose of using a technology, I'm using a technology. There is already data out there. The importance is not just data, but how do you translate data into insights? And how do you then activate or action those insights to lead them into outcomes or solutions that are sustainable for the business and they are aligned to the need of the business, not aligned to the need of HR, right? So I think that business alignment is very important. I'll share a few examples. When I talk about employee experience from GE Healthcare perspective, we over the last couple of years, we've really looked at employee experience and looked at the employee life cycle, right from the time a person is touched from a hiring team member to the time the person decides to move on from the organization for different reasons. Through the employee life cycle and different life stages, what are those moments of truth or moments that matter for an employee through the different stages, right? And give you a few examples, like before even joining on day one, what's the pre-joining engagement of employees with the organization? Because what we also observed was the highest attrition rates through the Great Resignation were found in our 0 to 1 year window, right? And not a surprise, because these people never got a flavor of the organization in person. They never got a feel of the culture of the organization. And could not even experience meeting face to face with leaders, with colleagues, with team members. So how do we really look at pre-engagement through something we call it as LI, which is our onboarding experience tool, where through technology, we've leveraged the entire ecosystem of what can be made available to an employee, to a candidate before joining, so that when the candidate joins, the experience is far more inclusive and far more cohesive within the context and the culture of the organization. Through people leader and the new hire, ecosystem, we've tried to create nudges, alerts, checklists, starter packs, what we call as Thrive kits, to ensure that within this ecosystem, the candidate gets to experience the organization before really on day one, right? And then through day 1 to say day 30, day 60, day 90, what are some helps and tool kits available through this platform for the person to really feel engaged and ready to start contributing in the role. So that's one example. The other example is something that our own technology teams in Bangalore created, was a job description decoder tool, right? And we all talk about inclusion and diversity, and how do we use HR technology to help us being a more inclusive organization, where our engineers worked on a program which could look at a job description and through programs tell whether the job description is inclusive for all genders and does not have any unconscious biases that may have been incorporated into it by any manager who may have documented it, right? And that was something that we launched as GE this year, and this really helps in calling out any unconscious biases through technology, right? So that's another example. And the third example I like to say is, through the first half of this year, we at GE Healthcare in India, we've been using a very a very meaningful listening tool for our employees, right? Which tells us on the moment what's the mood, right? And this is a point in time when obviously all of you would know we're going through a spin-off, and we would soon be be an independent company, and we're re-looking at investments we want to make in technology. And the point Ashish called out was, thinking about and deciding what to invest in is very important as an organization, because this is the time where you're setting the DNA for what you want to achieve. So at this time, through the next 3 to 6 months, we will be looking at tech stack, our own HR tech stack. What are the different tools? Now we definitely have, a foundational tool of Workday. What can be built on top of that? How can you connect all HR subsystems to each other to make sure that they're not disparate systems talking to the employees at different points in time? They're all connected, and the employee can then feel the one touch and the one cohesive view from the organization. And that, I think, has been missing so far in a lot of organizations, including ours, where we have multiple systems, but none talk to each other as seamlessly as we would like it to be. Right. So I think that's something that we all need to think about as HR leaders before making such investments. And lastly, I would like to say, while one thing is to digitize a process and a system and to fix a bottleneck and to create a smooth experience, the other end is a wow and a delight, right? I think we're far away from that end. We are right now in the first part trying to fix issues, and how we pull this up to that spectrum of creating a delightful employee experience is something that the future does entail for us. And I think we need to work towards that to create that wow experience that all of our employees deserve. So
no, it's very important to give an experience to employees.
You're on mute, Sugandh, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So I was saying it's very important for leaders or managers to provide an excellent employee experience, because Ashish very rightly stated, now we're into a new era wherein employee experience is also one of those very important aspects that a leader needs to lay emphasis on. And it is also stated that, it is one of the very good and better strategies when it comes to employee retention. Now, like every coin has two sides. We're talking about the intervention of tech. We're talking about its smooth flow. We're talking about its, need in our day-to-day life, while it will have its own cons as well. There could have been certain amount of differentiations that were not seen in the tech era while they were prevalent in the manual era. So Abhishek, I would really like your views on how do you think that, the intervention of tech could also have its own cons, and how can organizations work towards strategizing so that, it doesn't hamper the smooth flow of an organization?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're right. See, I won't necessarily call it a con, but I think it's more about realization of where you're using tech and what is the purpose for applying that. Like what Divya was also saying, you can have a lot of tech, but they may not talk to each other and still give you a lot of automated things with no output. So I think if I were to put something like a con, is basically seeing the end through. On is the tech stack really fulfilling what you were out to do, or you're just automating and moving ahead? And I think if I just take a step back and see, so let's look at the areas where tech has really smoothened out a lot of things. It has really smoothened out a lot of process which were repetitive, repeatable, or were involving a lot of manual work. Payroll and compliances, recruitment, maybe capturing the learning needs or what kind of skills people, learning programs. I think those things have moved fabulously well with the tech. But things like employee experience, things like learning on the go, things like knowing the needs and sensing the needs of your organization and the people and where you are moving. And let's look at India. We have such a diverse culture, right? What happens in my Mumbai office will be very different than what is expected in a Chennai versus a Bangalore, right? So getting that intelligence, I think, still has a long way to go. So I think when I look at tech, it's like the Maslow's need hierarchy, right? You first fix the basics. The basics is okay. Let's just go ahead and automate anything and everything that people are doing. And the benefit of that, and I can share with my experience like even in UB, we are just like what Divya said. We are just kind of entirely automated everything from the time a job requisition is created to the point a person walks out of the organization. So that entire life cycle is now completely automated. And the advantage is, okay, all those people who were involved doing a lot of this stuff every day on Excel and various other things now have something better to do. So a tech is going to enable a lot of those data points, which otherwise we would have spent a lot of time trying to define. So employee engagements, the surveys, the questionnaires that all of us do, and we feel so happy doing about. If I actually look at it, there's actually at least a 3-month exercise earlier where you were just doing what you were doing, defining a survey, sending out, collecting data, and making some analysis out of it. Now everything is automated. You don't need to do that. All that you're working on is basically the insights that are coming out of those surveys. You're spending more time in taking actions which are more relevant now rather than 6 months later. But yeah, the con is if I make those data points, I do those actions, and then I don't convert it back into a closed loop. When I go back again and measure the same data points again to see whether the needle has actually moved or not. And that's where the ball gets dropped typically. So again, as I said, it's seeing through what are you trying to deploy the tech for is very important. And in certain areas, definitely tech has still to evolve. So you see a lot of the chatbots, the pulses are now working on sentiment analysis. A lot of those APIs are now open source by a lot of organizations. But still, like AI, ML, every talk in technology, it takes time to build that intelligence. They have to have a lot of data sets to go through and make those systems intelligent to give us those throughputs. One of the examples where we have seen a lot of companies trying to come up with the solutions is, how do you predict whether the candidate is going to join or not? The pre-engagement surveys. Now, all of them claim that, okay, we're going to see so many touch points which are going to tell you what is the probability of a person joining. But I still feel that is still far away to really come to that level of, but that's, I think, the nature of the technology evolution. So I guess, yeah, I think that where you should deploy technologies, which is something which is really manual, repeatable, which you can automate. You elevate the level of your people by making them do something better. Wherever the technology is still to evolve, we all need to contribute in building that intelligence before we can really make use of it. So yeah, it's both sides of the same thing.
And also, I feel while people think that, while we are deploying technology into any domain, into HR or into healthcare, the role of manual intervention will relinquish with time. But then I do not have that view, because I did have a word with few other senior leaders as well. And they were like, even if we deploy technology to the most and to the utmost, still we would need manual intervention for us to run it, It cannot run on its own. So, Ashish, how do you feel that, in times to come, there could be a balance of manual and tech into any domain. Now that we're discussing more on HR, we would need your views on how can we maintain a balance of manual and technological intervention in HR.
Sure. Thanks, Sugandha. And I think the answer to this is a one simple straight line is we would need the right blend. We cannot go completely offline and we cannot depend completely online. So I think technology alone will not kind of, serve the purpose. It's not a standalone kind of, thing. So we would need human intervention in terms of when you're talking to employees, when they have escalations, grievances, they would need a person to talk to. Those things cannot be automated, right? In terms of understanding the feelings and trying to give a logical answer for that. So there is definitely you would need, because if it is completely technology, it becomes very impersonal at times. I mean, with that kind of changing, because we are talking about emotional stress these days, right? I mean, people have a lot of mental stress. And when a person under a stressful situation, he or she would definitely prefer to speak to a human being than to an automated bot or, or any other tool for that matter. So I think right balance for every organization would be, as Divya also mentioned, that different industries are in different stages of maturity in terms of trying to adapt technology and trying to execute technology in their own organizations. So I think it's left to each individual leader, business leader, CEO, or for that matter, the top leadership to decide to what extent can I use and leverage technology. For example, in education sector, it's completely different. In an IT space, most of my employees are very tech friendly, up to date. And now we are talking about 5G technology, right? I mean, it's launched in 8 cities, going to be launched in 13 cities. So my point again, as HR leaders, for all of us, the pressure is going to increase 10 times much more, because we are able to download 2 GB movie in the span of less than 10 seconds. So the point is, today's employees, we are talking bite-sized learning, right? And people do not, the retention span has reduced a lot. They just want to learn something 5 to 10 minutes, maybe before sleeping, before hitting the sack, or for the early morning for the matter, after hitting a gym or running kilometers. So the point is, how do I ensure that? So I'll have to do a breakdown of demographics. What's the kind of age groups of my employees? How exposed are they to technology? How well they can use it? Because if my employees are not equipped to using technology, there's no point introducing too much. So in education sector, we introduce technology in very small pieces, so that, my academicians are able to understand, digest, and also upgrade themselves over a period of time, like in a very slow-paced manner. So, but again, as I said, depending on industry to industry, business to business, it would purely be dependent upon each business leader to what extent. But yes, there has to be a mix and the right balance. And there is no one-shoe-fits-all key. It's 50-50, 60. It depends completely on an organization, largely depending on the type of employees you have, their demographics of that.
Asa, do you have anything to add to it?
Just to add here, I believe, and Ashish rightly mentioned, it is very important to keep a balance because it's relevant how empathetic you are. As an HR, is very important. While you're introducing a tool, various automated system, you need to be empathetic at the same time to understand what employees are expecting from you as an HR. You can't have everything on the system and be shy away from having a very direct conversation. It's very important. You need to have change your point of reference from yourself to the employee and then see from their lens what they're expecting. Empathy is something I believe that we need to have it to keep it balanced. What Ashish also mentioned, very right. It is what is the people demographic. Also, while we are saying in 2025, in another 2-3 years, my 75% population is going to be millennials. For them, it's instant gratification, build my own career site, and I need to decide what I want to become. Everything is, and bite-sized learning is important. At the same time, we have your, feet on street, L1, L2 support people who still believe that they need classroom training, where they need a instructor-led training, where they can tell us how and what of everything, right? So that balance is important. At the same time, while you're converting from manual to tech, there will be tendency of people to go back to their natural self of being comfortable and go back to the manual intervention. Whereas, and I'm talking about balance, keeping both the side. When you're introducing some of the technology to ensure people uses those, and while the employee comes back to you removing technology, you still need to go back and push them, use technology, and I'm there also to support you also. So there's a balance is required both the side, because I have a tendency to go back to a very, very comfortable situation. That's a natural tendency. You have to be there, right? and also for employees. And one thing very, very important is build your own HR capability also. While I'm purchasing multiple technologies for my organization, I need to build my technology, my HR capability to ensure they do a very, very strong strategic partnership with the business and the people. They can't leave people alone with the technology. That is end of the game. So I think I agree. It is very important to have a balance. You can't have either of the side for when we are looking for tech intervention.
Sugandh, can I add with your permission one point to Asid's? Yes,
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think again, what we're talking about, like for example, in the education sector where I work, I have 4 to 5 generations working at the same time. I have baby boomers, I mean Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, and millennials. My fresh PhDs from IITs and fresh PhDs from across the globe whom I'm kind of hiring. So point is, in an organization you have different like baby boomers, and for them technology is something like they just can't understand anything. And whereas when you hire the Gen Z today, is fresh PhDs and all, and for them they would expect everything like completely crisp and available, ready-made platter available on for them to have it. So I think it's important that we also understand the kind of generations which are working in an organization and try to understand that we have to take our employees along with us. It's just not a mad rat race. I don't have to win the world by telling I have the latest technology and everything. You will be successful when your employees are happy, when you're able to drive the business. So I think these are the things which I just want to add on. That's it. Thank you.
No, it's very right of you to include the point that, it is not just a race that you would want to win, that, I have XYZ technology embedded within my organization. While on a scale, if you see your employees are not even happy with the kind of intervention you've brought into picture, considering it will bring out a smooth flow while it is disturbing their flow already. So yes, it is very important to keep the technology as well as the needs of employees also on same way. Divya, in the name of wrapping up, now that we've discussed the journey, we've discussed how the intervention came in place and the pros and the cons, rightly, highlighted by Abhishek. What would be your parting ways of advice or parting words for our fellow HR people who are actually hearing this session, as well as a few leaders, industry leaders as well? So what could be your top 3 or 5 takeaways from this session?
Thanks, Sugandha. By the way, amazing points by all the panelists. And, it really resonated when we were talking about the humanizing aspect of technology. So I think one of my biggest themes would be, one, yes, digitize what you have to for the right outcomes and the business needs, but also think about how you're humanizing that technology so that the human from the human resources is not lost. Right? So how do you bridge that balance between digitizing and humanizing? The second piece I would like to say is understand the context of the company, of the team, or the business you're supporting, and make sure that the needs are aligned with the business. Right? Any investment we make in technology is a huge investment, and it's an investment for years. So your successors will also reap the benefits of the technology you are investing right now in the company. So it's very big responsibility on you as an HR leader to think about obviously what's relevant, what's contemporary, but also what's needed and what's required, and what will really bring up the game of your organization to the next level. Right? So think about those elements from that perspective. And lastly, I would like to say that we in human resources will always be human. Technology will not replace what we stand for as a function, and it should never. But technology can always help us. It's like the most real example, right? Social media, and I'm sure that you can get hundreds of panelists to talk about pros and cons of social media here. But it's as well and as good, how you want that to impact your life, it will impact your life. So how you want technology to impact the function, it will. But it can go either ways, right? So do be conscious about the impact you're wanting to create through something, which could be like Asit and Ashish and Abhishek said, just for the purpose of doing it, then it's garbage in, garbage out. It doesn't matter what you digitize. Or is it with an intentional cause that will lead to an effect which you can measure as an organization, and then over a period of time show a return on investment, right? So has to be linked. It just cannot be because the HR team is thinking like that. So those would be my few pointers. Thank you.
Abhishek, quickly, your words of parting advice.
So I think resonate to what the fellow panelists have said, but I think one of the things that I can share with my learning is to people on the call also. I think there are a lot of solutions that are already created and that are built. So don't try to reinvent. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of solutions. So I guess one of the things that we all do and we all kind of continue to do is see if there is a solution and do that beyond just the obvious ones, which are obviously there. So do that. I think the other piece, in my view, the way I look at it is there are two areas which are still going to see a lot of evolution from a tech point of view in HR. So HR tech is, I don't know, I was reading somewhere is about a $12 billion business opportunity today. The kind of work that is happening, which means is immense. But most of that investment is happening in two areas. One is tech around employee experience, and the other is tech around learning, skilling, upgrading, whatever we call it. These are the two biggest buckets, other than the standard payroll and recruitment and everything, because they've already gone through that a little bit of evolution, if I call it. So I think two areas where we'll see a lot of tech happening still is, can recruitment become more focused and more targeted? So today recruitment is about, okay, you post a job, somebody applies, and then you process the whole process around it. The tech has to be more about targeted recruitment, where actually organizations like us go and profile a person and then kind of pitch him the job rather than the other way around. So that's the next stage of evolution that I see that will happen. That's where the recruitment will go to the next level, and that makes more sense also. The other is, can I have my learning built as my day-to-day workflow rather than a one point in time event? So can the tech enable learning as a workflow, as a day-to-day activity, rather than somebody doing a gap analysis and telling person to do X, Y, Z things, or the person this, and then they do a course or a certification. So I think if these two things will happen, and that's eventually where I see a lot of this, a lot of the AI, ML, and the data algorithms that are getting built around is going to do that. So I think these are the two areas I would be more excited to look on. And of course, club it with the employee experience, which we all are experiencing every day, and kind of take it to the next level.
Now we are emphasizing more actually on employee experience, just to make a point. Asit and Ashish, your words of parting advice. We'll go with Asit first.
Okay, thanks. Again, very valid points from Divya and Abhishek. My view is obviously keep it relevant. It has to be relevant for the organization, because every organization and their requirement are unique. Don't keep adding technology in or keep adding things in your system, because if you go back and review, you would have purchased a lot of tools which you're not using it also. Because that's the tendency you have to buy because you feel, oh, important, but keep it relevant. Keep it relevant, which is helping employees. Second, I feel keep that employee touch intact. Don't take away that employee touch, because that's where your expertise is important. And when you do that, you have to upgrade your own skill also. Don't just give digital to organization and keep my job is over. While we are digitizing, I believe at the same point in time, our status, question the status quo. Think in case, can we outsource some things also? Because there are things we still need to outsource and make our organization little lean from some of the work which can be outsourced. Well, digital can help, but outsourcing can help further, right? So think from that point of view also. And adding to everyone mentioned here, needless to say, employee experience is something extremely important, and learning. And what Abhishek mentioned, it has to be ongoing. It is not event based. It has to be ongoing learning, event, because that's where a lot of people are looking at that approach. So I think, this is very relevant, and pick for your organization what is most relevant, and all systems should talk in together. It cannot be, systems to talk to each other. So that's where I think
there needs to be an interrelativity between.
Otherwise, every system will give a different data point. And you end up using
Completely
Excel sheet and say, we are gone manual.
No, I agree. Ashish, your words of parting advice.
Well, I think everybody has already kind of capitalized and kind of summarized, but I would just say just two things that, stay always aware of the ground reality of your business, keep your employees at the center of your everything. With these two things, I think you'll be able to take right decisions. Simple as that. That's it.
Thank you so much, everybody, for shelling out time and for, creating such an enthralling discussion. I hope people who hearing, viewing this session might have taken many other key takeaways as well. Once again, thank you, everybody, for your time. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Sugandha as well for moderating this. Thank you so much for giving us your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, from panel discussions on the 75 years journey of HR functions from manual to digital, it's now time to proceed towards our keynote address on HR leaders for New India. The topic is Amrit Kal's HR leaders for New India and goals for India's future. And joining us to deliver the same is the Managing Director of Blue Star Limited, Mr. B. Tyagarajan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Aditya. Good afternoon.
All the very best, sir, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and pleasure to address you all on this important summit, which is CEO and CHRO Summit. And I would like to thank Dr. Anurag Batra, Taliz Rizvi, and other organizers for inviting me to deliver my speech here. It's a great work done by the HR fraternity during the past couple of years. There were huge challenges for all of you, the pandemic, managing the employees' welfare, and the administration of HR itself. And post the pandemic, with the huge growth opening up, the HR challenges that you are coping with. I wish to compliment you on this particular occasion for the remarkable work done by all of you across the country. As we look at it, there are mixed signals. There is a fear of recession. Inflation is true. The recession is going to happen, not going to happen. There are still debates. And there is equally a hope that India will escape with some minor pain. So we are not able to clearly get what is going on, but we can be happy about one. The markets are doing well, and I think it should do well at least till end of this financial year, which is March 2023. Second, there is optimism across that. Specifically, the optimism is very high, going by the festival season mood that is prevailing across, including the tier 3, 4, 5 markets. And we do not know now how do you go about the forward planning. The huge investment pipeline is there that the boardrooms will debate whether to moderate it or not moderate it. But the thing is that India's growth story is on. We are the fastest growing economy, and I believe that we will be one of the large economies that will sail through this difficult phase for the world in an efficient manner. I am an optimist. That's what I believe in. And on this topic, there is a dilemma within my mind how to structure it. One can go and wind from 75 years and look at it, or you can look at the different facets of HR and look at what it was, how it has evolved, and what is likely to happen. I am still undecided, but it was already time, so I joined. So I am talking from the viewpoint of a practicing business leader. I am not a HR professional, so these are my views. You have to forgive me if I am expressing something which is not in line with what your thinking is. I have completed 43 years of my professional career and closely witnessed HR evolution from 1979. That I started my career with Lawson and Toubro and Walters and numerous leaders, HR leaders with whom I have interacted, I have quarreled with, and I enjoy the extraordinary and exceptional relationship with them. I'm now dealing with the subject of pandemic, post-pandemic, and I think it's all over and the human race will forget about it. And I believe that the life will be back to normal. So I am also not able to fully believe the pandemic has changed the things fundamentally and everything is different because the memory is short. We all will go back to our old habits. And of course, there are debates about work from home or work from field, so on and so forth, that we will deal with it separately, not in my speech. So we knew that, the HR or the workforce management had been there from before Christ onwards, the 3500 BC, I think, and a personal management as a concept was evolving, but largely, as you can imagine, it was the advent of a Factories Act in 1833, and then there are some work related regulations like 60 hours per week or a collective bargaining. So it is broadly the trade union or the defense related administration, and it wasn't prevailing in agriculture or any other field. But then the World War and the Industrial Revolution led to much more HR practices, but again, limited to the subject of IR or the managing union. Now, staff administration or HR administration or the performance management, leadership development, talent management evolved along the way. But then my own view is that in India, the real turning point for us is the ITES boom in the late 90s and the early 2000s. And I think the HR transformation really began there because the numbers were large and it moved from a traditional union or a labor management to something really called the human resources management. Many great things have happened. You all would have debated from the morning, the progress in the skill development, and the enterprises are much larger than what it was 75 years ago or even till 80s. And there is a substantial degree of digital penetration in HR management. And you have outsourcing of HR, you have the benefit of numerous tools that have developed or penetrated in the country over the years on many aspects of HR. And then you have somewhat friendlier unions or the labor management, thanks to the administration, thanks to the workers themselves. So it is not fully focused on that. I do recollect my days in 70s, 80s, 80% of HR is industrial relations. We are fortunate, we are able to focus on other things. The emerging paradigm, my view is that there are 4 distinct things that are happening, and there may be more, but I am aware of 4 definitely. One is the scale with the growth that is happening or the growth aspirations of India. The scale is dramatically changing. So the scale with which the manufacturing or services or the companies, everything is about scale. So this is one distinct change. The second one is the being smart or the digital penetration in every aspect of ours, including the subject of Industry 4.0 and automation, that how it is going to impact the employment or the new skills that are required in the new environment. The sustainability as one subject, in many ways it is coming back, whether it is a net zero vision of a company or it is the industry, it is connected with the sustainability goals that are, or the ESG, so on and so forth. There is another aspect of it. The fourth one is the speed with which it is happening, that we have to grow faster. Things are changing fast, so therefore we have to be quick, and the product innovation and to the market, everything will have to happen with the greater speed than what we were aware of. So according to me, the new paradigm for HR will have to be based on this. One is the scale and the smart and sustainable and speed that the companies could be managing with certain production capacity. My own view is that is all going to become 5 times the manufacturing capacity. The sizes of the companies are going to dramatically grow. If that GDP is going to happen, all the companies' businesses have got huge opportunity. The number of distribution points they will have, for example, or the workforce numbers itself. So that impacts HR, fraternity, a lot. So I would request you to focus on this, that the view of the future with regard to the scale or the digital penetration, sustainability, speed, though how are we going to help the organization prepares. So therefore, it comes with demand for new skills, a new supply side shortage that you will be witnessing now, that it is going to be, you can take it as an exciting period. It's not going to be easy for you to get people. It is going to be in short supply. That is very clear and evident. And so therefore, a quick fix of lateral hiring will take place in a very large number. And it may become the market where one will have to sell their company or market the position to the prospective employees. And in the process, you are going to be also finding many internal candidates not good enough for the roles or the new demands. Like somebody would have managed a factory, let us say, of 500,000 units, but the companies will think of some 2 million units factory. Obviously, you are going to look out for a different skill altogether. So that brings in other pressure, like how do you manage the expectations of the employees. Now, you do have a situation from where we started 75 years ago. It was the public sector was the largest employee. That so much so that I recollect when I got employed in 79 and all, the boys, the father of a girl will be looking for a government employee rather than someone who is employed in a private sector. So the job security was important, and it was a lifetime employment in the public sector, and there was a retirement age and a pension. And of course, there was a belief that there is a great deal of work-life balance in government organizations. Now, equally, mobility or people moving from one location to the other. If you talk to people of my age, that their parents or themselves would have moved from one location to the other, which has dramatically changed. It is not so. And today, I think that government jobs are not seen as great ones, that people would love to respect and regard a private sector job as superior to that of government. So that's a dramatic change that has happened. It was not known so many headhunters and such firms were there. That's an evolved industry today and helping us source the talent. Now, the HR leader in terms of personality. So I look at you all like a god and angel and equally a demon. Now, the question was that I do recollect that the very first job people got those days, and the HR person who recruited was seen as a god, that he is the person who opened the door to the future. And you had all contributed in nurturing so many people's career. That's equivalent to that of a teacher. And you equally experience the pain of firing people, headcount reduction, layoffs, so on and so forth, and or regulating the compensation or regulating the variable pay. So it is a very complex job, and that job also has undergone dramatic change over the years. But I'm going to be coming at the end that where the challenge lies. Now, I foresee in the coming few years, the biggest challenge is going to be hiring. That you are going to be finding it difficult to retain people. You are going to be finding it difficult to attract. It is sheer supply versus demand. Now, we have lived with a retirement age, say some 58, 60 for many, many years. I think that subject may get revisited. Different kinds of employment. We know about the gig workers, so on and so forth, but the retainers numbers will be going up. While we have, I don't say we all of us have succeeded in the succession planning or managing the high potential candidates. It's still a work in progress, but I think despite that, you're going to be having a situation where the succession planning, what you did may not be good enough for the future, because we have been conservative with regard to the growth rates. But I think our growth rates will be very significant for, you're seeing many enterprises, how dramatically they are changing in terms of size and operations reach, so on and so forth. So the succession planning, even if one would have done, is not going to help. You will be compelled to go and get your employees from outside for key positions. And there is also a huge rush that is taking place. Now, in that context, the other challenge that comes is with regard to the average age of a company which we managed, and we didn't want to rock the boat, and rocking the boat is going to be a reality. And the cultural fit, we saw that this is a paradox. We are willing to get new talent, and it should be complementary in nature. And in the process, we will be saying we want person with different thinking. And while hiring, we will have this dilemma of whether he will fit with the culture, which means there is no change that is supposed to take place. For HR managers, this is going to be another thing. You're got a right candidate coming from some other environment, from India or abroad, but you're going to be wondering about this cultural fit, how it is going to move forward. Now, in that context, I think the most important challenge is going to be retaining and attracting. And if you're a good company, you're going to also lose people to outside, probably who are ready to pay high. And I therefore see the salary levels dramatically going up. It is going to be a phase like early 2000. The salaries will go up, and you will figure out many other tools how to manage that. Now, in that context, the current way of, I don't think that people switch headhunters. There are companies who work with headhunters for a long period of time. And it is time, I think, for companies to form strategic partnerships where the headhunter is closely involved in the organization and understanding their strategy and what is the future looking like, and therefore what kind of talents they will need internally and externally, rather than a retainer for searching a particular position. And I think that is a transformation I expect to happen, and I will look forward to that. And I don't think diversity is a subject which we have delivered. There are some beginnings, and somebody have done it well, somebody have not. By and large, it's a subject not delivered. So not only in terms of gender, in terms of even affirmative action, or the regional related diversities is something which India will have to move forward. The other subject is that many good rural colleges or tier 3, 4, 5, they are not even in the reckoning. And I don't think that we even include them in the campus recruitment list. There are huge talents there. We have conveniently ignored that. That is something that need to change. Now, I think I have got just 3 minutes, so I am going to jump to a few subjects which I am flagging. I don't think compensation survey as a subject is working well at all. The companies are not disclosing, and there are some standard templates, and often it ends up in a very, very subjective exercise. So the companies will have to come forward to refine this methodology of the compensation survey. Now, if the companies are going to be looking at sustainability as one of the things, that how the employees alignment will have to come there in that particular subject is also to be looked into. Now, role of HR in the culture building had taken a backseat is my view, whereas the TQM, TPM, and those, the Deming Prize, all looked at it in a different manner. And it is multiple groups are pursuing this. So how the culture building will come in, because you are going to be inducting many more people from across the country, from even abroad. So how this subject needs to be handled. Now, from the board level itself, the importance of an audit committee or the time it is devoted to the finance related subjects, and I don't think we are devoting with regard to the HR related subject. We are devoting time, but I'm saying relatively it is lesser. That need to change. Now, I am flagging before ending my speech some of the real focus areas. First, the strategic orientation. Outside in view, what HR can give, and preparing the organization for the future, because I don't think the companies have fully visualized from HR point of view what is going to be 5 years from now, and that's going to be dramatically different. Managing Gen Y, Gen Z, my way is all of us are pretending as if we have figured out something, and I don't think anything has been understood. All are doing some ad hoc decisions, and something is happening. And we need data, we need to devote time, and we should not be concluding that we have understood at all. We should not be fixing it issue by issue. It is a real subject to be understood, and this is the real focus area 2. Focus area 3 is innovation and R&D is going to be the critical success factor for any companies. So HR roles in driving this within the organization, whether it is manufacturing or service, anything. Now, industrial relations is going to come back. You have seen the problem of the poorer becoming poorer, rich becoming richer, and there is a set of demographic participants or the stakeholders left out. Therefore, one can anticipate IR as a subject will have to be also dealt with. Now, this country cannot for progress unless and until the HR management within public sector, it is not attracting the greatest of the talent. There are some signs of that, but the whole management of so many people who are the real drivers of the country, and there is something that the industry associations such as CI should play a role, how we can influence that part. And HR's own talent management, that my impression is that many of you are in HR out of your own passion and you love the subject, you have devoted your life to it. And I am not sure it is attracting enough talent. And therefore, HR itself, how it will attract talent and how it will be also paying well. The finance community took care of itself. There was a supply demand, and normally the finance professionals are getting paid well. And I am not sure about HR because this is going to make a difference for India's growth in the future. With that, I end my address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address, for giving us your valuable time. Surely means a lot coming from your experience. Thank you. Thank you so much. And before we move forward with the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, this was a keynote address on Amrit Tal's HR Leaders for New India and Goal for India's Future. Before we proceed with the next panel discussion, I please request our team to play Our Partners AV. And with that, it's time to proceed towards our next panel discussion on corporate India faces new challenges, training and grooming employees to meet future business demands. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Sapnesh Lalla, CEO and Executive Director, NIIT Limited, Mr. Lalit Mehta, CEO and co-founder, Decimal Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Sameer Malhotra, Director and CEO, Shriram Automall India Limited, Mr. Pranav Sharma, General Partner, Woodstock Fund, and this session will be chaired by the Senior Editor of PW Business World, Mr. Rohail Amin. Rohail, over to you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, and great. It was wonderful listening to the keynote before us, and now we come to a topic that is, often discussed casually and professionally, and of course, we are trying to find the right answers. Though there are never the right answers, but of course, we get closer to it. So of all the things that occur in the world of business, I think change is definitely constant, but with change comes uncertainty, and corporates have a responsibility to navigate with that uncertainty. And training and grooming talent becomes a very crucial part of that. So I want to straightway jump into my first question, starting with Mr. Lalla. Sir, give me a sense of how can big companies, small companies, businesses, corporates guard their workforce against market disruptions and ensure they are capable of handling the change, that the uncertainty that happens in the market.
Thanks. I think that's a very relevant question, and it's probably on the top of mind for many CEOs, not just the few of us who are on this panel, but I think in our research, we've understood that this specific question is among the top 5 questions on most
That was my first also.
And that's your first question. So it is a very relevant question. I think the most fundamental fact is that any business that you look at is in a stage of transformation. The causes and the enablers might be different, but a very large percentage of businesses, notwithstanding the category that they are part of, are in deep transformation. Whether you look at the energy sector, which is moving towards renewables, whether you look at the automotive sector, which is going towards electric vehicles, whether you look at the technology sector, which is going through and enabling a lot of digital transformation, whether you look at retail, any sector that you look at is transforming itself, and they have multiple levers that they are using to achieve that transformation. Some of those levers are business levers, where business is transforming or an industry is transforming. Some levers are around technology, around digital, around ways of working that are helping businesses transform. Now, an offshoot of this is that it's an opportunity for many businesses to get ahead and for a leveling phenomena to take place. And whenever such leveling takes place, there is a threat for a market leader to get left behind, and there is an opportunity for others to go or to leapfrog. I think my view is that talent holds the key on who will get left behind and who will leapfrog forward. And if talent holds the key, then talent intelligence is what is going to help us figure out how to mold, how to change, how to retrain, how to upskill the talent that we have so that we can do the things that we need to do in our transformed state. So for example, whether you are an automotive company or you're a pharma company, for example, the fact that today you can hold meetings like we are holding a meeting. Now imagine how that could transform the way sales takes place, let's say in a pharma company. In a pharma company, in the past, a medical rep would go to a doctor or go to a hospital, provide samples, and then seek audience with the doctor. The doctor would work with somebody who has special knowledge of a drug, and then they would figure out whether it's worth prescribing this drug or not. But today, with omni-channel sales as a method. You can orchestrate such meetings using digital media. Now, if you were to do that, you have to transform the talent that you have in your front line, in your support roles, so that such meetings can happen in a way that results into differentiated sales outcomes. The same is true for pretty much any job that you can think of. And I think to achieve that transformation, the first thing to do is to know what you have in terms of talent intelligence, and then use accelerated training mechanisms to enable people to move from where they are to where they need to be from the point of view of skills. Long answer to your short question.
No, thank you so much for sharing the details. And I want to bring in Mr. Mehta. Mr. Mehta, your thoughts on, how can companies navigate these challenges, how training and grooming can be employed to guard their workforce. Your thoughts on this?
I want to bring in a anecdote or example, that all of us experienced. All the schools that, school was one activity pre-COVID, which was always like face-to-face. Students had to go to the school and, then only the classes would happen. Then COVID happened and, all of a sudden we saw all the teachers were taking classes online. I don't think those teachers were really trained to do that, but they picked up during that, when this entire thing happened. The teachers pretty much became, they were trained, or they became trained and efficient while they started doing it. So what I believe is that the entire training paradigm needs to be a little different now. The speed at which things are happening, for us to predict that what's going to come our way and, getting our workforce trained on that, I don't think we'll have time for that. I don't think we will have a lot of time where, we would be able to keep our people trained for what we expect in the future to be coming. But if you look at, let me go back to the school example. Since, the context needed that teachers had to do that, and I believe that the willingness on the teacher's part was pretty much there to get trained. So I think going forward, the training will have to become the part of the working itself rather than as a separate thing. We will have to train people more on the horizontal stuff and make sure that whenever any context happens, people are willing to ramp up their skills. They are kind of, willing to learn newer skills. I think that the openness of that mind, the willingness to learn is going to be far more important than the training itself, actually. So I think, whatever trainings we conduct all of us run many training programs. Many of those trainings are kind of, effective, and many of them are not really effective. But my problem is that, what do I train people for future? What do I train them on? Today, it's not possible for me to kind of, create a technology roadmap or tech stack roadmap for next 5 years. It's not possible for me because I see that, the technology itself is changing every third year. So what do I train them on is my problem today. And second, the way this turnover thing has been happening for the last 1.5 years, you don't even know if training is going to be effective, or by the time the training starts to become effective, the people are moving on. So I think the entire paradigm for training at scale will have to change. The training will have to be built in as part of the working itself, is what is my belief. That's the only scalable model, it seems, that can really help us come out of this. Otherwise, I'm not sure how do we train people and then retain them as well and make sure that they're effective for the technologies that we adopt in future. I'm not really sure if training in the current form and shape can be scalable and be effective.
So, the paradigm of training has to shift. That's a very, very important point. Mr. Malhotra, how would you respond to the insights that the two gentlemen have shared, and what is your take on the same issue, if I may call it?
I think all of us from different businesses, and all of us are definitely feel training is important and crucial for us for any organizational growth. And for any business to success, we need to uplift the whatever people knowledge is there for different things. What we do has to keep on changing, and keep on requirements are changing, our business needs are changing, and accordingly our employees need to change. And I think all businesses are trying their best. Sometimes training being taken as a subject which is the least wanted, and that's where the major problem comes from. For all of us as CEOs or business what we are running, people feel training has been imparted on us and it's become something we have to do, and they sometimes they don't understand it's required for upgrading their skill sets, upgrading and doing the job easier and faster. This is why management is trying to push it, and that's what we do differently in our businesses. When we introduce any new concept, any new business, or any new segment, or any new technology, we try to go through all the people and help them to guide them that if you learn the way what we're trying to tell you, your job will be much easier. And second, we also look into people who are not been able to do the job properly on time. They are coming into bottom performance and all. How to uplift their needs and their skill sets, and I think very different requirement training comes over there. So we're trying to push training not as a trainee per se as a trainee, but we are trying to tell them it will help you to earn more incentive, it will help you to serve your customer better, and that's the way we are treating training as a very crucial part of our business.
Right. Lovely. I can see one more name, the same, my name being there, but I'm glad. Great. So I'm just joking. Mr. Sharma, it's all yours now. Some important points raised right from the fact that it needs to be a proper two-way process where even the receiver is aware that he needs it. We'll come to that. I think I'll touch upon it. But briefly, if you could share your thoughts on how companies can use training and reskilling to ensure the workforce stays with them, they don't lose the top talent.
So first of all, thank you very much. Absolute pleasure to be here. So let me see if I can break this into two parts. One is what's happening at a macro level and what's happening at a micro level right now. So at a macro level, if you look at it, the world is getting reshaped. And I will just pick up one word that you used in your original question, which is disruption. So what's happening from a disruption point of view is that there are three mega trends which are shaping up the world. One is convergence. So convergence of various technologies, which is happening right now. And this is something which is what most of the corporates are completely missing out. So these are traditional technologies, emerging technologies, AR, VR, IoT, AI/ML, blockchain, etc., etc. And these are in many ways, creating disruptive applications which require fewer people. So I just want, us to stay on this point. The second thing which is happening is there's a massive convergence of cultures which is happening. That means people are willing to collaborate remotely across different parts of the world. That means that, a skill set which used to be very localized is a very global commodity right now, which is just waiting for the right problem to be solved. So this is convergence as a theme which is happening. The second theme which is happening is financialization. This is something which is really discussed in boardrooms. But what's happening is with this excessive liquidity, which is coming from what Fed is doing, or let's say what UK will do to salvage its economy, etc., will create massive amounts of liquidity coming in from various parts of the world. What that does is it creates marketplaces out of things that we never thought the marketplace would be created. There was a point at which job market used to be a very limited and very closed door kind of a market, wherein certain individuals and certain roles had a strong leeway in terms of holding on to them and getting the best of the talent. But as this liquidity sort of let's call it dollar liquidity, or let's call it sort of flows into the developing world, you'll see that this talent will also seek dollar denominated returns, and that is something which seems to be a reality which is already happening in technology and finance, and soon seems to be happening in many other parts of the sectors as well. The third thing which is happening is virtualization, which is what was touched upon earlier, is that the real world and the virtual world of the boundary is kind of blurring. Where, let's say, for example, medical representatives, is one great example which was given, but probably in every space, you will experience that, from fundamental phygital kind of space to even a immersive space a lot of these spaces will be created by corporates for effectively engaging not only their employees, but also their consumers over a span of time. Now, when these three mega trends are shaping up the world, definitely the role of the HR, the role of the training, etc., changes a lot. And in many ways, what will happen is that the training has to become a lot more experiential, because the talent, what it needs is just two things fundamentally, which does not change, is they want to feel belonged and they want to become successful. And if they want to feel belonged, they want two things. One is inclusion and second is expression. And both of these things, my personal opinion is that corporates, because of their very regimented structures, have really stifled themselves in terms of achieving these two objectives, and that is where the talent is feeling a lot more throttled. And there are definitely efforts which are happening, but a lot more needs to be done in that particular space. Second thing is, in terms of being successful, it is more about being developed, whether it is on the job, which was mentioned earlier, or which is about giving people challenging tasks so that they can perform and then they can get fair share of the reward of their performance. And these are the things, these are the attributes which are going to shape up whether the training is going to be consequential or not.
Right. Wonderful. So, Mr. Lala, here's my question. We often talk of that's all fine, training and grooming, but how do you decide the cycle of training? How long or short has the cycle to be for employees to be reskilled, trained? How often is one question, and second is, it seems like the methodology is that a board would sit and decide, the HR heads will decide it, but do we take into consideration what the employee also wants from their side to be a participant in the training and development?
Again, very good question. And NIIT, given that it's an education and training company, we run into these situations a lot. I'll talk about one such situation which might help highlight the point that you were making and help us make such a choice. So we work with a large technology company, and this technology company was among the world's foremost manufacturers and marketers of servers. So they used to have a double-digit market share in terms of servers. Now, this company is transforming to become a cloud company. Now, the board has decided that there isn't a great future in manufacturing and marketing servers. They want to become a cloud company and offer capacity as a service. Now, as you look at the employees, and I'll describe the situation and then try to answer your question. If you look at employees, they have more than 5,000 engineers who've been great engineers. They've been with the company for more than 15 years, have done very, very well in their jobs in doing R&D on servers, as well as manufacturing, design and manufacture of servers. But they are not trained or not very good at running a cloud, which is reliable, which is scalable, and so on and so forth. They're not trained and they're not ready to be able to put into managing a cloud infrastructure. They know how to do their current job really well, and now they're being asked to do a job that they don't know how, or they are not very good at. Now, the company has two choices. Choice one is let go of all of these people and hire a lot of people. They could hire people from Microsoft Azure, they could hire people from AWS, they could hire people from Google, and then build up a team that can manage a scalable cloud business. That's option one that they have. Option two that they have now is to find out how they can reskill the talent that they have so that they can become very good at managing the cloud infrastructure. Those are the two choices that they have, and there are pros and cons of each choice. If they go out and hire all these people, they can presumably get started very quickly. They'll get trained people and they'll be able to get started very quickly. However, that will come with a cost, and it will come at a cost of having people who are not necessarily integrated in your culture. Your second choice is to retrain the people that you have, and then the pros of that are you retain the culture, you retain the loyalty, you retain the experience of the people, but your training has to be really good, because if the training is not good, these guys are not going to be able to do their job. So now different companies will make different choices, and sometimes they'll make a choice that is part hire from outside and part reskill. But I think in all of this, the most important aspect is that the training has to be really good. Because if you relied on training and your training was not good, then you will lose on both sides. You will lose on the time and you will lose on the opportunity. And even if you train them, those people will not be successful and they will leave and join somebody else who still manufactures the service. So I think it comes back to knowing what you have as talent. This company knew who they had in terms of server engineers. There are many companies who actually don't have very good actionable intelligence on what they have by way of talent. There are companies who have 100,000 people, 120,000 people who don't know what they've got, because if you don't know what you've got, you don't know what you need to do to fix so that you can respond to a situation. Even if you knew what you've got, you have to have really strong ability to do training. Now, most companies are realizing that that's easier said than done. It is actually very hard. Like Lalit was mentioning, I don't know what technologies are going to come 4 years down the road. Leave aside predicting, I have to predict and then I have to train. That's a lot to expect from an operations manager. Right. So training compared to what it was in the past, whether by way of modality, whether by way of criticality and expectation of management, has become very complex. And training also has to be very, very agile, because today you might be training somebody to go from being a server engineer to being a cloud engineer. You could be training somebody from being an inside salesperson into a person who's participating in an omni-channel sale. You could have a person who's making web applications to making cloud native applications. So training suddenly has become very, very critical. And second, it has become very complex. And what you trained on yesterday may not be, or very likely is not going to be what you're going to train tomorrow. So your training organization has to be one that's very agile and that's focused on business rather than figuring out how to do training. I would sum it up as one, know who you have as talent. Second, ensure that you have a path that you can train on. And third, have a really, really good training organization. And if you don't have one, work with a company who's really, really good at training so that you can actually make a bet on your talent, make a bet on training to transform the talent and actually be able to compete.
Right. So very two critical points emphasized by Mr. Lalla, that you need to know your talent, in this matrix of talent pool that you have. You need to really know closely your talent, and second, then impart them the training that is actually going to make the shift, in terms of skills and of course the mindset and the culture. Mr. Mehta, your quick thoughts on this cycle of disruption. How often do companies decide that now is the time to reskill, and also how to make the other side participant, and keep their interests in mind?
So if you look at, let's look at we kind of, we are talking of reskilling, but I think not everyone is interested in getting reskilled, but most of the people are interested in getting upskilled for sure. And in the entire convergence, the convergence paradigm, or the kind of convergence theme that's changing the entire world. One more thing which is happening is, this entire very thick boundaries between things are blurring now. If you look at, now people were like, when you're on cloud, so I'll just pick up the example that Mr. Lala was kind of citing. People were selling servers, and now they have to move to a very, very different kind of business, which is cloud business. Now there is a complete need for reskilling. I'm not even sure if like everyone would be keen to get reskilled. So the challenge here is that you can still decide when it comes to reskilling, you can still decide. But when it comes to upskilling, I think it has to be a continuous process. You cannot really have cycles of upskilling. The upskilling has to be embedded as part of your regular work. Now, in terms of reskilling, I think knowing your talent, that who is trainable, who can be trained, and who are the people who are going to be effective. Because the reskilling needs are largely driven by external factors, which could be like decision to change the business model, or like something coming up, which is a more of a decision because of some external factors. But when it comes to upskilling, that is something that's needed continuously any which ways for people to grow. So the complexity of the training department is, I would absolutely agree with what Mr. Lala was saying, that the complexity now is that the upskilling bit has to continue every time, while reskilling, you have to create, they may not even have people internally who can train. The training department itself is not existing for that skill that they need to do it for. So when do you do it? It's absolutely driven by some event or some context that changes. But having said that, I would say training department in itself can at best be managing operations for training. Otherwise, the training has to happen from SMEs, the people, those who know the subject, those who bring the content and the intent both. And without that, it is impossible to have your trainings being effective. So I think this entire convergence needs to happen there also. The training is not responsibility of training department anymore. Training cannot be responsibility of training department. At best, they can be running your operations for training. Rest of the stuff has to be done by the business. This is the way I would look at it.
Ruhel, you are muted.
Mr. Malhotra, your quick thoughts on this.
I think I'm fully agree with Mr. Lala and Mr. Mehta. We found exactly the same in the practical scenario with us. And I think all of us has gone through the COVID era, and we saw, especially the companies like us who are we are in over 100 cities and completely physical operations. We don't know, even 1 rupee revenue was not coming. Our cost is there. All managers in 100 locations, they were stuck up badly. They don't know how to run the operations. All our customers, which is in lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of customers, they were not at all coming to us. So what to do now? And so we completely shifted overnight into digital mode. And fortunately, our things were ready at that time. And implementation was not happening, nor the customer nor employees were accepting it for almost a year. But that need, which is a business requirement, has brought everybody together. And overnight, day, night, everybody, including operations, training, everybody was a training manager in the company, and they were going through the customer, they were going through the employees, and we gone through that complete phase, and everybody learned it very fast. And that came from business requirement, and training become part of the business operation. And when we saw that COVID era is gone, we were again back to from physical to digital in the COVID to back to when we gone to back to physical operation. We found the same customers, same employees are not ready to adopt the same practices which were happening 2-3 months back. And now we are in a digital mode where we are doing best for the both worlds. But digital adoption is back to 30-40%, which was there at the peak level. So I think it's all about our business requirements. Training should be treated as everybody is a training manager, especially all business managers. As rightly said with Mr. Mehta, training department is just the operation. They're just handling the operation. We can see how much outsource we can do, what different things we can do. but it's more about our requirement internally and externally, our upskilling to skill, as we already said, and it's all around that. It's all around business, and training is very vital. Training department is very vital. Training needs are very vital to upgrade, to give a better service to our customer, to use the same manpower, to use the national resources much better, more productive. I think that's the need of the hour for all of us.
Right. Some very valid points made here. Mr. Sharma, your final thoughts on this?
So I think extremely well put, by let's say the rest of the panel here, and definitely Mr. Mehta, he led the charge on that. I think creating a learning organization or a learning culture is non-negotiable. But I'll just make this as an absolute statement right now, because it is somewhere coming from the assertion that was, I would say, unanimously, all of us agree on, is that training is not a responsibility of a department anymore. It is about practitioners, stepping in, subject matter experts, practitioners, whatever you call them. They could be within the organization or outside the organization, stepping in and seeing that whatever is necessary to be done for the business to achieve its strategic and business objectives. And I think this goal-oriented approach is what will bring about a phenomenal transformation. And part of this will be about agility. And creating spaces in which people can learn, whether they learn out of their comfort zone of their home or in a training room, or people taking let's say, I'm just saying, HR heads taking bet on very young employees being nominated for exposure and training outside the country, maybe going somewhere else. A lot of these experimentations will happen, which will also create a lot of chaos in established organizations, because all I can say from my own experiences, I've been in the corporate world. I've been investing into, I was investing into fintech, enterprise SaaS for a significant period of time. And then right now running a fairly successful fund in emerging technology space, which has team members spanning across, 3 different geographies in East to West corridor. So we have team members in India, we have team members in Middle East, and we have team members in US. So as I'm sitting here in New York, I see that, there is a very different kind of a zone that is, shaping up, the entire space right now. Now, the point I make as a very simple point here is that if, let's say, within our fund itself, or let's say with the 24, 25 member team that we have, if we don't build a learning culture, then essentially people end up, operating in a certain vacuum in a technology which is changing practically on a day-to-day basis. And the competition that keeps on nipping at your heels with, capital, which has become a commodity in today's, era. So what it is doing right now is that it is putting a lot of onus on leadership to step in and make the culture a lot more responsible, to be agile and learning on the go, rather than creating prescriptions which can be the Bible that can be referred to as an operating manual for people to either self-learn or go through a rote, or let's say go through a training program which they can implement, because there are no standard protocols to implement anymore, unfortunately. And this is not because only the workplace has changed, because the mindset of people have changed. Their exposure to the global arena has changed. It is not only televisions anymore. It is also travel. It is also about collaboration with other team members who are out there in the world. So what they expect, even if they're sitting in India, they expect the same level of standards of efficacy and delivery and the quality of the content and the practitioners who are going to be engaging with them that their peers in the West would expect. So as these expectation mismatches, are actually great opportunities for organizations to embrace them and see that how they can become, rather than localized organizations, they become globalized organizations by recognizing the talent. And the reason I put this across is because ultimately talent builds technology. Talent, builds, businesses. And if, let's say, talent feels, you can say, equipped to handle the global arena already as an organization, you're becoming a global player. So a lot of these things, are things that we implement within the organization through various tools. But all I can say is that a lot of these are very agile tools. Some of them are feedback tools, like a 360-degree. And now somebody may say that, for a 360-degree feedback, to be have a certain level of efficacy, it is good to have a very large organization, maybe 1,000-member organization. But the thing is that if you don't have the feedback, if you don't have an open culture, if you don't have a learning culture, where is the learning? Where is the sense of belongingness? Where is the sense of execution on a global arena? So I'll just take a pause, by sharing these thoughts on top of my head.
Thank you. And, we have some 6 minutes left, 7 minutes, and I want to come and pose my final question, and maybe we have 2 minutes odd for 1.5 minute for an answer. So there are a couple of things. One is, learning skills of tomorrow, and the fact that we are living in a hybrid in-person environment. There's technology around us, dependence on technologies. Mr. Lalla, what are the future, what is the future HR task and skill set look like, from a training perspective, given the complexity of mediums and the times we are living in, to impart and ensure that the trainings happen, and they happen not just the tick mark, but something they have a real impact on businesses, or not just an HR calendar.
Yeah, you're very right. I think in simple terms, the way I would say it is, the biggest role for an HR organization would be to know what you have by way of talent intelligence. Know the inventory that you have in your warehouse. That's the most important thing. Know what business needs, because if you've got nuts and bolts and the business needs nails, then you're not going to be able to manage the business. So know what you have, know what the business needs, and then be able to work with a network to be able to bring the best that the world has to offer by way of training to achieve transformations. And way back, transformations used to happen once in 3 years or once in 5 years. Now it's a way of life. Training has to be in the flow of work, and you have to keep making transformations every day. If you're a training organization, you can't sleep. You have to know what you have. You have to know where the business is going, and you have to have a network of resources who can help you transform the talent that you have. And these transformations are not going to happen, once in 3 years, once in 5 years. They're going to be constantly transforming. And so we have to be super agile. And in all of this, I think what will bind an organization is the purpose that an organization has. The purpose, the culture, what does the organization stand for? What does the brand mean for its customers? What does the brand mean for its employees? That is the anchor that is critical for HR. Now, in the past, you could do that by bringing everyone in to an office and put on a show, but you can't do that anymore. So critical for HR to help anchor everyone in the purpose that they have, in the brand that they have, and then use a network to become agile on training and bring the best that training has to offer to transform employees.
Right. Mr. Mehta, quick answer.
So quickly, I would just want to kind of, say that, earlier the organizations used to be like sales-led organizations and, technology-led organizations. Now, I think the whole thing which is going to drive the future is creativity. So we need to have more HR-led organizations. How many boards or how many businesses actually look at their HR people as the key leaders of the organization and not just, HR department heads, is something which is going to decide in a big way. I think what HR needs the most is the business leadership, is something that's going to be very, very important for companies or talent to be effective. So I would just leave it at that the entire leadership paradigm that HR needs to be leading most of the organizations has to come in. Most of the organizations will have to be, I would not say HR led, I would say the people thinking led people thinking leaders will have to kind of lead the organizations rather than anything else.
Right. Mr. Malhotra, this complexity that HR leaders operate in, what is your suggestion to the leaders so that they can impart and include and curate the trainings in a way that are effective? Sorry, your mic is on mute.
Sorry for that. The way the future is, the way world is changing, the way technology is changing, the way businesses are changing, I think it's very important that any HR manager need to have an equivalent same kind of knowledge about the subjects, about the business, their communication skills, their access to the training needs or creative thinking. All those things are a basic requirement for anybody in this training side, and they need to be embrace technology and analytical part of it is critical. They should think about how the company will succeed, because the training requirements are for your customer. The customer would be internal and external, and how the company will succeed with those training by providing those kind of training and requirements. And they need to stay focused on our people. That's critical, and be ready for the new workforce. We know the new workforce which is coming up now, that we used to not to hire anyone if it's been leaving their job for less than 5 years, and then we changed it to 3 years. Now we're seeing people coming in within a year, they're changing 2 or 3 jobs. So things are changing very, very fast. So they need to be ready for the new workforce, and definitely they need to look into what could a modern benefit package they can create for the workforce. I think this is which can be keep focused on.
Right. Final words, Mr. Sharma. We have 2 minutes.
So, I think the only message I would give here is that there was a point at which disruption looked very good as a word in textbooks, and some speeches by figureheads in technology space in West. But this is actually knocking at our doorstep, and this is also in the context of Indian economy, sort of standing tall and having that ambition to become a $10 trillion economy. And definitely the leaders who are here in this panel will play a massive role, and not only in terms of job creation, but also in terms of taking the country forward, right? So when this disruption is a reality and this is to be embraced, then definitely it has to be about embracing the new tools and new ways of life. Then the question would be that, does the monolith organization structure work anymore? Very important question to be asked. Or is it about creating very modular Cisco kind of a structure, wherein there are certain spaces in which people can collaborate, innovate, be creative, and create possibilities for the organization as a whole, and get their fair share of economic rewards for the success of the organization? Is there a way that employees can participate and not be burdened under the multiple levels of hierarchy, and they don't seek greener pastures now and then, wherein, let's say, a huge amount of dollars are spent around training and skilling them, upskilling them, reskilling them, etc., and they'll end up looking at more agile systems, right? So definitely, I totally agree with this point of view that the HR has to become a business partner. I think more than a partner, like a business leader. And in the future, we'll see that a lot more HR leaders will end up becoming the CEOs. If there are not too many already, I don't know the statistics right now, because ultimately people will build businesses, people will build technologies. A lot of these things will become commoditized. The only thing that will remain at a certain premium would be talent and the relationships and the way you engage immersively with your customers and build superior experiences on a sustainable basis. And if these are going to be very important levers for us to step into the future as formidable organizations, then what becomes non-negotiable is, how do we keep on doing this as a one fluid, mechanism, rather than, one single monolith, which, flows from the top.
Right.
So extremely excited about, HR as a fraternity in terms of how their role is going to be more exciting, and also very excited about, training as a space, and very excited about these technologies, disrupting the world.
Absolutely, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful panel, a lot coming out of this. And I thank each one of you for taking out time and joining us on this conversation, where HR is definitely the centerpiece of all conversation. Thanks once again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you, Rohit, for moderating the session. Thank you. Okay, we are on time as of now. So before we move forward, may I please request my team to play the community AV to give audience members a glimpse of BW Business World. Moving on towards our last panel discussion for today. It's on journey of HR's growing attention towards sustainable business operations, where it started and where is it headed. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Ms. Ruhi Pandey, CHRO Godrej Capital, Mr. Atul Tiwari, CHRO Spice Money, Mr. Vinod Parur, CHRO RR Cable Limited, Dr. Varadaraju Janardhan, Vice President HR Flipkart, Ms. Seema Garg, Group CHRO SMC Global Securities Limited, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. Mr. Talis, over to you, sir. All the very best.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last session that we have today. And thanks, Aditya, for introductions. So we'll move further, and we have our co-panelists with us. And fortunately, I shared the stage earlier with Ruhi and Atul at HR Excellence. And we have been interacting with Dr. Varadaraju and Rima in the past. Rima was there for HR Excellence pre-COVID, if I'm not wrong. That was the last event that BW did on 5th of March, and she was a part of it. After that, the next HR Conclave that we did was with Ruhi and Atul the other day. So coming
Talis,
back,
I still remember the last, like just before the COVID, I was there and I was not ready to shake hands and people were just laughing at me.
Yes. Yeah. So finally, we have come out of that situation, and fortunately, we are doing this thing virtually, and most of our IPs have moved back to the normal, and physical events started last year in November. So that's a good thing to start with. And now we'll come back to our session. As you already know that we are talking about the Amrit Kal that Modi ji has declared from 15th of August. And the next 25 years are in our hands. Probably we'll be there helping out the country to gain better. So since morning, we were discussing about what are the challenges that we had and how the changes came in past 75 years post-independence, and what it can. We spoke about labor laws, we spoke about inclusivity, we spoke about the globalization and the changes, the digitalization of the HRs. But the most important thing that remains is when we talk about Amrit Kal is not the past, but what the future is. So here we've gathered to discuss about sustainability, and we are talking about journey of HR growing attention towards sustainable business operations, where it started and where are we headed. So I'll just take a quick understanding from all of you while we are talking about ESG model, that how do you look at HR's contribution to till date as on 2022, that what are the things that we intend to do or we have done to make it sustainable business. And I'll start with Ruhi with this to give an insight about her organization, that what they have done till date to make it sustainable, the realities of today. Then we'll focus on how we'll see Amrit Kal in future and maybe 2030. Ruhi, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I was just saying that thanks, Talis. Very happy to be back again chatting with you and on such an interesting topic like making sustainable business operations, building sustainability, ESG in our overall operations. So in my view, the most important way in which HR can help businesses reach sustainability would be to participate from the area of strategy. So HR has so many diverse areas these days, and everyone seems to get lost or has a challenge of getting lost in the minute details. But if we step up and really see at scale, and I remember the gentleman just before that talking about how HR has to be at the center point, and more leaders should come from HR, and HR leaders should not be HR leaders, they should be business leaders. So I think HR getting out a little bit of HR and saying, how am I going to contribute to business and contributing to the overall strategy I would say the biggest contribution there would be in just contributing to the organization structure, because it's always strategy, structure, processes. So HR tends to get lost in processes. But if we scale up and say, in order to enable strategy year on year, and that's changing, we all know that Amrit Kal's been announced, every year will be very different. If HR can be a true HR business partner by contributing to organization structure, and then understanding what HR processes or systems are even contributing or are even valid in today's world, rather than being slaves to the processes. That's how HR can contribute to building sustainable organizations.
Moving to Mr. Varadaraju Janardhanan. So you come from a organization that's Flipkart and big time into e-commerce. Now, when we talk about sustainability, the generic definition is that you are utilizing what other resources are there in environment, social, and economic resources, and use it in such a way that our future generations also enjoy the same. So from your end, from e-commerce based kind of organizations, what are the key areas that you feel that would create more sustainable organization and the contribution from HR? So you are on mute, I suppose.
Yeah, I think this is very popular. You are on mute. Okay, thanks so much. Privileged to be part of this very elite panel. Let me share a little bit of what Flipkart has really done. So if we have really kind of anybody have to really think about what Flipkart is, these are 3-4 things that would really pop up their mind, right? In less than 2 decades, Flipkart has become a market leader in the e-commerce, right? Beating the global giant in their own terrain. I think outside India, I don't think they would have suffered that huge defeat what they have been doing, right? China, of course, is an outlier. You can't really compare that. So that's a first thing. And the second is today, if you talk about the startup, then Flipkart always comes as the mother of all startup. Where did that really evolve from? Okay, I'm just throwing some few points to ponder, and then maybe I'll share a little bit of the thoughts. Not just that, in the last decade, I think Flipkart has contributed hugely to the startup ecosystem by producing more than 250 plus entrepreneurs. Right. How did all of this happen is something. So I'm going beyond sustenance, right? Sustenance and contribution to the ecosystem, right? The first being in the HR fraternity in Flipkart. The foremost thing that as an organization that we all invested is how do we consistently instill, sustain, and develop entrepreneurial culture, right? That's not only helps company to grow. If I've really say in less than 2 decades, the company has been valued like close to $40 billion, right? So how does such a miracle can really happen, right? So that's one. And the second is, how do we facilitate the intrapreneur mindset and also facilitating to the in general the startup e-commerce, right? So I would probably kind of stay with these 2 points. One, from a culture angle. Second, in terms of building that entrepreneurship as a mindset, right? So these two, in my view, are significant differentiator in Flipkart. Today, I read one Gartner report, and they're really talking about the future of talent. They want to look at talent as more as an enterprise talent, the talent with entrepreneurial capability. I think this is something which company has consciously built. So I would start with these two, and then maybe as we move on, maybe I can chime in with a little more. Culture is one. Second is how do we build entrepreneurs?
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. So now we'll move on to, you spoke about being the mother of all startups, and we have HR partner with us, Atul Tiwari, who happens to be from Spice Money, and they are a growing organization and startup as of now, and they have done wonderful jobs in scaling up, and we had a lot of funny and discussions during our last session when we spoke about our bosses and stuff. So Atul, over to you about sustainability, because you are in the process of building it up. So is it instilled in the DNA that you have built of your organization, that how do you plan to take the sustainability scale further from the HR's perspective, your role?
No, sure. Thank you, Talis. Thank you.
No, I took you on before, otherwise you would say the same thing.
No. Thanks, thanks. But I think very good perspective what Ruhi and Varadraju has shared, and I think it is the same story which is going on for all the organizations post-pandemic, which I have seen. Ultimately, the whole transformation of HR as a function, the outlook of HR as a function was now being seen very, very differently post-COVID, for sure, and it has taken a very important place within the organization. And in a way, we also laugh within our HR fraternity that it is being taken more seriously now, because it is truly being seen as a great business partner. Overall, be it a startup or a enterprise or a stable organization, wherever we have seen post-COVID, that is a good thing which has happened for HR fraternity. Specific to us as an organization, what we have done is there are 4 or 5 aspects which we have looked at it, which are very, very important for us to sustain more from a human resources perspective. One is future readiness and building the organization capability. That is one important aspect we have now looked at it. Second is the leadership, because we are a growing organization. However, building the second layer of leadership is another important aspect to sustain the business which we are into and how we can scale up more faster. The third piece is the people analytics, because a lot of insights, a lot of decisions, people decisions will be taken basis the data, right? And that is what we have always been talking about. But here at Spice Money, we are truly analyzing that data. So we are looking at the insight, hindsight, and foresight of the people data, and then we are making the right people decisions. The fourth piece is this whole training and development. And training and development, I'm not only talking about the upskilling or reskilling, but also about how we are enabling and empowering people. Here, a lot of things are there wherein we have to educate people also to manage their teams in a hybrid work culture. That is something which is still a new thing for all of us. Earlier, it is like in front of our team, in front of our eyes, people are there in offices working together. We know very well how to manage the teams. But that is something which is gone, right? In a hybrid, somebody sitting at any corner of the world, he or she is part of your team, and how you are going to manage them, how your productivity will come into picture, how you are going to drive the performance within that distributed workforce. So that is one important aspect we are coaching and training our people leaders to manage this piece. And the last piece, which we truly believe in, is digital, and that's where we are thinking more from a perspective that how this whole digital adaptation is going to happen on every aspect. HR is of course one important aspect wherein you are connecting with people, how you'll get to know the pulse of the organization, how you will see the adoption, how you're going to see that people are aligned, what is the engagement level of people, right? All those things can happen only through the technology, and that is where we are focusing on more in terms of how we'll build the sustainability and the pace with which we are growing multifold. These are 5 major elements which we are focusing on to sustain and scale as an organization and our business.
Thanks, Atul. We'll come back to you. So moving ahead, now we'll be talking to Rima, and they come from a background that is has an investment and a training business that they are associated with SMC Global Securities. So, and I know her before COVID, so I would go back to the same time and try to understand that how prepared were we in terms of sustainability for such a thing that happened, and what are the current measures of sustainability that your organization is taking keeping in mind such calamities which have come in, we faced a lot, and businesses went down to the deepest of places. And so the recovery is there, the resilience is there, but are we prepared for the future to keep it sustainable?
Yes.
Over to you, Rima.
I've met earlier too, like I could see
I think
did we lose
Rima? Rima, can you hear us? So we'll wait for her to rejoin. I think there's some problem. So we'll come back to Ruhi in that case.
Yeah.
So Ruhi, we have witnessed the hybrid culture and the digitalization. Atul spoke about that as well. And during this digitalization, what are the key HR functions which got majorly impacted?
Right.
And how did we take up the challenge? Because that is more important for business continuity, and being the custodian of HR, we all have to be prepared. And at the end of the day, people have to be ready for any kind of a situation now. So if you can just throw some light on that.
Yeah. So digitization has, in my opinion, impacted mostly all facets of HR, but certain areas where, Atul was talking about, people decisions and how analytics have helped shape sharper decision-making in HR. So I'll start from a lot of fundamental things. At the base level, Thalise, I think what digitization has done is it's removed a lot of non-value add work from HR. HR earlier was doing a lot of repetitive work, a lot of times, depending on their own wherewithal or setting reminders or doing a lot of manual work, which is onboarding, which is getting people. Now, what digitization has done, it's removed a lot of non-value add work to far more efficient technologies like bots, to artificial intelligence, machines. So that's the base level work. What it does is it makes the entire employee experience design possible. So you can kind of create a very clear program that from the time my new employee joins to about the first 1 year, at what frequency will they be listening? A bot can reach out to your employees. So it takes away the entire non-value add work of HR. It makes the entire system far more efficient. It's far more repetitive. You can design it in a manner and everyone gets the same employee experience. So an employee experience design is possible. Last but not the least, it takes a lot of biases away. I feel like, and especially when I've looked at millennials and Generation Z, they're far more conducive or open to talk to, bots or intelligence or something which they believe doesn't come with a bias. Oftentimes, when you're talking to a human being or an individual, bias comes in. It can also be the other way around, but at least the bias is removed. So a lot of listening is possible. It also enables you to put analytics on top of your employee experience. So today, as I'm talking about Godrej Capital, from the time an employee enters till the first year, artificial intelligence bot constantly keeps talking to them, measures their experiences over the first month, first week, 2 weeks. And every time there is a red alert, it gets thrown up to me directly. So anyone who needs to be spoken to, who could be a potential challenge, I will know sitting in my own space that what's the kind of experience or what's the kind of mood across the organization. So that's one very clear area. The second very clear area where digitization has played a huge role is in selection and recruitment. So whether it's artificial intelligence or a digital engine talking to all social medias and picking up resumes, throwing up trends, CVs getting sorted, removing gender bias, and those CVs coming to the recruiters, or simple things like using recorded interviews, a set of questions which can reduce the overall stress on the recruiter just on the sheer amount of interviewing the person needs to do. And secondly, to far more advanced tools like assessments, detailed assessments, which are psychological assessments, which are leadership testing tools. So that's the second biggest area where digitization has played an important part. I'm not going to be able to cover it due to paucity of time, but the third very large area, which I'm hoping one of my colleagues will cover, is learning and development. So using digitization for talent development is a third large scope. What it also does it leaves your HR free to do far more value-added work, which is strategic in nature, which is change management in nature, and thereby leaves your HR free to do far more value-adding.
Thank you, Rui. Rui, we'll have to go back to Rima. Unfortunately, we missed her. Sorry about that. So, Rima, what do you about the same query that we had, that how the changes are happening at SNC Global Securities?
Yes, Thalys, like, I don't know, I just got disconnected.
No problem.
And
No problem. So that's the order of the day. So at least we are connected.
Yeah. So it's like when we belong to an industry called the BFSI sector. But when we talk about BFSI sector, the first thing which comes into the mind is the banks. So we are one of the most ignored part, wherein the share broking firms, people do trade, but then when we even hire people, they're not even knowing what is a demat account. The various different departments, people are not even knowing like how do we trade and how things keep on working here in our industry. So the talent pool is very small. There are very few people who are a part of it, and so we have to build up the skills. It's a real task. So the major thing what is required from our side is that we need to control the attrition, and for that we need to have the open communication with all the employees. And as we see that automation has come up, a lot of processes, HR processes have been automated. I think HR personnel can connect with them, and they can have more better communication with the employees. And the open and transparent communication is what I think is the need of an hour, wherein we need to talk to the employees, talk to them every now and then, so that we understand what they want and what is required, and so that we could have sustainable HR operations there.
Thank you, Rima. So when we talk about brands, so we have all of you are bigger brands, and things have been made. And as Dr. Varadaraju spoke about Flipkart story, so here I have a small question that how is a brand like Flipkart integrate sustainability to its brand? It means I'm talking about not from the employer branding perspective, but also from the walk the talk, and making the people in your teams via trainings to understand what the sustainability is there. That the sustainability gets reflected from each and every head that you have within the organization, or each and every head count matters in creating a sustainable planet. So to you, Mr. Dr. Varadaraj.
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. So see, everything starts with the purpose. Why does Flipkart exist today, right? If I have to go back to the history, what I can really understand is the company is completely customer obsessed, keeping customer in the center. So whatever that we really do, whether it's business initiative or HR initiative, everything gets pivoted around that. That's number one, from the DNA standpoint. Number two, company always pivots having a very audacious goals. So when I joined like few years back, I was part of some of the QBRs. So I've been used to the growth rates of like 20%, 30%, and suddenly like here people talk about like 80%, 100%. So sometimes it gives me feeling, are these guys nuts, right? Talking about this. But over a period of time, I understood that they really mean it. They actually challenge the status quo. And so their intent is, how do you kind of convert a desire to a demand, right? So what that really means is, are you really understanding the consumer culture, their behavior, what are their needs, what are their wants? how do you provide value? It's all about in India, like it's India's pretty much a bulk of it is middle class and lower middle class, right? So they want everything under the sun for the lowest possible value, right? Can you still deliver that, right? So so those are very, very important element. And then what really has kind of differentiated Flipkart from the rest of the organization is continuously drive innovation. Innovation is not an event, it's a culture, right? Keeping the customer in the center. So if I have to really stitch all of this, it's about it's about like customer obsession, understanding the needs and wants, and drive innovation not as an event, as a culture, and build a very, very agile organization. And what's kind of even more interesting is like embrace the change, right? Do not resist. For example, like the recession is around the corner, at least India has not witnessed so far, right? Are you really quick to really embrace, or you are trying to really resist and kind of get back? So it's important. Can you really act before the downturn coming, right? All of this is what boils down to a healthy cost of doing business, CODB, right? So when you do that, even there is a lot of research that has been done. We can draw a lot of inspiration from Great Recession that happened in 2008. Those companies who are very resilient, their EBITDA is actually 10% more than the normal company, whereas the companies which are less resilient, they are minus 15% than the normal company. So if you just look at resilient versus non-resilient company, the delta is like 25% EBITDA. So that also corroborates how Flipkart has grown in less than 2 decades as a company with a valuation of like $38 billion. So that's a big story. It's all about the purpose, why we exist, and keeping the customer in the center. That's a big story.
Right. So again, we spoke about, this is a big Indian story, that's what I would say. And at the same time, let's also talk about the global HR changes that are there. And, there is a, when we talk about sustainability, at times I get confused. What are we trying to do? Like we speak about, when we talk about environment, we say, okay, let's say no to plastic. That is the biggest in word right now. Let's start using paper spoons now instead of that. So where are we? Well, as of now, what I would say is you're stopping using plastic, but you are using another form where you are bringing down the trees. You might call it recyclable, but when it comes to huge demand, it will not be recycled. That's what I believe. It will be the real trees and stuff will be chopped down and will be served to you as recycled. So that's the way how humans work. So I'll not talk about that, but I'll talk about HR changes that happens across the globe. And let's talk to Atul Tiwari on it, at how he looks at, because being a growing organization, as Dr. Varadaraju spoke about, that there are global challenges which are there. So are they scary for a startup? As a HR, what do you see? Because you might feel sharks coming to India, like Flipkart managed to sail through when another big player came in, and the challenges were huge. Let's not name that. But do you see the sharks from international waters coming and eyeing for your kind of businesses? And at that time, what I would like to talk is about retaining the employee. Finding the people and retaining becomes a challenge for smaller organizations in India. When you are in a growing stage, a bigger player comes and captures all the talent that you have nurtured over a period of time. So what are the retention strategies, and what are the finds that you have in terms of talent hunt that you have been doing? So to you, Atul.
Sure. So let's specifically, if you'll ask me in terms of the challenge, more from an organization perspective for us, we are building the India's most admired rural fintech brand, a platform for the rural market. So from that perspective, I think there are very, very less global players who are getting into it. The best part is the government who is having a biggest stake in terms of driving this whole financial inclusion. And they are driving, in fact, a lot of banks who are there, who still want players like us, fintech solutions, technology solutions to reach to the last mile, the last citizen. And as I said, there's a huge demand. This is like 1 billion population, which we are talking about. There is a huge demand for us, players like us, to give whatever we can give and bridge that gap of the financial inclusivity, which is a big gap within that workforce. And I think technology has played a very important role in that. If you see, as I said earlier also, that I mean, internet and smartphones have reached to places in the country where even the roads have not reached yet. So that's the kind of penetration which has happened. So for us, it is like we are not scared of anybody coming in that space as of now, because we know that even if there are 100 spice monies getting into that market, still there is a lot for everyone to serve to that particular community. On the second piece, which you're talking about specifically in terms of the people and how we are trying to retain the talent and what is the future which we are looking at it, because it is very clear, be it any organization, whether it is a startup or a established corporate enterprise, there is very clear thing, because the whole strategy around people is being driven by now the current workforce, what we have and what are their needs. So as we said, what Rohi was telling, that selection interview is one important aspect, which is the biggest impact which has happened. And we clearly have been talking about, again, I'll repeat that talent has definitely won the war. There was a talent war and talent has won the war. So any strategy which we are devising is something around that, but with new challenges. So if you'll ask me, in terms of us as an organization, there are 2-3 things majorly which we are focusing on to work on. One is, of course, the biggest thing is that we have to revolutionize the whole employee experience framework that truly meets the employee expectations. This is one biggest ask. If you see, I mean, employees want more. They have been asking more, wanting more always. But now it is at the cusp wherein they definitely need the whole experience to be of the different level altogether. And we all are finding out very, very different because of this whole new way of working, hybrid, coming back to office, going back to normal. All those things are creating a lot of, challenging points for us to address in terms of how we are giving the experience to the employees. So that is a big revolution which we all have to think through and create it. And that's where we are trying to retain talent. It has a lot of elements, like how your compensation structures needs to be defined. People are opting for gig workforce. They don't want to be doing permanently. Moonlighting is another piece which is debatable, right, in today's world. So how we are balancing that. On top of it, there is a huge consciousness which has been built now amongst workforces also to manage the work-life balance. But it is also going for a toss in a different direction when people are working actually from home. So how we have to balance it out, and well-being is something, another piece which we have to work on for the workforce, and that is what people are also demanding. Right. So this is one piece. The second is also how we as an organization are providing that, taking that charge of the organizational flexibility. That is another piece which people are looking by virtue of different kind of, I would say, employment types emerged out of this whole COVID piece. Right. Earlier it was like full-time or permanent. Now we have different kind of models, different kind of employment types, which we are forced to do that. And in that perspective, how organization is being designed to provide that kind of flexibility for all kind of workforce is something which is one important challenge, which we as an HR function are trying to solve. And in Spice Money, we are also solving that problem, that how we cater to this particular need of the people. The third piece is, of course, the technology empower and enablement. So how we are empowering and enabling the workforce is very, very important. And it can happen only through technology. I'll come back again to technology, that how we are...
Atul, we are running late on time. We have 4:10, we have to close. So we take the closing remarks.
Sure.
So with this, it will be the closing remark for you for this one.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah,
So,
please.
These are the 2-3 things, the list which I clearly see is very, very important, through which we are driving, other than, I mean, basic policy changes which we are doing it to attract and retain talent, be it your, compensation, flexible pay structure, flexibility in terms of leave and all that. So those are all elements which comes under these 2-3 buckets through which we can retain the talent.
Thank you, Atul. So we'll move to Rima, and Rima, we'll have a quick thing on the future that we are talking about, and we'd like to know from a specific perspective that we missed out is about training and development. So if we are preparing for the future, we have to have training and development that has to be spoken about. So I'd like quick 2 minutes from your end on that.
Yeah, I think training and development, there's a lot of automation has been already done, a lot of LMS and the chatbots wherein people are getting trained. But still, I think the human touch has to be alive. You just cannot expect the employees to be just talking to the robots and getting all the trainings done. Some way or the other, people are waiting for the human touch. And if we could keep that alive, that is going to energize the employee as a whole. So automation is there. It's already been a part of the organizations everywhere, but still a human touch, necessary human touch has to be there so that the employees could talk to someone they can talk to, specifically the well-being, the employee well-being, which we're talking about, the mental health, which has affected a lot during COVID. People want someone who could listen to them. The chatbots are not going to work, or maybe the robots are not going to help you. There's a human touch which has to be there. So a lot of work has to be done in training development, and whereas like a lot of things have been automated, I think the trainers have been made free so that they can have one-on-one communication with the employees and touch base them specifically.
Yeah. So with the same question, because again we're talking about future, and Amrit Kaal is all about future. So Ruhi, coming to you, if you can talk about the training aspect in specific, and we have had automation, and automation will be there, but what can be the key things that we can look forward to making a more resilient and agile as well as a sustainable organization?
I think there will be 2 things from a HR and a people standpoint, which will be critical for the future, especially for learning and talent development. One would be, how do we get a constant coaching loop, building a coaching environment and building a coaching organization where HR and line leaders are trained to be more coaches rather than, just performance drivers. So how is the coaching conversation happening? Secondly, because of the huge thrust on mental well-being, also looking at having a lot of HR in the, I would say in the role of more change agents and counselors and coaches, rather than only driving learning and development. So you will have a mechanism which is very digital, running in the learning and development, and to Rima's point, which he just raised, the human touch will be provided more by HR, which is through coaching, counseling, and resilience.
So it has, I think this has always been there. The tech wasn't there, but when we start, comparing the past, where the education or the knowledge was transferred verbally, later the books came in, but the human touch remained. People used to go to Gurukuls. The human touch was there. We started reading books, but we had to go to school. The human touch was there. And the same happens with the new tool, which we might call LMS or a tech. But until unless the human touch isn't there, there is, the learning is not drilled in. Like, we gather all the knowledge. Like, I come from a family, I might have certain set of things because I stay with my parents and I know how they speak and what they speak and what language they have, dialect they have. So human touch plays a very important role in drilling the ethics and values, and the values for governance as well. So I'll come back to Dr. Varatharajan again, and can you just give us some insight into the role of training in terms of corporate governance and enriching the social responsibility amongst the people to make them more resilient to change and cope up with the coming environment in the future as well. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, corporate governance, I think it's a bedrock for any organization. So there is no compromise that one need to really have. Right? I wouldn't say it's just HR responsibilities, the entire organization.
Absolutely.
So I just want really place. But as see, we are going through a very dynamic environment, right? The things change so drastic. So what could be the possible personas that could really exist, the roles, personas that could exist in future? So I have a very daydream of it. So this is what possibly that I would say. I think Ruhi spoke about the coach. So I think that's going to be the first one. I would say add a little nuance to it. I'd say like belief coach, right? So today we want HR to be coach, but get to the roots of the belief and then try to change that. So I would say one of the personas could be the belief coach. The second could be like the culture I've been talking throughout, right? There could be a track which could come as chief culture officer. The track doesn't exist at all. Then a lot of people spoke about digitization, automation, analytics, right? Why not in HR have a behavioral data scientist where you really marry somebody coming with a behavioral psychologist and having a data analytics background, marry these two and draw predictive analytics for employee experience. So these are some of the personas which could really exist in future, and I think we should embrace it.
Absolutely. So coming and dot on time, we have finished with all the
I would just like to add, Talees,
please.
Recently, it's just a recent story which I would like to share. My son had come from Warwick University, he's doing his business management from there, and he has to do his internship in India. So he was doing at EY, but then we thought that he'll be going to the office straight. But then they said no, the probability of having the online classes is more than just having those. And he was just ready with his dresses. He was preparing that I'll be going to the office, and at the last moment they said that you have to come up in it would be an online mode. But I could just realize that the time when we had our internships and the way we learned, not just by doing things, we also learned by observing the leaders. So which I think the online mode we miss a lot. So I think the new generation, we have to come up with things wherein the online is no more like the way of life. It has to end up some way or the other, and we have to come back to our own workspaces wherein we learn from observing and meeting people. The walk and talk is being done when you meet people.
Absolutely.
Human touch has to be there. The HR is not going to go anywhere. It has to be there.
No, HR contains human in the first place, so
yes,
we can't ignore that. So it cannot be a hybrid resource. It is human resource as of now, and I wish that it remains, because 2 years have been very turbulent for all of us, and we have seen the kind of trauma that we have gone through. So I'll just sum up what we spoke about. Let's do the walk and talk. Find and retain is something that we have come to existence. We need to work on, and transition to sustainable environment, maybe through corporate social responsibility. And as we agree that human is not going out of human resource, and at the end of the day, as Dr. Varadaraju also said, that it's not just the responsibility of HR to make organizations sustainable, but as HR, we are the ones who get the people on board from in every department, and that's the place where if we bring the right people and right culture, we make the organizations more meaningful and more sustainable. So with that, I wish everyone all well, and we would be looking forward to see you again soon. In November, we are planning Nurturing the Talent for the Future Summit, and that will be a physical summit happening towards the end of November. We wish, if you have time and you can be with us in physical space in Delhi, so most welcome for that. And thanks a lot for your time today. and being with us. Thank you, Ruhi. Thank you, Dr. Vadraju. Thank you,
everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalis. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists for giving us a valuable time. Thank you so much, Mr. Rizvi, for helping us moderate the session. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of our panel discussions for this conclave. But before we end the evening, we have a fireside chat. And before we do that, I would request my team to please play the partners AV once again so that we could surely take this moment to appreciate our partners that have really put in the efforts to make this event a success with us. Please.
Imagine a day when we are able to fully live out our purpose of supporting people and organizations in realizing their true potential, transforming countless lives around the world through personal interaction, enabled by the latest technology. A day when clients are fully understood, candidates are fully connected, consultants are fully supported. We're on a journey to live up to our brand promise, to truly become human forward. A human forward experience will help our clients navigate the increasingly complex world of work, using data to better understand dynamic markets and anticipate talent demands. It will employ advanced matching technology to generate talent solutions tailored to their specific business needs. It will lead to more valuable and strategic interactions, leaving them feeling supported, prepared, and always moving forward. Our human forward approach will give candidates the support and guidance to be and do what they want in the world now, and to reach their full potential in the future. It will put them in control of their search and allow them to interact with us, how, when, and where they prefer, using tools for video interviewing, digital assessments, and connecting with us on the go. They will know exactly where they stand throughout the process so they feel respected, understood, and empowered. For our employees, the human forward experience will lead to greater performance on the job and more potential to transform the lives of all the people they touch. Technology for workforce scheduling will free consultants from time-consuming administrative tasks. Data solutions will allow them to find new clients and candidates faster, giving them more control over their day, and it will deliver more insights and opportunities so the work they do feels rewarding and highly effective, making work meaningful. Randstad is bringing the human forward experience to life, and it starts with you. It's time to accelerate tech for touch and personalized relationships, to put our words into action, to propel how we work, so we can move our clients and candidates forward. Randstad, human forward.
And moving ahead, it's time now for a fireside chat on what does the future of HR look like. Predictions for HR leaders to create future-ready organizations. And for that, please join us in welcoming our panelists, our speakers, or our discussioners, not really a word, but yes, we could use it for this one. For the same, Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi, CPO, Randstad India, and Mr. Rohil Amin, Senior Editor, PW Business World. Though I have Ms. Anjali's introduction, and because she has such a vast experience, I would really take this moment to just sort of introduce to you in brief her profile. Well, as mentioned, she is the CPO for Randstad India, an MBA from ICFAI Business School of Hyderabad. She also has a flair for finance. Well, she's been or is a strategic business partner who facilitates, supports, and challenges business leaders along with anticipating the much needed focus and change in workplace environment. She's had a career in industries like IT, automotive, and consulting as well. And last but not the least, she is passionate about protecting our environment for the future generation and helps or believes in creating inclusive workplaces. Everybody, once again, Anjali Raghuvanshi, CPO, Randstad, India.
With our next session, which is part of the BW People CEO CHRO Conclave 2022. And the theme this year is Evolution of Indian HR in 75 years and Future Ahead. And the core point of entire discussion is, celebrating the history of post-independence corporate evolution. With me right now is Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi, who is the CPO at Randstad India. Thank you, Ms. Raghuvanshi, for joining us.
Thank you, Rohit.
We have got a very interesting topic, for this fireside chat. And the topic is, what does the future of HR look like? Predictions for HR leaders and how to create a future-ready organization. So my first question to you, Mr. Raghuvanshi, is that if we look at the entire piece of the HR conversation and we are in 2022, how far have we come, if you take into account the last, say, 4 or 5 years as an industry expert?
Thank you so much, Rohel. I think, I would say that last 4-5 years, as you speak about, last 2 to 3 years of that have been extremely intensifying for any HR professional or anybody who's been in the corporate world in these last 3 years. But the way I look at the journey is definitely it's been one of the most challenging ones, even when I reflect back and go to 2019 and even 2018 and some of the challenges that HR fraternity has been looking at. I think at that point in time, it was also about how do we deal with the changes in the economy and how do we ensure that our businesses are fully supported by HR as a function and help them meet the challenges. I think post that, it's been extremely I would say tough scenario for HR, especially when we stepped into 2020, post 2018, 2019. I remember 2019, things were looking good slowly, and then we were all being optimistic, and then we entered 2020 when suddenly from quarter one, end of the quarter one, things changed for everybody. I would say at that point in time, for everyone's safety, health, productivity, keeping their folks engaged became the priority for HR functions at that time. It was more about how do you keep your people together, how do you look at the instability in the businesses that are coming in, and how do you keep hold your head high. And then came 2021, where the beginning was again, of course, people were just kind of getting into the groove of 2021, and I remember the sentiments were more like, is it going to be very similar to 2020 or 2021 is going to be different? And quarter two onwards, I think the scenario really changed and shifted for HR when suddenly jobs started coming in and candidates, slowly felt that there is a demand in the market. Organizations started to prep for the next year coming in and how to meet with their challenges. I think still the theme was more around how do we bring our employees together? How do we connect better? How do we, especially given that a large portion of the organizations were still working from home and were still grappling with how to bring all their employees back to work. Of course, the other side of manufacturing, plant setup, people were already into the workforce, and their challenges were more around safety and how do you ensure that there is continuity in their processes and businesses. I think largely, if I look at 2022, where we are, at this moment, end of quarter three, it's been a year of introspection, I would say, from the time we stepped into the second half of 2021, because the way we have looked at workplaces in the past, I think that entire notion has been challenged. Many different questions have come into the, for us to answer. For instance, meaning as a word at workplace, right? I think there was a time when you come to workplace, you finish your deliverables and you're gone. But today people are talking about purpose, they are talking about meaning at work, people have choices. We know of candidates who actually are employees who left their job with nothing in hand because they felt that this was not the right thing that they were focusing on in their life. So purpose, job content, meaning, so much has suddenly come into the workplace. I think it is really for organizations, for HR fraternity to introspect that what does really matter, what will keep your employees intact, stick to your organization, deliver the value that you want them to deliver. And so what is it that you need to work upon as an organization? We also have seen that because challenges were pretty common, there's a bit of a mimicking that has come into the way we look at HR as a function. Everybody is kind of following a certain path that maybe someone pioneered, and we feel that following that is the best way. But what employees are facing is a bit of, same thing. Every organization is looking the same to them. And so how do they differentiate which is the organization with whom they want to go ahead in their career path? So I think it's also about how each one of us as organizations differentiate ourselves, bring our employee value proposition out for employees to really make the best choices, that yes, we are the best workplace or the right workplace for them. I think that's how I see, where I see we are in the, in this stage of evolution within HR, in the world of HR and organization.
Very validly put and very brilliantly, you have touched upon the very important aspects of this conversation. And since we are talking about the future of HR, my next question is about, the future of learning and talent management functions, as well as if you look at the employee life cycle. How would these two churn out as we move on from here? How would these things pan out? Because a lot of churn is happening in the HR industry right now.
As I said, it's many things, many aspects of our work are being challenged at this moment. I mean, when you talk about learning, we say that as an employee, and we, when we did our recent survey in the, the Randstad employer branding research that we carry, I think one of the key aspects for which an employee would want to be in an organization is learning. They feel that most employees would want to be relevant, because they know that unless they are not relevant, they are not going to be able to find a job for them or be in a job, right? So it's about how many organizations are really looking to invest in the learning of their people. That's something that most employees are looking forward to within the organization. So it's very important that how are you structuring your learning and development strategy? And we all know that the traditional ways of learning are not working anymore, because it's become, we've really moved into the space of where learning is at your fingertips. You learn the way you like. Unlike earlier, where there was a, given a format, and you had to adapt to it no matter whether you liked it or not. So that's on the learning front, I would say. On the talent management front, I think it's a lot become like design thinking, I would say, has really creeped into the way you are looking at talent today, because we at Randstad also believe that the future is going to be talent led. And so it's very important that how do you design that experience for your talent who's working in your organization? Are they really feeling excited coming to work every day, or they are not their best productive self when they are within the organization? So I think more or less I see that HR as a function is also becoming a lot about designing experiences for their employees, which actually really triggers the right, experiences or right feelings for them to really be able to give the best outcome. And then coming to the employee life cycle, as I look at it, I think for me, I am sitting also, of course, because we are part of the HR industry and the way we look at things, business models or other employee models within the organizations are getting challenged, right? Most with gig coming in, and gig is now becoming a big conversation in India. So far, it's been really outside of India because of course, our legal and other, modalities that are there. But I think it's gathering a lot of momentum now. And which means that it is going to really challenge the way you have looked at your employee in the past. Would the employee exist in the same shape and ways as they have existed? Or is it going to really change? Would they just come and do their work and go, and it doesn't matter whether they are with you full time or they are with you for hours? And how would you define or structure your organization in terms of what's project based, what's maintenance based, and what's your core and what's your non-core? I know that core and non-core has been in existence, and that's how contractual versus non-contractual work was looked at. But I think it's more about who would you want in your organization being with you by, for 8 hours or 12 hours the day, and who would you be okay with just working 2 hours a day for you? And those are going to be the defining moments, and what capabilities are core for your strategies versus what capabilities are non-core for your, and you wouldn't really want to invest as much in those workforce. So I think the entire employee life cycle, in terms of will get impacted by the way you are looking at the employee model as it works in your organization. I mean, you would not be looking at giving the kind of learning investments that you would be wanting to make for a employee who's for a longer life cycle with you versus somebody who's for a shorter life cycle with you. And that's by model, that's not by choice alone, right? So I think that's the way I see things moving as we move forward. It's a lot about what's your business strategy is, and what is it that you need from a talent or a people strategy point of view, what works best for you. And there are options available for you to be able to really fitting into their into your strategy. So hence all of that would challenge the way you look at the entire HR life cycle today in the organization, and would define or reshape your life cycle basis that.
Just before this discussion, I was just having a chit chat with a couple of HR friends, and they pointed out that the role of HR has become very complex, especially over the last 2.5 years plus. One, how is this complexion of complexity? Is it really has it have people started making sense of it? And also, what HR trends in global? What are the big trends in global HR that will change according to you?
It's all about how complex you want to make a problem versus how simplified you want to make it. I think it's a choice individually. I mean, you can go on and make things very complex, but I believe in simplifying things. And I think it's a lot about really looking at things from the end customer or the customer that you serve, right? At the end of the day, we all have to ask ourselves a question: why do we exist? And who are we existing for? And if your processes, your practices, or your strategy is not in line with the customer for who you exist, then there is definitely a flaw. Many times organizations become too internally focused and forget who are they designing the product for. So I think I would like to believe that the moment you start thinking from that perspective, many of your complexities get solved. So similarly for HR as a function, while for you, your internal stakeholder is who you are working for, but at the end of the day, that internal stakeholder is serving someone else. And who is that end customer? I think that's how I would say that HR as a function should start designing their org structures, to their practices, to what they are wanting to build their capabilities around. I think that will simplify and solve a lot of questions that are running around in our world. And I do know whenever we connect within the fraternity, people are really struggling with a lot of realities of today's workplace. I mean, I know that the biggest conversation at this moment is how do you bring your employees back to workplace, especially where work from home is still prevalent. People haven't come back to from native to the base locations that are there. And these are the simple challenges. How do you, and the reason why people feel that it's important is because they feel that somewhere innovation and collaboration is suffering. So, but again, my question was that as long as your employees know that it's important that where your customer are, you should be able to service your customer or be around them. It doesn't matter, in fact, how are they organized or structured, right? It's about whether your customer is getting the attention that it needs. So I think that I would say from a simplification, from a how do we look at complexities. Coming to the next aspect of global HR trends, as I was saying in the first part, that the future is talent led. That's what we believe in. And if the talent is leading the future, then a lot of things that you do within your function, within your organization, have to be focused around this entity, which is clearly becoming extremely important for organizations, because organizations are beginning to realize that it is the talent who's going to differentiate their game out there in the market. And if you have the right people, you look great. And if you don't have, then you struggle to find them. So, and I think what more can we, sort of the best experience happened in 2021 and to 2022, when people have been struggling to get, I'm sure most of people would agree, when we know of candidates with almost 10, 12 offers in hand and actually moving from one organization to the other. I think it has really shown us that talent is important. And it's key that how do you really look at the way you are structured today? How are you designing the experience of work today? Is your work, designed to give them a meaning and a purpose? Is your job content exciting enough? I think these are the aspects which we have to start thinking, which also means that there has to be a huge level of
adaptation of machine learning, automation, AI in your workplace, because people are not ready to do too much of tactical and monotonous work after a point in time. So I think it's going to be a great infusion of people and technology. Being really a digital savvy organization with digital mindset, I think that's a writing on the wall, that if you are not a digital organization in times to come, then you don't exist anymore. It's as simple as that. And overall, I would say last thing from my end, from a trend perspective, is inclusion, because I think it's becoming very important for you as an organization, not just from an internal employee perspective, be inclusive, but also from your customer and talent perspective, and whoever your end customer is, being inclusive. You have to serve everybody. And if you have to serve everybody, then internally you need to be an organization that understands everybody. And that cannot happen unless you are a consciously inclusive organization. So I would say absolutely a talent-led world and absolutely digital mindset organization is a key. And being inclusive mindset is another thing which will ensure that you have a future. Else, there is no future as we move forward.
I think very valid points here. One of the things that you touched upon was this work from home culture, and many organizations, people haven't come back to where they were in 2019. Since we're talking to an industry leader, a quick question is this a change that has happened forever? Do you think it's coming back, or have we adjusted? Because I just saw on Twitter somebody, a very well-known industrialist, just posted, he compared work from home and work from office, when in an office he broke down a coffee break and chit chats and stuff, and he said that work from home is actually more productive. So have we undergone a perennial shift? Is this shift forever? Are we coming back to where we were? How do you see that as an industry leader?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one aspect where I feel that people are divided. I do see a section in the workplace who believes that probably we should be going back to the way we were before the pandemic. It's time we start working, face to face. But there is a huge section that actually believes that, first of all, let's ask ourselves the question that why is working from office important in our organization, right? I think that why needs to be answered, because just doing it because everyone else is calling their employees back to office is not a great strategy to have. What we need to look at is, what is my business strategy? Where am I? Why is it that my people have to come? And what would be those circumstances where we would want people to be together? If we are able to define that, and if we are able to very transparently communicate that to our people, trust me, employees do want to come to office if there is a reason, and there is a valid, compelling need per se. But if you just say to them that, today you're sitting in front of your desktop behind your workstation in your house, just do the same thing and come to office. It's a very logical question to say why. But if you say that, hey, you know what, we have a workshop that we've created, we would love you to attend it with a group of people and enjoy and learn from each other's perspective, that employee is ready to come. In fact, when we are able to create a compelling reason, we are seeing full house. But don't expect your employees to come every day to work, brave that traffic, rain and flooding and all the situation that we've seen across the country. First it was Bangalore and then it was Delhi. But it's a waste of time. And I think that's why we have to be practical. We have to really use our common sense. And yes, of course, scenarios where you have to come to work because that's the way the business is structured or designed. That's also absolutely fine. And that's when your employees begin to respect you, because they know that you're talking from the stance of logic, from the stance of, really helping and supporting them, and not just making things mandatory. In fact, someone really brought this one aspect interestingly, is somehow the word mandatory of late does not go very well with employees. They don't like the usage of that word. They would like to hear reason and not just simply dictate because you think it's what you want to do. And also, some of us love to work from office, let's say, and some love to work from home. So those who love to work from office should not compel others to come because that's their best way of working. So I think each one should be given the choice as long as your business provides you that freedom of trade. Right? So that would be my suggestion.
So two more questions. One is, if you look at the Indian HR practices compared to their global counterparts, are they very different? they stand if you compare the two?
My personal opinion could be, but I feel that in the Indian HR fraternity is pretty advanced. I have always felt that the way we work with businesses, the way we enable businesses, it's really kind of, and I think the way we work with people, right? I think that's something which is very, very, I would say we've kind of come a long way, and definitely there are, when I meet with people from global fraternity, I think India, also because of the way we are, right? It's very resourceful. We kind of figure out ways of doing things, even with the limited resources or limited timeline. The speed of decision making, the speed of thinking, I think is what makes the HR fraternity in India really, kind of forward in the league, I would say. And I also see that, like, for instance, some of the great practices, in the last few years as the pandemic hit, I think the Indian HR fraternity really sort of, got up and really embraced the occasion and did the best that it could. And many practices from India actually have been embraced by the global fraternity in terms of whether it is mental well-being, whether it was really responding to the pandemic and how quickly we responded to the needs of the employees. I think some of those are really commendable as we see.
What does the future hold for human resources, say, over the next 7 to 8 years?
I mean, the way I say, nobody can today tell what the future is like. I think the pandemic taught us that lesson, but definitely few things that the way we see trends sort of evolving. As I said, I think HR professionals have to embrace design thinking to a large extent, because it's that experience. I think this was something many industry leaders spoke of, that when you think of a great customer experience, you need to give a great employee experience. And if that has to happen, then that means that things that are bottlenecks in an employee's day-to-day efficiency, things that are not really enhancing the best, experience for our employees, those need to be looked at. Don't design policies, design, processes that are going to kind of be a bottleneck for people. Design policies and practices that will actually enhance my experience of working and make me much more productive and efficient. Even if you look at technology evolution within HR space, the idea has been to give and make it easy, make it accessible, make it efficient for people to work, and that's what we are doing in the HR technology world. Similarly, as HR professionals, if you're not able to really be able to design that experience, then you are not going to be one of the successful HR practitioners out there. So how do you kind of embrace that thinking? And which also means that you need to also embrace digital as a thinking, because it's a world of applications that you are living in. I remember one employee once shared an experience that why do our HR folks ask us to log into 20 applications, and they're like, mark your attendance here, do your learning here, then do your performance evaluation elsewhere. How can they create a delightful experience where I just have things at my fingertips? There's a mobile app and I'm doing everything over there. So that's the expectation that an employee is building, because that's what that employee is designing for your client. So they expect, why not that experience for me? So I think we are going to be design practitioners as I look at the future. And also a very project-based sort of work environment will emerge from HR. It's like you have a problem and you are tackling that rather than just doing maintenance work, which was from onboarding to exit, but also about really getting into project mode and picking up right projects for your businesses and for your organization, and building the right mindset for the organization. How are you preparing the organization? So learning becomes an extremely key aspect. And how are you building the right mindset from a digital, from an inclusion? How are you creating empathetic leaders in the organization is going to be what HR fraternity will be focusing on. And if you are able to focus on these aspects, you will be able to move into the right direction. Always keep your end customer in mind when you are enabling your business. I think that will make you the smart HR professional and really business savvy HR professional in today's time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Raghuvanshi. What an insightful discussion. And we were talking to someone who understands the industry in and out, has the global perspectives, and she has convincingly and given us all the insights that were needed here. And I'm sure Our viewers are going to benefit. And if they have any questions, they can always reach out to us. And thanks once again for joining us on this fireside and for all the candid answers.
That was a quick fireside chat between Ms. Anjali and Mr. Rohel on many things. And with that, we come to an end of this conclave. But before we go forward, I would really once again like to brief or tell our audience members about the initiative, about the organization that really made it possible, about BW People. And we also have an AV for the same. But before that, I'd like to read a little about the BW People, I would say, environment or section to you. So BW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organization, and NGOs, many of whom, of course, you heard today. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to the job market and the HR community. So many CHROs were there on the panel today. They had their keynote addresses, and they talked about what has been happening over these 75 years after independence, and where are we, and what more do we need to do to make this a more inclusive, a more better, a more refined workplace for CEOs and CHROs, and of course the entire community as a whole. May I please request our team to now play the BW Community AV to give our audience members a glimpse into the world of BW People. Also, an important announcement that we are going to be having the BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards and Nurturing Talent for Future Summit in November 2022. So we have many HRs and CHROs that we had today with us in the conclave. I would request you and your team members to please get in touch with BW People, team organizers and members, so that they can help you with the same. It's going to happen in November. 40 Under 40 Awards and the summit also as a whole. I also take this moment to once again thank our partners for today. Our presenting partner, Randstad India, a supporting partner, joytravels.com, Fandom, IWMBuzz.com, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, and Exchange for Media. And on behalf of BW Business World and BW People, I take this moment to thank all our panelists, our keynote address speakers, our fireside chat speakers or discussioners, and all our audience members as well. I would also like to take this moment to thank all the BW People and BW Business World team members who've been surely putting the hard work and sweat into making this summit or conclave happen. And on that note, thank you so much. We shall see you once again with our next initiative very soon. Do not forget, in November, BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards and Nurturing the Talent for Future Summit. To get in touch with the team for the same, thank you. My name is Aditya Malik. It's been a pleasure to be your host, and we shall see you very soon.